Consciousness returns as a fractured, confusing haze of light and shadow. His vision clears, revealing rough stone walls under a disorienting mental fog. A primal, instinctual cry escapes from his new, tiny body. A young woman appears in the doorway, asking what the matter is. Her beauty makes him think she's a nurse, and this is a hospital. But then she says, "Illumination," and a light appears, shocking him. He panics, realizing with certainty that this place is not a hospital. The stunning truth dawns on him. He's been reincarnated into another world. The thought echoes in his mind with the force of a revelation. The woman, his new mother, soothes him as he babbles excitedly. He's ecstatic to be in a world where magic is real. Even a simple act of eating is a new, startling experience. He gazes at his mother, thrilled by the prospect of this magical world. She holds him close, gently telling him it is time for his meal. His infant body instinctively nuzzles into her comforting embrace. He marvels that this beautiful, young magic user is now his mother. Asleep in his crib, he decides that reincarnation is the absolute best. Now a toddler, he learns he is the third child of Mary and Ashura. He finds it inconvenient that he won't get a real name until he is 6. From his crib, he studies the room, noting the absence of any normal lights. He deduces that in this world, magic is likely a common skill. He watches his mother casually cast her illumination spell once more. His eyes widen with a sudden, brilliant, and exciting thought. He imagines himself a grand mage, thinking he too can use magic. "I'll try it now," he resolves, reaching out to cast illumination. His attempt produces only a series of uncoordinated gurgles and flails. He thrashes in his crib, frustrated by his complete and utter failure. His mother rushes to comfort him, his first magic challenge ending in defeat. He continues to wail in her arms, a genius mind trapped by infancy. He knows his current method isn't working and decides to change his approach. He will simply observe his family to learn how their magic works. He focuses on his mother's hand as she prepares to cast a spell. She smiles warmly, noticing her baby's incredibly focused stare. He watches her intently, analyzing every detail of her illumination spell. He theorizes that magic is a power that must be drawn from the body. Unable to speak incantations, he decides to train his internal mana instead. For years, he dedicates himself to this silent, internal magical practice. 3 years pass, and he is now a small boy, still training. But he still can't use magic, and his stomach constantly rumbles with hunger. He walks away from home as his mother asks where he is going. The gnawing poverty of farmer's life is a heavy burden for him. He marches with grim purpose, determined to create food for himself. He senses 2 kinds of mana, one inside him, one in the air. He realizes he can absorb the world's mana and fuse it with his own. He focuses, kneading the 2 energies together in his abdomen. After 3 years of effort, he has finally mastered mana control. He smiles, pleased with his progress, but there is still one obstacle. He can't use magic publicly until he's 6 and receives his life name. He also knows his parents can't teach him any other forms of magic. Today, in secret, he will finally put his magical training to the test. He places his small hands firmly upon the hard, unforgiving earth. He feels a connection, a response from the world's magic for the first time. Tendrils of mana swirl around him as he kneels, feeling the power build. He takes a deep, slow breath, calming his mind for the spell. He pushes the mana from his core out to his head, hands, and feet. He needs the combined power just below his stomach, building its intensity. He carefully circulates the energy through his body without letting it dissipate. Sweat forms on his brow as he smoothly cycles the mana through his body. He visualizes the light, gaseous mana merging with his own viscous energy. The uncontrolled power builds, seeking an outlet through his palms. He knows this is the critical moment. He has failed here before. In the past, his attempts would fizzle out with a careless incantation. The magic would simply dissipate into the ground, his efforts wasted. He understands now that a clear, powerful mental image is the true key. He pictures his grandmother's vibrant, perfectly fertilized garden. He imagines weedless, sun-drenched soil and the rich scent of the earth. He focuses every ounce of his will on this single, perfect image. Sweat drips from his face onto his hands, still pressed to the ground. He opens his eyes, gasping, as he feels the spell finally take hold. He looks up in astonishment at the result of his magical effort. Panting and sweating, he whispers to himself that he has finally succeeded. He runs a hand through the dark, rich loam he has magically created. Before him lies a perfectly terraced plot of fertile, life-giving earth. He observes the 10-square-meter field, a stark contrast to the land around it. The field his family works are hard-packed, earth-choked with tough weeds. He realizes this farming technique is something unheard of, a true innovation. It is a simple spell, but it's the first he has cast by himself. He clenches his fist, knowing this is a great first step in his new life. With his new field ready, he prepares to plant the humble Haka root. He knows it's a poor farmer's crop, foul-tasting but reliable. His stomach growls fiercely. He doesn't care how bad it tastes. He's just hungry. The sun beats down on his small field day after day. His small, clumsy shoes struggle for purchase on the muddy ground. He carries a heavy wooden bucket of water for his thirsty plants. The days blur together as he tends to his secret garden. He pants from the effort, finding watering to be heavy labor for a child. 5 days have passed since he first successfully cast his magic. He has expanded his plot daily, creating a patchwork of fertile fields. He is stunned to see the plants are already blossoming with flowers. He knows flowering means it's time to harvest, but it's only been 5 days. The growth is clearly abnormal, but he has no choice but to harvest. He reaches down and pulls a mature plant from the magic-infused soil. He is amazed to find more than 10 roots, a truly massive yield. He snaps one of the lumpy, black spheres from the main cluster. After washing the dirt from the root, he prepares for a taste test. He lifts the strange-looking vegetable to his mouth, ready to take a bite. The overwhelmingly bitter flavor hits him instantly, and he grimaces in disgust. He forces himself to chew, his cheeks puffed out from the awful taste. With a great effort, he manages to swallow the bitter mouthful. Amidst the flowers, he declares that despite the terrible taste, his agricultural revolution has begun. Having stabilized the soil, the boy's ambitious mind turns to a new challenge: breed improvement. He notes the impossible growth rate. Haka that should take 20 days now matures in 5. He hasn't felt any ill effects from eating them, and besides, hunger is a greater foe. He recalls the delicious food from his past life, the result of centuries of selective breeding. But he possesses something that can shatter common sense and accelerate that process: magic. He wonders, however, how exactly he is supposed to go about breed improvement. He doesn't understand the principle, but his magic makes things grow fast, so he will use that. He grimaces at the bitter taste, hoping he can improve the Haka's flavor just a little. Tucked in bed that night, a sudden thought strikes him as he says goodnight. He remembers learning about Gregor Mendel's experiments with pea plants in his past life. He recalls Mendel's laws of inheritance, a way to discover the patterns hidden in nature. With a determined clench of his fists, he realizes this is the path he must follow. The next day, he stands with a resolute pout. First, he must investigate the Haka's traits. He begins pulling up plants, discovering subtle differences in the roots, stems, and flowers. He taste tests each one, grimacing. Both are awful, but he must check for other variations. He carefully observes the different characteristics, like flowers that are white or yellow. He divides his field into 6 plots, carefully sorting the plants to cross-pollinate them. As this curious experiment becomes a daily routine, he becomes aware of a crucial fact. Holding a freshly picked Haka, he has a profound realization. The vegetables themselves have magic. He had been fusing his internal mana with the world's external energy, which drained him. Using his magic would leave his personal reserves completely empty. He had often wondered how his internal mana was supposed to recover. Now, with a full stomach, he feels the energy surging back into him. He had assumed it was just the passage of time, but that wasn't the whole truth. It was only after his magic secured a stable food supply that he finally understood. His internal magical power is replenished by the food he eats. It takes time to convert food to mana, which is why he hadn't noticed before. Now he knows that what he eats determines how much his magic recovers. He tests the different Haka strains and finds one that restores far more mana, a clear winner. Though he started this project to improve the taste, he decides to prioritize mana content for now. He stretches happily in his field, thrilled that every day brings a new discovery. He diligently waters his crops, one small scoop at a time. He knows his small body has its limits. There's only so much of the bitter root he can eat. He laments that he can't use a quick method like salting the earth to select the best seeds. For now, he decides not to expand his field. He's too tired to think about it. He kneels, his gaze sharpening as he stares intently at his crops. In the beginning, he had to close his eyes to achieve this level of focus. He concentrates, his small body a focal point for the energy humming in the air. He reflects that he has grown quite accustomed to this intense level of concentration. He gazes out over his secret field, a lush and thriving expanse of green. He notices a strange, faint shimmering in the air, like a heat haze rising from the plants. He squints, trying to get a better view, but he can't make out the details clearly. An idea strikes him with the force of a revelation. He will concentrate his mana into his eyes. Power flows to his eye, the world around it warping as his vision shifts. He gasps in wonder. A thin, pale blue vapor is now visibly swirling up from every plant. The ethereal blue aura flows like a gentle river through his field. He pulls one of the Haka plants from the ground with a soft pop. He is shocked to see that the blue vapor is emanating directly from the Haka itself. The blue light from the roots is leaking out and dissipating into the air. His mind races as a brilliant idea takes shape. He quickly pulls another plant from the ground, then another. He compares them side by side, and the one that restores the most mana also has the deepest blue aura. He realizes with a jolt that the aura is the magic. He confirms his theory, using his new mana sight while eating the winter strain. The new Haka has 5 to 6 times the mana, though its awful taste remains unchanged. Now 5 years old, he stands proudly in his field, ready for his next discovery. He has successfully bred a plant that can restore a great deal of mana, but it doesn't become magic immediately. Why, he wonders, is its blue aura so dense? A new thought hits him. If he can focus mana in his eyes, what about other body parts? The idea is too exciting. He must try it now, even though it's the middle of the night. He jolts upright in bed, his mind buzzing with possibilities. Until now, he had always channeled mana through his body and out his hands for earth magic. But by keeping the magic contained within himself, he feels his physical abilities heighten. He flexes his arms, feeling a surge of new strength in his limbs. He has discovered body reinforcement, magic, which makes watering the fields much easier. If he can strengthen his muscles, he wonders, can he also enhance his internal organs? He immediately begins experimenting, hoping to speed up the conversion of the Haka's magic. Leaves drift on the autumn wind. On one such day, his peaceful life of research is interrupted. His older brother, a sword at his hip, announces that he is leaving. The sound of the sword against its sheath is sharp and final. His mother, Mary, stands in the doorway, her expression worried as she bids him farewell. Her face is a mask of quiet sorrow and weary acceptance. The young man turns to her and tells her to take care. He then looks at his younger brother, telling him he is leaving the rest in his hands. The door shuts. His father, the pillar of their family, had also left on a new assignment. The truth was far harsher, he was conscripted, dragged away to fight in a war. A large-scale conflict had erupted, and many men were taken from the village. He remembers watching the conscription, his mother holding him close for protection. He had always felt that this world's agricultural technology was strangely underdeveloped. He realizes now that this constant warfare is the cause of their stagnation. In years of peace, the villagers cooperate, but during war, the land lies fallow. He recalls his father's false reassurances to a weeping Mary, promising he would return. Without this endless conflict, he thinks, the fields would flourish and life would be richer. He clenches his fists, a new, grim understanding settling in his young mind. He sees the truth of their situation. Standing in his own bountiful fields, he knows his unique magic gives him an incredible advantage. But he worries about the conscripts, farmers sent to fight. Can they truly win a war? He knows the conflict could easily reach their village, and he does not want to kill or be killed. To protect his home and family, he will need weapons and armor at the very least. And to prepare for that, more than anything else, he needs money. He calls out to his mother, Mary, who is walking home with a basket of potatoes. He watches as she barters with a neighbor, trading their haka for potatoes. He realizes with frustration that in village life, money doesn't circulate. Bartering is the only economy. To earn actual coin, he has no choice but to deal with a traveling merchant. Mary, seeing his ambition, suggests a new enterprise, making and selling sandals. She explains that the tough, dried stems of the haka can be woven into different kinds of footwear. She pulls him into a loving hug, proud that her young son is thinking so hard for the family. He agrees to her plan, but his face is grim. He knows merchants will try to buy his goods for cheap. For a poor farming family, this was a valuable way to earn precious cash. The merchant noted the impressive quantity and solid quality of the woven sandals. "All right, young man," the merchant boomed, preparing to pay for the wares. Uhloos reached out, his mind filled with visions of glittering gold and silver. A small handful of coins flew through the air towards his waiting hands. The payment landed with a soft clink in his small, outstretched palms. He stared in disbelief at the meager payment, 6 worn-out copper coins. Clenching his fist, he realized he'd never afford weapons at this rate. With a sly smile, he grabbed the merchant, proposing he had an idea. A few days later, Uhloos had successfully extracted valuable market information. He stood before his secret workshop, ready to put his new plan into action. The key to his new venture lay in a row of prepared wooden logs. His mind was set on a new goal, cultivating valuable mana mushrooms. He had excitedly asked the merchant if mana recovery potions truly existed. The merchant had confirmed it, presenting him with a real mana mushroom. Uhloos stared with confusion as the merchant explained the mushroom's rarity. A bead of sweat ran down his face as he recognized the mundane fungus. He pointed out that this legendary ingredient was just a common shiitake mushroom. He recalled the mushroom's life cycle from his past life's knowledge. It was just like a shiitake growing kits he had used before. He knew that if it was a shiitake, he could definitely cultivate it. He eagerly brought a large bundle of logs to the surprised merchant. The space behind his shed had the perfect humidity for mushroom cultivation. He knew that if someone else commercialized this idea first, it would be bad. All his hard work and planning would be for nothing. He theorized a mana mushroom must contain a large amount of magic. Since it grew on wood, it must absorb the wood's own magical energy. A brilliant idea struck him. He could supply the magical power himself. He decided to experiment by varying the amount of mana in each log. During the day, he diligently tended to his family's haka fields. At sunset, he would slip away to infuse the logs with his magic. By night, he and his mother Mary worked together weaving sandals. After some time, he returned to check on his experiment and saw growth. He was overjoyed to find 3 perfect mushrooms sprouting from a log. He quickly realized, however, that 3 mushrooms were not nearly enough. Their small home was already overflowing, with no space for a larger operation. He resolved that he needed a dedicated building for storage and cultivation. If magic could shape the earth for fields, it could surely build a house. He stood in a clearing and declared his new challenge: architecture magic. He knelt, confident that this was not a reckless endeavor. The land here was rich with the raw materials he needed: earth and stone. He knew that creating something from nothing was a difficult magical principle. As a test, he gathered his mana and formed a small stone bullet. He fired the projectile, which embedded itself in a tree with great force. The spell worked, but he sensed a significant problem with it. His affinity was with earth, and using existing materials was more efficient. He let out a frustrated sigh, feeling the limits of his power. The single stone bullet had consumed a surprising amount of his mana. He grumbled, wondering why he was unable to use any magic besides earth. His attempt to transmute the soil into metal had failed completely. Still, he felt a surge of energy, ready to attempt his grand project. Wisps of powerful mana began to swirl around his small frame. He placed his hands firmly on the ground, ready to shape the earth. Suddenly, a sharp, blinding pain shot through his entire body. His eyes flew wide with shock and agony as his vision fractured. The world went dark as unconsciousness claimed him. His small body collapsed backward, falling limp onto the forest floor. His hand lay motionless on the very earth he had tried to command. He slowly opened his eyes, consciousness returning in a hazy fog. His mother and siblings looked down at him, their faces etched with worry. He lay in bed, dazed, as his mother cradled his head. He recalled the crushing headache before he was bedridden for 2 long days. He had suffered from acute mana deficiency syndrome from overexertion. Mary scolded him for being so reckless, even if he could use magic. He now understood the vital link between his body and his magical power. He was just relieved his life functions hadn't ceased when his mana ran out. He returned to the site, believing the failure was a meaningful lesson. The crater was small. He was puzzled why it had drained him so completely. Then, a flash of insight. It was about surface area versus volume. Tilling his 10 by 10 field meant affecting a surface area of 100. Creating a 10 by 10 by 10 building meant affecting a volume of 1,000. He realized his plan was 10 times too costly. He would give up for now. He changed his approach, placing his hands on the ground once more. A single, perfectly formed earthen brick materialized before him. Surrounded by a growing pile, he knew his architecture magic was a success. His first creation was a crude shed, but it was a proud beginning. He noted that his repertoire of earth magic was systematically expanding. Walking through his village, he felt that something was still missing. The old stone walls were beautiful, but inefficient compared to his fields. He looked out over his own magically tilled land, which flourished uniquely. He couldn't quite put his finger on why his fields were so superior. Still, his thriving farm was a special, secret source of great pride. He had used magic to clear the land and prepare the perfect soil. He now had magic for tilling, body reinforcement, and making bricks. He admitted to himself that field tilling magic was a clumsy name. He mused that he never used an incantation, as it wasn't necessary. But a new theory took hold, and he knelt to test it. He spoke the word soil improvement aloud, feeling the magic stir. The spell activated with a soft pop, confirming his suspicion. He repeated the incantation, watching the effect take hold again. He realized this was how magic could be activated through chanting. A perfect 10-meter square plot of land was instantly tilled before him. He stared in stunned silence at the result of his experiment. The spell had activated instantly, without him even forming a mental image. He threw his arms up in triumph. He had created his first original spell. He breathed out, realizing the effect of this discovery was immense. He knew chantless magic was tiring, requiring intense mental focus. But with an incantation, the magic activated with incredible ease. The soil improvement spell worked perfectly and consistently. He noted the affected area was always a precise 10-meter square. He stands before his magical field, realizing chanted spells have a fixed, consistent size. Chantless magic is flexible, but incantations create a stable effect, a fact he now understands. He wonders how this happened, realizing he must have been muttering the words unconsciously. With this new insight, he declares that a new experiment will now begin. He relentlessly practices a new incantation, brick generate, making it a constant mantra. He even chants in his sleep, creating a brick beside his very annoyed older brother. For several months, he dedicates himself to this single-minded, repetitive magical practice. He continues to mutter the simple phrase until it becomes a part of him. Finally, he unleashes the spell, and a perfect, solid brick materializes from his magic. He cheers, having successfully scripted a spell to create identical bricks on command. His mind connects this to a past life memory, the principle of Pavlov's dog. He understands that, like the dog's response, magic can be triggered by conditioning. He smiles proudly, holding his creation, having discovered a new law of magic. He is thrilled to have mastered the new technique he calls incantation chanting. This constant muttering, however, earns him some unnerved stares from the other villagers. His tireless efforts result in a towering, almost unbelievable mountain of stacked bricks. His mother, Mary, sighs in exasperation at the sight of the massive brick pile. She muses aloud that at least if they were plates, they'd be useful. Mary's simple words give her son a brilliant and transformative new idea. He thinks to himself that if he can create bricks, then surely he can do more. He envisions a new product, a simple rice bowl from his previous life. He soon presents his mother with a new set of improved, magically crafted earthenware. Mary is delighted, telling him how lovely the fine new plates are. She says he has made more than enough, but he is just getting started. Her praise fills him with determination to create something even more impressive. He decides to shift from quantity to quality, imagining a white teacup for her. Mary is amazed by the gift, having never seen such pure white tableware. Uhulus is happy she likes it. Feeling magic gives him precise control over materials. He vows to create even more luxurious items to bring his mother joy. He presents another cup, this one with a flower, earning her heartfelt thanks. He blushes, forced to admit to himself that his drawing skills are lacking. He decides to try making something other than porcelain, recalling a simple luxury. He concentrates, and a new product materializes, a clear, sparkling drinking glass. He admires the transparent cylinder, with its perfect thickness and satisfying weight. He smiles, proud of his successful creation, a simple joy now made real. And so, he began to create many new things the village had never seen. His inventory grew to include valuable manna mushrooms and expertly woven haka sandals. Despite his efforts, his first major sale only nets him 14 copper coins. He approaches the merchant with a confident smile, saying he has something to discuss. He excitedly presents his new tableware, declaring it a wonderful business opportunity. The merchant seems confused, saying he wants to buy the bricks the boy makes. He asks about the new house he saw, assuming the bricks are for that. Uhulus casually confirms he made all the bricks himself, stunning the merchant speechless. The merchant realizes the small, sturdy building behind the house is a brick shed. Uhulus eagerly pushes his new tableware, calling it a great product to purchase. The merchant insists he wants the bricks now, and the tableware some other time. Uhulus grabs him, his face intense, insisting that he absolutely won't regret it. The merchant nervously agrees, overwhelmed by the small boy's intimidating presence. He inspects the collection of plates and glasses, amazed by their incredible quality. He asks how Uhulus made them, but the boy cheekily replies that it's a secret. The merchant tosses a small handful of coins into Uhulus's hands as payment. He decides he will buy the rare tableware along with the bricks after all. Uhulus stares in disbelief at the paltry 5 copper coins, the price unchanged. Enraged, he grabs the merchant's arm, his small hand surprisingly strong. He accuses the man of trying to cheat him just because he is a child. The merchant insists it's a fair price, so Uhlus demands to know why. The merchant explains his customers are poor villagers who can't afford such things. Uhlus glares with distrust, realizing no one here will pay for quality goods. The merchant tells him it's a shame, but this is the reality of business. He explains that even a wonderful product won't sell without the right market. Uhlus thinks of modern marketing, of creating demand among the wealthy elite. He realizes he needs a way to advertise to get a noble family's endorsement. But he has no connections, and his grand plan for luxury goods has failed. The merchant tells him not to be disappointed, as the brick market is hot. Uhlus puffs his cheeks, determined to fulfill the merchant's next big order. The merchant declares he will pay 10 times the current price for the next shipment. Uhlus works tirelessly, producing a veritable city of bricks for the merchant's return. He waits for the merchant, who finally arrives, calling out to the boy. The merchant is amazed that he prepared the exact number of bricks they agreed upon. He gives a thumbs up, saying he brought strong help for their long partnership. From behind the cart, a massive, reptilian head appears with a low rumble. Uhlus and the merchant stand before the creature, its sheer size overwhelming them. A magnificent, white-scale dragon is harnessed to the massive, waiting wooden cart. The dragon lets out a roar, its huge head looming over the startled Uhlus. The merchant asks if this is Uhlus' first time seeing a riding dragon. Uhlus is intrigued, learning from the merchant that this is a type of familiar. The merchant explains that familiars are born from eggs, unlike the true dragons of legend. They're creatures raised from eggs that absorb their master's mana while growing. The final form of a familiar is determined by the person who raises it. These valuable and unique familiars are used for various purposes, like heavy transport. With the last of the bricks loaded, the powerful dragon stands ready to depart. The merchant explains that brave riding dragons are popular for their overwhelming power. Other types, like bird-like familiars that can fly, are also in high demand. Uhlus asks if familiars are expensive, and the merchant confirms that they are. Uhlus considers his options, wanting a more stable product to sell than bricks. He reasons that if he gets a lucky hatch, the profit will be enormous. His eyes gleam with a new, all-consuming desire to raise a familiar egg. He begs the merchant to bring him an egg on his next visit. The price is astronomical, costing him every single coin he has just earned. Just as the merchant prepares to leave, a figure approaches through the trees. Uhlus and his mother turn as the familiar figure comes into view. It is his father, Ashura, returned safely from the war, a sword at his side. Uhlus is overjoyed, and his father playfully pinches his smiling cheeks. His father waves goodbye to a friend, who praises his deeds in the war. The family is finally reunited, a happy portrait of a father, mother, and son. Mary suggests they celebrate by buying something delicious from the merchant. She asks Uhlus for the money, but he panics, saying it's all gone. Mary is confused, wondering where all their hard-earned money could have gone. A flashback shows a 3-year-old Uhlus asking to cultivate his own haka. Mary had been skeptical then, thinking the work too hard for such a small child. A young boy's face flushes, his eyes wide with a fierce and adorable determination. His mother, Mary, smiles warmly, her own cheeks blushing with pride at his spirit. She looks out in utter disbelief at a vast, perfectly tilled field. Her husband, Ashura, joins her, equally stunned by the sight of their tiny son working. The boy proudly holds up a massive haka root, asking if their son isn't amazing. That night, Mary's thoughts are filled with a single, bewildered question. At age 5, he declares his intention to earn money to secure their family's future. His secret projects included negotiating with merchants and cultivating valuable mana mushrooms on logs. Mary's expression is one of shock and worry as she learns the extent of his ventures. She remembers finding him collapse from exhaustion after building a storage shed all by himself. She recalls her absolute delight at the beautiful, pure white tableware he gifted her. He had beamed with pride, though she wondered how he was capable of such incredible feats. Now, in the present, she wonders what on earth her precocious son is planning. He holds a familiar egg, looking sheepish as his mother scolds him for his extravagant purchase. He tries to argue that the egg is an investment that will grow their money. She lectures him about the risks, calling it a gamble and warning him of scams. His father, Ashura, reminds him that he was saving money for the future, but the boy protests that it's his money, but his mother's face darkens with terrifying anger. She furiously reminds him the money wasn't just his, it was from everyone's hard work. Pointing a finger, she forbids him from making any more purchases without her permission. His father, holding his sister, tells him to properly reflect on his foolishness. The boy thinks that his mother, though beautiful, is truly terrifying when she's angry. Despite the scolding, his focus is now entirely on the precious egg he has acquired. He resolves to take full responsibility for his ventures, from production to sales. He proudly shows off the egg, now safe within a net pouch woven from haka stems. He sits by his shed, pondering the difficulty of hatching a familiar all on his own. A sudden idea strikes him, and his eyes widen in a flash of brilliant insight. He holds the smooth egg, wondering if he can actively infuse it with his own mana. He senses the faint, nascent magical life force stirring within the shell. Closing his eyes, he begins a new daily ritual, carefully pouring his power into the egg. He observes that the egg has absorbed his magic, its faint blue aura growing deeper. He watches the egg in its basket, encouraging it to properly absorb his power. Each day, he holds the egg close, a silent communion between creator and creation. This became his routine, checking on the egg's progress every single day. Sitting outside his shed, he decides it's time to build a proper secret hideout. He reflects on the harsh customs of this world, where the eldest son inherits everything. He hated that system. It felt like he would be treated as a child forever. This is why he saved money, to buy weapons and secure his own independence. Younger sons must either serve their brother or strike out entirely on their own. With new resolve, he decides he must prepare for a future of his own making. Declaring he must strike while the iron is hot, he sets off immediately. He leaves his small family home, venturing out into the wider world beyond. He walks toward the edge of the village, a small settlement carved from the forest. His village was created long ago, by felling trees in a time of peace. Beyond the simple fence lies the vast, untamed wilderness of the deep forest. The village has struggled just to maintain its current size, unable to expand further. A vast, unclaimed forest stretches before him, a land of endless opportunity. He smiles, knowing the land outside the village belongs to whoever develops it first. He steps into the woods, ready to begin the next phase of his grand plan. In a sun-dappled clearing, he wonders where he should build his new home. He activates his body reinforcement magic, his body glowing as he prepares to work. This method will save him a great deal of labor in felling the massive trees. He crouches, focusing his earth magic on the roots deep beneath the soil. The ground trembles as his magic surges, severing the ancient tree's anchor. The roots can no longer support the immense weight of the towering tree above. With a great groan, the tree crashes to the ground, felled with surgical precision. He smiles in satisfaction, planning to clear the other trees in the same way. He methodically uproots all the trees that obstruct his chosen construction site. He then uses his land preparation spell to level a 10-meter square area. Repeating the spell, he quickly secures a large, flat plot of land for himself. Now, instead of just piling up bricks for a shed, he has a grander plan. He wishes for a spell to create a building instantly, but recalls his past failure. He wonders if he even needs a house, but then a crucial realization strikes him. He remembers his theory. Mana cost is tied to surface area, not volume. He will use his perfected brick generation as a base and build upon it wall by wall. He visualizes the bricks being fixed in place by a magical mortar, assembling themselves. His mind's eye focuses on the final image, the completed structure taking form. The thousands of bricks rise, swirling into a single, cohesive image of a wall. The result is a simple, blocky building, what one might call tofu architecture. He notes that he will have to add the door and ceiling manually later. And so, he succeeded in building his secret hideout deep within the forest. Back in his new sanctuary, the familiar egg begins to pulse with a powerful light. His mother calls to him from the doorway, telling him it's time to go. He muses that the egg has grown large, its mana deep blue. It must be ready. He leaps up with a bright smile, telling his mother he's coming, as he's turning 6. When a child turns 6, a baptismal ceremony is held at the village's only church. Today is that day, and a small crowd of about 10 people has gathered inside. He fidgets nervously beside his mother, soaking in the solemn atmosphere of the church. The priest, Paolo, announces that the rite of bestowal within the ceremony will now begin. The boy is thrilled. This is when he will finally gain the ability to use life magic. The priest begins his sermon, speaking of a time when humans hid from monsters. But with magic, humanity's range of action expanded, allowing them to thrive. Unable to defeat monsters alone, humans worked together to expand and prosper. The driving force behind this great leap for mankind was the power of magic. The boy's eyes sparkle with anticipation as the priest prepares for the rite of bestowal. The priest explains that through this ceremony, residents will gain the ability to use life magic. A diagram illustrates the system. The Lord protects, the church gains followers, and the people get magic. He is led to a table where the priest explains the system is designed to benefit everyone. The priest clarifies this magic is only to be used to enrich people's lives. He asks the boy to swear that he will not misuse this power, and the boy agrees. The boy looks at the heavy book, wondering if it's made of valuable parchment. The priest opens the ornate tome, and the boy is impressed by its craftsmanship. He wonders if this is some kind of dictionary, perhaps a book of names. The priest, Paolo, begins the naming for the third child of Ashura and Mary. He bestows the name Uhulus, telling him to live a life of diligence and purity. As the priest raises his hand, Uhulus wonders where the preparatory magic is. He realizes with a start that the power is gathering in the priest's palm. Aluza's eyes widen in shock as he perceives the immense concentration of magical energy. He can feel the mana focusing in the priest's hand, a torrent of raw power. A complex, glowing magic formation materializes, a profound and world-altering revelation. His eyes widened in shock at the glowing, intricate magic formation. In a flash, he activated his self-developed memory retention spell. This unique magic was born from his intense, analytical curiosity. He recalled the priest's ceremony, committing every detail to memory. He felt a wave of new information being directly inputted into his mind. In this way, he officially obtained the basic life magics. He tested the first spell, a simple illumination incantation. He realized its power and duration were standardized for everyone. This meant he couldn't enhance the spells, much to his disappointment. He sighed, realizing he'd have to find another way forward. For now, he decided to put the mystery of magic aside. This was a thrilling glimpse into the deeper secrets of magic. But his attempts to decipher the runes only led to sleepless nights. He lamented that he couldn't even read the ancient letters yet. He could barely write his own name when a sharp sound interrupted. His eyes shot towards a familiar egg, which was finally cracking. His heart pounded as he wondered what creature would emerge. He watched with a blush of pure, unadulterated anticipation. A piece of the smooth, white shell finally popped free. The process was agonizingly slow, stretching his patience thin. He worriedly considered helping, but decided against interfering. With a final, explosive crack, the shell shattered completely. He stared in awe as a small, white form emerged. It had a long, silky mane and 2 delicate antlers. The newborn sat amidst the broken shell, impossibly beautiful. It stood on wobbly legs, resembling a tiny, noble foal. He imagined it growing large enough to carry goods for him. To his surprise, the creature began munching on its own shell. He wondered if eating the shell was safe for the newborn. This raised the crucial question of what its diet would be. He remembered that familiars' diets varied based on their hatching. As a poor farmer, providing meat would have been impossible. The thought of feeding a carnivore filled him with dread. A new sound of crunching and munching caught his attention. The familiar was happily grazing on his cultivated haka plants. He was immensely relieved to discover it was an herbivore. His specially grown haka would provide a steady food source. With the food crisis averted, he told it to eat its fill. The small creature looked up at him with intelligent eyes. It then trotted over and began nuzzling affectionately against him. With a gentle push, it climbed right into his lap. Curled up in his lap, the creature promptly fell asleep. A mere 10 days passed in a blur of peaceful companionship. In that short time, it grew into a magnificent beast. He knew this powerful, beautiful creature would be very valuable. He decided it was time to bestow a proper name upon it. He would perform a special naming rite based on the priests. He planned to grant it the ability to create its own water. This gift of self-sufficiency would be incredibly useful for it. Now all he needed was to think of the perfect name. He grimaced, admitting to himself that he lacked naming sense. He cycled through mythological names from his previous life. His mind raced in a frantic game of word association. Then, a spark of inspiration finally struck him. He would name it Valkyrie, after the warrior goddesses of myth. The creature let out a happy cry, as if in approval. He smiled, realizing it might understand him to some degree. With the name chosen, he declared the naming ceremony would begin. He closed his eyes, gathering his mana with practiced ease. He stood before his partner, concentrating his immense power. With a gesture, he began to shape this swirling magical energy. Sweat beaded on his brow from the incredible mental strain. He carefully wove the complex threads of the magical formation. He projected the formation, a perfect replica of the priests. The effort was immense, pushing him to his absolute limit. He panted heavily, the magical exertion taking a physical toll. He pointed at his familiar, the glowing circle between them. "I did it," he gasped, his body trembling with exhaustion. He extended his hand, beginning the final act of naming. He declared with finality, "Your name is Valkyrie." The magic circle flared with a brilliant, final flash of light. The ritual was complete, leaving him utterly drained of energy. His legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The magical burden had been far greater than he anticipated. He looked at his partner, knowing he couldn't afford to fail. He encouraged her to try out her newly bestowed magic. She intelligently moved outside, away from the flammable workshop. She effortlessly conjured a perfect sphere of pure drinking water. Next, she created a small, controlled flame with kindle. "Wow!" he exclaimed as she cast a brilliant illumination. He jumped for joy, thrilled that his gambit had succeeded. He sat down to ponder, but a new mystery soon appeared. He watched with a puzzled expression as Valkyrie continued. A perfectly formed brick materialized and fell to the ground. Valkyrie stood calmly beside the brick she had just created. He was struck by a shocking, world-altering realization. She could use his original spells like brick generation. Valkyrie played happily, unaware of the paradigm she had shattered. He wondered how she could possibly use magic he invented. A new idea struck him, and he began another experiment. He created a simple bowl using his flexible, chantless magic. He then asked his partner if she could replicate the feat. As he suspected, she could not, and the truth became clear. Valkyrie could only use the magic for which he'd made an incantation. His own chantless magic was flexible, its size variable. Her version, however, was fixed to a 10-meter square. The naming rite was a customizable system, not a divine blessing. He wondered about the implications of selling this unique familiar. He decided there was something he needed to confirm first. He asked Teres if he'd ever heard of a familiar using magic. Uhulus stands before stacks of bricks as Teres the merchant looks on. Panel. Uhulus thinks with his arms crossed, while Teres looks at him curiously. Panel. Teres expresses his excitement and approval upon hearing the familiar has hatched. Panel. Teres grabs Uhulus, his face close and eyes wide with manic excitement. Panel. Uhulus looks flustered, trying to push the overly eager Teres away. Panel. Teres looks up, blushing in awe as the magnificent familiar is revealed. Panel. The beautiful, white, antlered familiar looks down at the captivated Teres. Panel. Teres gestures grandly, praising the familiar's appearance as Uhulus looks relieved. Panel. Teres is shocked and angry when Uhulus says Valkyrie is not for sale. Panel. Uhulus smiles fondly, explaining he wants to keep the familiar he loves. Uhulus sweats slightly, admitting his true interest is in magic. Panel. Uhulus explains his reasoning for keeping the majestic Valkyrie beside him. Panel. Uhulus affectionately nuzzles Valkyrie, explaining her usefulness as a partner. Panel. The merchant Teres proposes a business deal to a listening Uhulus. Panel. A basket is shown, filled with several large familiar eggs. Panel. Teres smiles, explaining the terms of their exclusive business contract. Panel. Uhulus accepts an egg, agreeing to hatch and raise the familiars. Panel. Teres explains the deal, while Uhulus clarifies the exclusive terms. Panel. Uhulus thoughtfully considers the deal as Teres gives a thumbs up. Panel. Uhulus confidently presents his own terms, shocking the merchant Teres. Uhulus confidently lists the terms of his business deal to the merchant. Panel. Uhulus reflects on securing a stable supply of familiar eggs for his future. Panel. Uhulus raises his fist, declaring his determination to succeed with his familiar business. Panel. Uhulus and Valkyrie look at a basket of eggs, preparing to incubate them. Panel. Uhulus reaches for the eggs, but Valkyrie gently nudges his hand away. Panel. Uhulus panics, thinking Valkyrie is about to knock over the basket of eggs. Panel. Uhulus flails in panic, shouting Valkyrie's name and fearing the eggs are broken. Panel. Valkyrie lies down, carefully curling her body around the unharmed basket of eggs. Panel. Uhulus crouches down, asking Valkyrie if she intends to raise the eggs. Panel. A close-up of Valkyrie gently nudging one of the eggs with her nose. A hand reaches towards a nest of sparkling, magical eggs. Panel. Uhulus has a sudden realization about how the eggs grow. Panel. Uhulus explains to Valkyrie that a familiar's form depends on mana. Panel. 3 eggs in a nest sparkle, having received magical energy. Panel. Valkyrie looks down with a sad and dejected expression. Panel. Uhulus smiles and decides to entrust 3 of the eggs to Valkyrie. Panel. Valkyrie looks up, determined and happy to accept the task. Panel. Uhulus smiles warmly, touched by his familiar's earnest response. Panel. A flashback shows a young boy from behind, looking down sadly. Panel. The flashback continues, showing a small puppy sleeping in a box. A silhouetted parent sternly asks about the responsibility of raising a pet. Panel. Hands reach out as a child makes a promise to care for a pet. Panel. A montage shows a happy dog, food, toys, and medical supplies. Panel. Uhulus smiles fondly, realizing his parents' word from the past were correct. Panel. A black panel states that caring for a living thing is a great responsibility. Panel. Uhulus is surrounded by 5 newly hatched, energetic Valkyries nuzzling him. Panel. Uhulus wonders why the 5 new familiars look identical to his first Valkyrie. Panel. The view shows several large baskets filled to the brim with food. Panel. Uhulus resolves to clear more forest to create fields to feed his familiars. Panel. Uhulus raises his fist, enthusiastically leading his herd of Valkyries forward. Sunlight streams through the dense canopy of a forest. Panel. Aluza's hands hover just above the ground, preparing to cast magic. Panel. Uhulus sits on a root, concentrating on softening the earth. Panel. The ground churns and levels itself as Uhulus looks on, surprised. Panel. The earth is tilled into neat rows, much to Aluza's shock. Panel. Uhulus looks completely flustered, stammering and waving his hand dismissively. Panel. Uhulus questions how familiars can use magic without being taught. Panel. The 5 Valkyries cast magic, tilling the land around a stunned Uhulus. Panel. A Valkyrie nuzzles Uhulus as he panics over their magical abilities. Panel. Uhulus has a sudden, wide-eyed realization about expanding his fields. Uhulus visualizes a domed stadium as a unit of measurement. Panel. Uhulus smiles faintly as he gazes at the vast field before him. Panel. Uhulus and Valkyrie stand together before an immense, newly cleared field. Panel. Uhulus thinks to himself about the massive scale of the forest clearing. Panel. From Aluza's perspective, several Valkyries graze across the enormous, sunlit field. Panel. Uhulus looks concerned, recalling past life worries about environmental destruction. Panel. Uhulus cheerfully decides he needs an even bigger ranch for the Valkyries. Panel. Uhulus realizes the large territory makes travel to his distant house difficult. Panel. Uhulus turns to Valkyrie with a bright smile, asking to ride her. Panel. A close-up shows a leather saddle and a metal stirrup. A brick building is shown at night under a bright full moon. Panel. Uhulus thoughtfully considers his brother's point about using familiars for carts. Panel. Uhulus clenches his fist, showing his strong resolve to learn riding skills. Panel. With a determined expression, Uhulus thinks about the strategic advantage of cavalry. Panel. Valkyrie stands majestically, representing the immense advantage Uhulus seeks in battle. Panel. A close-up shows Valkyrie wearing a simple bridle made from haka rope. Panel. Uhulus awkwardly pats Valkyrie's neck as he prepares to mount her bareback. Panel. Uhulus sits atop Valkyrie, determined to ride her for the first time. Panel. An image shows a properly equipped rider on a normal horse for comparison. Panel. Valkyrie's hooves begin to move as Uhulus finds riding her surprisingly easy. Uhulus confidently reassures Valkyrie while riding her. Panel. The family home is shown as narration continues. Panel. Uhulus has a look of pure shock and horror. Panel. Uhulus stumbles away, clutching his body in extreme muscle pain. Panel. Uhulus is shown riding Valkyrie, gripping her tightly with his legs. Panel. Collapsed in pain, Uhulus glares with a determined expression. Panel. The house is shown at night under a crescent moon. Panel. Aluza's older brother asks what he mutters before sleeping. Panel. In a flashback, Mary holds her children as Uhulus explains his magic. Panel. Uhulus looks serious as he explains his magical theory. An abstract background with sparkles represents a magical realization. Panel. Uhulus realizes incantations create consistent, repeatable magical effects. Panel. A close-up diagram shows a square of land being tilled by magic. Panel. Uhulus explains his body reinforcement spell has a long-lasting effect. Panel. Uhulus recalls accidentally breaking a wall in his sleep with magic. Panel. Uhulus lies in bed, planning a long-lasting recovery spell. Panel. Uhulus sleeps peacefully while casting a spell on himself. Panel. A close-up of Aluza's hand glowing with magic as he awakens. Panel. Uhulus wakes up feeling completely refreshed and free of muscle pain. Panel. His sleeping brother frowns, disturbed by Aluza's happy muttering. Having mastered the recovery spell, I could now train my familiars without fear. The merchant Terry's arrived to find a whole herd of magnificent, fully grown Valkyries. He stammered in disbelief, having only brought a few more eggs with him. Terry's noted their growth was unnaturally fast compared to the usual month-long incubation. I realized my unique method of mana infusion must be the cause of their rapid development. Terry's mused that while they could be sold, he had no immediate buyers in mind. A sly smile crossed his face as he admitted he had a different plan this time. He declared with a wink that they would give the priceless creatures away for free. I exploded in anger, demanding to know what the point of all our work was. Terry's calmed me, explaining his grand idea was to present them as a tribute. They would be a gift for the powerful nobles who ruled over the entire territory. He explained that a simple peddler like him needed the nobles' trust to sell valuable goods. I understood. It was difficult for a newcomer to break into their exclusive market. Terry's lamented that this was why my beautiful, magically crafted tableware had not sold. He lacked the connections and credibility to even get an audience with the aristocracy. But offering a tribute of this magnitude, he said, would change everything. I knew a rideable familiar was a priceless strategic asset in these times of war. Terry's grinned, convinced this would forge a powerful connection with the ruling family. He was ecstatic, declaring this the greatest opportunity of his entire life as a merchant. To advance in this world, he explained, the familiars were their key. I asked what he meant, and he said we could not ignore the nobles in our business. He warned that selling a strategic asset to their enemies would mean death for us all. With that grim reality established, he declared it was time to go meet them. I insisted that my father, Ashura, must come along as my official guardian. And so, for the very first time in my new life, I left my village. The bustling city streets were a dazzling sight, and I stared in wide-eyed wonder. Terry's pointed to a grand estate on a hill, the home of the ruling nobles. The 3-day journey had been long, our cart pulled by the magnificent Valkyries. The city was a whirlwind of activity, and Terry's warned me not to get lost. We passed a massive construction site, the reason for the high demand for bricks. Terry's explained they were expanding the city walls and were desperately short on materials. He seemed to be thinking about our own brick-making business back home. I realized that if bricks had to be shipped from afar, our local production was a huge advantage. This made our upcoming negotiation with the noble even more critically important. A stern man with an impeccable mustache introduced himself as Raymond, head of the Fontana family. We knelt before him in the courtyard, a formal and intimidating audience. I had expected a simple visit, but this was far more serious than I imagined. Raymond stated that a lord had no need to meet peasants, but acknowledged the familiars were rideable. Terry's quietly reminded me to show proper deference and keep my head bowed. He then began his practice pitch, offering the familiars as a show of loyalty. Lord Raymond's cold gaze fell on me, noting that one of our party was a child. Terry's quickly introduced me as the one who had raised the familiars. Raymond asked if we could produce more, and I confirmed we could, naming the breed Valkyrie. I formally requested permission for the production and sale of this new breed. I made sure to clarify that my own partner, the original Valkyrie, was not for sale. After a moment, Lord Raymond agreed, stating he would issue a permit for our venture. Terry's and I exchanged a look of relief. The first step was a success. It seemed our business deal was concluded and our ambitions would be realized. But Lord Raymond was not finished. He held a handkerchief to his lips and said, however, he declared that these magnificent creatures might be completely useless in battle. Terry's was taken aback, asking what the Lord could possibly mean by that. Raymond turned his back, gesturing to the Valkyrie's large, branching antlers. He called for a retainer, his voice sharp and dismissive. I listened in horror as he gave the cold, simple command to cut off their horns. A man stepped forward with a large saw as my brother cried out in protest. A blade flashed through the air with incredible speed. My brother shouted my name in alarm, thinking the worst was about to happen. But it was Lord Raymond's own sword, stopping his retainer with a furious rebuke. I clenched my fist so hard my knuckles turned white, a cold rage building within me. The image of the saw blade was seared into my mind. I glared at the Lord, furious that he could so casually threaten my creations. Later that evening, we returned to the quiet solitude of our inn. The tension of the day's events finally broke. I sat on my bed, trembling with a rage I could barely contain. I stared at my own hands, still shaking from the encounter. I imagined the horror of having a part of yourself forcibly cut away. I knew the Valkyries would have endured it without a sound, just like in my memory. A painful vision from my past life surfaced. A guide dog stoically bearing a burn. These creatures were loyal partners, deserving of respect, not mindless cruelty. I realized with a profound certainty that my familiars were the same. Tears of frustration and rage streamed down my face, my composure finally breaking. My father entered, telling me to calm down before I made myself sick. He said he was less worried about my anger and more about the Valkyrie survival. I was shocked by his cold pragmatism, unable to see past the insult. But he was right. I had to investigate the effects of dehorning to protect our future. I looked at my father, his calm demeanor a source of unexpected strength. His pragmatism wasn't a lack of feeling. It was a lifetime of hard-won wisdom. He may be an uneducated farmer, but his mind was sharp and observant. He knew my rapid success had made me a target in our own village. The other villagers were jealous, and the chief was even plotting to seize my land. To protect me, my father had gone directly to the Fontana family to plead our case. He had leveraged our Valkyrie production to secure our land and lessen our tax burden. His masterful negotiation had won us not just a permit, but official land rights. My father placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. He smiled, suggesting we go into the city to buy supplies and look around. A wave of gratitude washed over me. I was lucky to have such a father. I agreed, a genuine happiness of finally breaking through the anger and fear. We walked through the bustling streets of the capital city. I noted the lack of wooden houses, and my brother explained it was a fire precaution. It was a simple, practical reason that made perfect sense. The buildings also had few windows, since illumination magic made them unnecessary. I mused that the basic life magic granted by the Lord shaped their entire civilization. The Lord's divine protection was a far more influential force than I had realized. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. I wondered if this divine protection was truly a power related to a god. A new idea sparked in my mind, creating window glass, a revolutionary new product. My mind raced with the possibilities of mass production, just like with my bricks. My brother laughed at my sudden enthusiasm, while Terry's just shook his head in amusement. Terry's thoughts turned serious as he reflected on how much my work had changed our village. He remembered the recent past, a time of famine and hardship that I had ended. The merchant Terry's recalls the grim years of famine that ravaged the land. For years, people died as the earth grew barren and desolate. Amidst the suffering, he first encountered a certain kind of food. It was the haka, a root vegetable with a notoriously awful taste. But the haka he ate on that one fateful day was different. It was a hardy plant that could grow anywhere, but was barely edible. It wasn't just unpleasant. It was a taste that was truly terrible. Yet it was large and crunchy, providing a substantial, filling meal. As pickled haka, it was the only food to last the winter. Unfortunately, the traditional haka was known to grow incredibly slowly. But this new strain was different. It was large, crisp, and satisfying. He knew this miraculous vegetable could drastically reduce the number of starving people. He had heard rumors of an improved strain being cultivated in the region. He was shocked to find it growing in a village near the forest. In recent memory, all the other villages had been dark and depressing. But this village was thriving, a world away from the surrounding hunger. A woman called out, welcoming the traveling merchant to their prosperous home. He took note of the finely crafted woven sandals she wore. A small boy, Uhulus, then presented a huge basket of them for sale. He was a very young child, not yet old enough for his baptism. The boy's mind was incredibly sharp, unlike any farmer Terry's had met. He relentlessly questioned Terry's, seeking information on what else he could sell. Terry's began buying large quantities of both the sandals and the haka. He encouraged the skeptical local farmers to start cultivating the new strain. He decided it was about time to go and check on the boy again. He became a regular visitor, fascinated by the strange, brilliant child. Each time they met, Uhulus would grill him with questions for an hour. A few years later, the boy began selling things other than sandals. Terry's was utterly shocked by the next product the boy offered him. The boy proudly presented him with a bowl of valuable manna mushrooms. They were a rare ingredient that could be sold for a high price. But Terry's knew it was far too dangerous for a child to be in the forest. He warned Uhulus to wait until he was older before venturing out again. Uhulus just smiled and confidently told him that he would be fine. The boy's self-assurance was absolute and deeply unsettling. Terry's had known many young men who died after saying those same words. To keep him safe, he offered to buy bricks from the boy instead. He was amazed to find every single brick was of perfect, uniform quality. They even came with unique, special properties he'd never seen before. More importantly, Uhulus announced proudly, "I made some new tableware." Terry's was stunned by the magnificent collection of plates, glasses, and cups. "This is incredible," he thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. He demanded to know how the boy had crafted such wonderful things. Uhulus just smiled mischievously and told him it was a secret. As Terry's examined the fine goods, he began to suspect the boy's identity. He came to the only logical conclusion: the boy must be of noble birth. He was absolutely certain of it. There was no other explanation. The tableware had to be a priceless family heirloom, he reasoned. Perhaps Uhulus was the last scion of a fallen noble house. The merchant was completely captivated by his grand, romantic theory. His association with the boy continued even after his baptismal ceremony. Terry's was deeply impressed by Uhulus's constant drive for self-improvement. Even while selling his other goods, he was always developing something new. He once asked the boy why he was so driven to earn money. The boy's expression turned serious as he prepared to answer. He needed weapons, he explained gravely, because he was going to war. Terry's was shocked by his grim and unexpected answer. He believed Uhulus wanted to restore his fallen house through military glory. What a romantic notion. Perhaps his parents weren't even his real parents. Maybe he was raising the child of a noble who had fled into hiding. Regardless, Terry's was certain this boy was destined to become a great man. When Uhulus grew up and returned to the nobility, Terry's had to be ready. He vowed to provide the boy with whatever funds he needed until then. "Hey, Uncle Peddler." Uhulus's voice suddenly broke through his daydream. The boy asked if he wasn't going to go shopping with them. Terry's agreed, remembering that Uhulus's father was waiting for them to leave. He smiled, filled with a renewed sense of purpose and excitement. His life, he realized with a start, now revolved entirely around this boy. He vowed to follow him anywhere, to the very ends of the earth. The familiar rumble of a cart announced their arrival back at the village. From atop the cart, Mary called out to her husband and to Uhulus. Uhulus looked up and saw his mother, her face bright with joy. A young woman with braided hair blushed as she watched the family reunion. "Welcome home," Mary called out, her arms open wide in greeting. The boys ran to meet her, happy to be home after their long trip. After several days of shopping in the city, they had finally returned. They had bought a large saw to clear the fallen trees in the forest. They also purchased a sturdy new cart for transporting the haka harvest. And, at his father's request, a bottle of fine, expensive liquor. But this was just a one-time purchase, Uhulus thought with a sly grin. From now on, the profits from selling his familiars would start rolling in. He clutched a new basket of familiar eggs he'd been entrusted with. His own familiars would be sold to merchants under the name Valkyrie. He had decided to trade them at the same price as riding dragons. They were a valuable asset, he mused, like a high-end luxury car. He could mass-produce them and establish a lucrative monopoly. They even came with a special bonus for his noble patrons. However, there was something he had to do to continue this business. He remembered the 3 Valkyries that were given to the Fontana family. All of them had had their magnificent horns cruelly cut off. He knew he had to investigate what effect cutting the horns would have. Of the 2 Valkyries he had left, he would dehorn one of them. The other would be left with its horns to serve as a control. He wanted them to avoid fighting so that they wouldn't get hurt. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the creature. "Please don't struggle." With a heavy heart, he brought the saw down and cut off the horns. He resolved not to think of the beautiful familiars as mere products. A few tense days passed after he had finished the grim task. The dehorned Valkyrie was still perfectly healthy and energetic. He was relieved that, for now, everything seemed to be okay. Uhulus visualizes his various enterprises as a deck of trading cards. His most valuable, super rare asset is the magically cultivated mana mushrooms. Overwhelmed, Uhulus sighs, realizing there is far too much work for him alone. He can't manage everything. He must delegate the simple, repetitive labor. He decides his first move is to hire a part-timer to help him. As if on cue, his older brother wraps him in a friendly headlock. With a charming grin, his brother tells Uhulus not to forget about him. Uhulus is annoyed, realizing his brother has come sniffing around for a job. He approaches his mother, Mary, to ask if he can hire his brother. Mary agrees, on the condition that both boys help with the family harvest. Uhulus thinks he has no problem with it, as long as his brother works hard. But he knows his brother is lazy and resolves to fire him if he slacks. Uhulus wonders what his brother's true motive is for wanting the job. His brother's eyes sparkle as he eagerly asks for a Valkyrie of his own. He gets in Ulus's face, declaring it's unfair that he's the only one who rides. At dinner, their father tells them to be quiet, while Mary asks about the Valkyries. His brother launches into a fantasy of being a hero rescuing a princess. And so, Uhulus officially hired his brother as his very first employee. His brother's first act is to declare Ulus's secret hideout super lame. He mockingly dubs the functional but ugly building the tofu architecture. Stung by the criticism, Uhulus clenches his fist, refusing to be underestimated. He proudly declares that he is a man who grows and improves every day. He's always been interested in architecture and sees this as the perfect chance. He remembers the newly constructed inn where they stayed in the city. He hadn't just been a tourist. He meticulously observed its every detail. He had even used his magic to investigate the building's internal structure. By infusing the bricks with mana, he could perceive the entire design. He then used his memory retention spell to create a perfect mental blueprint. The full architectural plans were now flawlessly stored in his mind. The image of the 2-story building is crystal clear in his thoughts. He now has a perfect, professional blueprint to work from. He recalls his first attempt at building ended in a mana deficiency coma. He had hypothesized that creating 4 walls was less taxing than a solid cube. But creating the entire space, including the interior, was a massive drain. This time, he will focus his magic only on the physical structure itself. By not wasting mana on the empty interior, he can recreate the inn. He places his hands on the ground, sending his magic into the earth. Recreating the shape of the magic itself is now much easier for him. Before his eyes, a perfect 2-story building rises from the ground. His magic replaces the earth with bricks and mortar, forming the structure. He pants from the immense exertion, looking up at his finished work. A wide, triumphant grin spreads across his face. "I did it." He proudly declares his experiment to recreate the inn a complete success. Recalling the inn was attached to other buildings, he decides to expand. He adds new walls, creating a stable for the Valkyries and a warehouse. He has the blueprint, but knows the detailed construction will be tedious work. Walking inside, he is deeply satisfied with his copy of a professional design. Being able to build something so large is a clear sign of his growth. That evening, he cheerfully returns home, asking what's for dinner. Mary smiles, telling him it's a meat substitute he invented, plus soup and bread. His father, Ashura, watches him with a serious, unreadable expression. The next morning, Maddock the lumberjack arrives, his axe on his shoulder. The sun rises as birds chirp cheerfully in the nearby trees. Maddock asks if Uhaloose needs more log for his mana mushroom cultivation. He explains that he's heard the other lumberjacks are angry with Uhaloose. Uhaloose looks worried, realizing Maddock has come because of the trouble. He pours the lumberjack a drink, hoping to smooth things over. Maddock is pleased with the fine liquor Uhaloose brought from the city. Uhaloose feels a pang of guilt, having given away his father's special gift. Maddock says the lumberjack's anger might be excessive, but it is real. Uhaloose asks what he should do to fix things, offering to be more careful. Maddock thoughtfully strokes his beard, considering the boy's simple offer. He tells Uhaloose bluntly that he hasn't understood the real problem at all. Uhaloose guesses they're angry because he makes their hard work look easy with magic. Maddock shakes his head, saying that's not it, at least not for him. He states that Aluz's actions are making a mockery of their pride. Maddock stands angrily, declaring he has never once looked down on them. He explains that they are born and raised as lumberjacks, a lifelong profession. To them, the forest is not just wood, it is their treasure and livelihood. He asks Uhaloose how he thinks they feel seeing felled trees left to rot. Aluz's actions look like he is mocking their pride and their very way of life. The weight of Maddock's words hits Uhaloose as he clenches his jaw. Maddock sighs, acknowledging the difficult truth of the situation. Uhaloose asks if the nobles have made any requests for lumber from the village. Maddock confirms this, saying Uhaloose should have known about their growing discontent. Uhaloose realizes his wise father likely sent Maddock to warn him of this. He closes his eyes, humbled by this new, important perspective. Maddock tells him that he's clearly been thinking hard about the issue. He notes that Uhaloose is a child who is willing to listen to others. After a long silence, Uhaloose looks up and asks Maddock to help him. With shining eyes, he declares that they will begin forest management. The vast, untamed forest to the north is a vital resource for them all. But his rapid development means deforestation has become a serious environmental threat. Unchecked, it could lead to soil erosion and even desertification in the future. More immediately, they would run out of firewood needed to survive the winter. Therefore, he proposes they practice forestry and create an artificial forest. By carefully managing the trees, they can ensure a stable supply of lumber. This will also provide a steady source of high-quality logs for mana mushrooms. Uhaloose admits he's no expert on trees and needs Maddock's help. He asks how they can protect the forest while also developing the land. Maddock is overwhelmed, saying nature's power is far beyond that of man. But he strokes his beard, unable to deny the solid logic in Aluz's plan. He agrees to discuss the proposal with the other lumberjacks. With Maddock's persuasion, the others agree to see how things play out. Uhaloose is surprised at how easily the village accepted his grand plan. A new day dawns, marking the beginning of their new partnership. A massive, neatly arranged stockpile of logs for mana mushrooms is prepared. Uhaloose thanks Maddock, who is now officially in charge of the forest. The skilled lumberjacks now have a new purpose, crafting fine furniture. And his brother, Bido and Ai, is now the foreman of the Haka harvesting crews. Uhaloose observes his bustling fields, noting that more people have arrived to work. A young boy calls out for Aluz's brother, using his nickname, Bido and Ai. Uhaloose explains he was away practicing his writing, which he found quite difficult. His brother triumphantly declares he's found people to do his work for him. Uhaloose apologizes to the others for his brother's typically brash behavior. Maddock kindly explains to the boy that helping means sharing in the harvest. Uhaloose realizes this is a great chance for the village's many fatherless children. He smiles, thinking his brother has unwittingly helped him achieve his hiring goals. This freedom allowed him to focus on developing the land and his mushroom farm. Walking through the fields, he reflects on how his world has grown as he nears 8. His brother rushes to him with bad news. Uhaloose asks if the fields were ravaged. His brother confirms he found the tracks of giant boars, both adults and young. Uhulus grimaces, realizing this situation is going to become very troublesome. His brother shouts angrily that it's already a huge problem that's scaring people. Uhulus apologizes sheepishly, admitting he'd hoped traps would be a simple solution. Madoc thoughtfully notes that boars haven't been seen near the village until recently. A sudden, sharp guilt strikes Uhulus as he realizes his forest clearing is the cause. A massive boar stands at the edge of the cleared land, its habitat destroyed. He knows the boars, having tasted his crops, will now be a generational threat. He resolves that as the lands manager, he must take action for his people. The ground shakes under the powerful, thundering hooves of the massive beasts. A whole sounder of giant wild boars tears through the cultivated Hakka fields. They run rampant, their immense weight trampling the precious crops underfoot. Madoc suggests asking the nobles for help, but Uhulus wants to handle it themselves. Peeking over a cart, the three men are terrified by the boar's immense size. His brother, dreaming of heroism, eagerly tells Uhulus to deal with the monster. Uhulus sighs, exasperated that he's the one who always has to solve these problems. He looks out at the fields, asking for a moment to formulate a plan. Valkyrie stands before the boars, her powerful form calm and ready for a command. Uhulus mounts his familiar, his expression grim as he prepares for their first real battle. He tells Valkyrie to follow the plan, remarking on the lead boar's incredible size. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. He's nervous about having to lead the charge. His hands tremble on the reins, terrified of being gored by those sharp tusks. Valkyrie turns her head, nudging him gently with a soft, reassuring sound. His eyes widen as he feels a wave of calm flowing from his partner. The trembling in his hands ceases, her steady resolve becoming his own. He feels a comforting warmth spread through him, settling his anxious heart. He wonders if she sensed his fear and waited for him to compose himself. He whispers her name, Valkyrie, and her intelligent eyes meet his gaze. She paws the earth with her powerful hooves, signaling that she is ready. With a mighty leap, they charge forward, a blur of white against the landscape. They gallop at a breathtaking speed, the ground rushing by beneath them. Her hooves pound against the ground, kicking up dirt as she accelerates. Valkyrie's gaze is locked on her target, her expression one of pure focus. Rider and mount move as one, flying across the open field toward their target. Uhulus leans low into her mane, bracing himself against the powerful rushing wind. He grits his teeth, realizing it's nearly impossible to aim at this incredible speed. The giant boar stands its ground, watching their approach with unwavering eyes. With a determined expression, Uhulus gathers his mana for an attack. He shouts the name of his spell, Scatter Shot, unleashing a volley of stones. The magical projectiles slam into the boar's flank with a series of sharp impacts. As they gallop past, he thinks how the spell fires multiple stones simultaneously. He is pleased that his image-based casting worked, even without a proper chant. The boar glares, completely unharmed but now thoroughly enraged by the attack. The furious beast gives chase. Uhulus yells for Valkyrie to run for her life. They race through the forest, weaving between the trees at a desperate pace. Uhulus glances over his shoulder, his eyes wide with alarm at the boar's speed. The massive creature crashes through the undergrowth, closing the distance rapidly. He feels immense pressure, pursued by the giant, bloodshot beast. He clenches his jaw, his fear giving way to a grim determination. This is exactly as he planned. The spell was never his true weapon. Jump, he roars, channeling his body reinforcement magic into his partner. He feels Valkyrie understand his intent, acting in perfect unison with his will. He proudly calls her his partner as she leaps impossibly high into the air. Magnificent wings of pure light unfurl from her back, carrying them into the sky. Uhulus stares in wide-eyed, breathless wonder at the impossible sight. He looks down at her hooves, still processing the fact that they are flying. They land with a powerful thud on the edge of a high, rocky cliff. He praises Valkyrie, amazed at how body reinforcement enhances her physical abilities. Nearly losing his balance, he is stunned by her incredible power. They stand atop the sheer cliff, looking down at the ground far below. The deep chasm below was a trap, one he had prepared for this operation. The sounder of boars lies defeated at the bottom, having fallen into the pit. The lead boar, however, has survived the fall, a testament to its toughness. Uhalus realizes that a half-hearted attack would never have worked on such a beast. He offers a prayer for the boars, vowing to make them a delicious meal. With a cheerful smile, he tells his victorious partner it's time to go home. He reflects that his first real battle has ended, though it was unconventional. His brother praises him while Maddock is simply stunned that he won. Uhalus proudly declares that the problem is solved and they can collect the meat. His brother asks what foolish thing he's saying, as the threat isn't over yet. Confused, Uhalus listens as his brother explains there are more boars in the forest. His brother winks, cheerfully stating that he's counting on Uhalus to handle them. Uhalus explodes in rage, yelling at his brother for his thoughtless, lazy words. He was forced to go on boar hunts every time a new one was sighted. He practices his magic, holding a handful of magically generated stone projectiles. He unleashes his scatter shot spell, testing its power in the forest. The volley of stones slams into a massive tree, splintering the thick bark. He knows a ranged attack is essential, as getting close is far too dangerous. He examines the sharp, crystalline stones he can create in his hand. He tells Valkyrie the spell's power fades beyond 30 meters, but it can still hit. He grumbles to himself about the pain of digging a new trap every single time. A new idea strikes him, a way to protect the fields, not just defeat the boars. He thinks of how villages use fences and cities use great walls for defense. He announces his grand strategy, to surround their entire territory with a massive wall. He plans to build a wall so his people can take refuge and feel safe. His gaze falls upon the massive crater the boar had left in the cliff face. He marvels at the incredible power the boar must have possessed to cause such damage. He resolves to build a wall that can withstand even that much force. His next great, ambitious project, the construction of a great wall, had begun. With a mighty groan, a massive brick wall rises from the earth. It towers high into the sky, a monument of raw magical power. The 10-meter-high structure dwarfs Uhalus and his companion, Valkyrie. He reflects on the wall's thickness, wishing he had filled it with sand. 5 meters seems to be his limit for now, but he clenches his fist. He feels his mana growing and resolves to build even bigger things soon. Looking over the vast fields, he knows his work is far from over. Yet he sighs, frustrated that scripting the wall architecture spell took so long. He compares scripting magic to repeatedly practicing the same action until it's instinct. But he completed this wall faster, using memory retention to imprint the design. This makes it much easier to reproduce the exact same magic repeatedly. He casts wall architecture, succeeding faster than ever before. Suddenly, he hears a strange, high-pitched cry and turns in confusion. To his shock, another Valkyrie is casting a spell with a cheerful cry. He realizes the Valkyries with horns can also use his scripted magic. The 5-horned Valkyries he kept back now work as a construction crew. "All right, everyone," he calls out, offering the mana mushrooms to restore their energy. The familiars happily eat the mushrooms, their power returning with each bite. And so, the monumental project was finally completed. A 4-kilometer square wall now enclosed their entire territory. He proudly shows his brother how he solved their giant boar problem. His brother can only stare up in awe at the massive structure. But then he points out that the naive Uhalus forgot to build a gate. Uhalus decides he will just build a clear road leading to an entrance. He already has a road design in mind. He thinks to himself. He observes the current dirt paths used for fields and land preparation. The villagers ignore the paths, cutting across the fields for a shortcut. He decides to build two main entrances, one from the village. He recalls that ancient roads from over 1,000 years ago still exist. He will build a road modeled after those of the ancient Roman Empire. First, he will dig a deep trench the full width of the road. Second, he will fill it with layers of stone, gravel, and clay. Finally, he'll add paving stones, sloped for drainage and durability. He's thrilled by the engineering challenge, declaring his hobbies come first. Sometime later, Uhulus is inside one of his new buildings. He sits with a troubled look, lost in his own thoughts. A young boy, Kyle, appears in the doorway with a smile. Kyle explains he finished his chores and came to play. Uhulus notes they rarely get a chance to speak with each other. Kyle asks what he's thinking, and Uhulus laments his unsold glassware. Kyle mentions his mother complained the glass was cluttering their storehouse. Uhulus groans, disappointed that his great idea from the city was a failure. He realizes that's just how it is in this world. In a poor region, people won't spend money on luxury goods. He sighs, wondering if there's anything at all that will sell. Kyle brightly points to the wooden furniture, saying he wants that. Aluza's eyes widen as he considers the idea of selling furniture. Kyle remarks that the skilled lumberjacks made the beautiful pieces. Uhulus recalls Maddock, saying that selling furniture was a top priority. But transporting the heavy furniture to the city is far too expensive. Uhulus decides it's a great idea and will help the lumberjacks. He reflects that his magic-made products were too extreme for this economy. With land and labor, he could build a factory, a company. Kyle tells Uhulus he and his brother are amazing for doing so much. Uhulus points out that he and Kyle are not that different in age. Kyle looks at him intently and calls him brother. He asks Uhulus to teach him magic, just like he taught Bido and Ai. Uhulus groans, remembering how teaching his brother magic only made their mother sad. His brother had asked how Uhulus was so strong despite being smaller. Uhulus was testing his new body reinforcement magic at the time. He thought it was a perfect opportunity to teach his brother. He believed anyone could learn it and decided to give his brother instructions. But his brother's aptitude was for material magic, not self-enhancement. So, what happened after his brother finally mastered body reinforcement? He mastered the spell in a short time, much to Aluza's delight. But he immediately used his newfound power to start fights. He quickly became the undefeated tough guy among kids his age. The other kids even ganged up on him, but he was too strong. Kyle thinks that's cool, but Uhulus believes his brother was always strong. He often came home battered after fighting with older kids. But his brother never, ever gave up or backed down. No matter how many times he lost, he always got back up. This relentless experience greatly improved his own combat abilities. The constant fighting, however, brought their mother to tears. Uhulus was horrified, realizing he was the cause of her pain. In the end, no one in the village could challenge his brother. Uhulus tells Kyle that's why he's rethought teaching magic so carelessly. But since Kyle is smart, not a meathead, he agrees to teach him. He'll teach Kyle magic that enhances thinking and other brain functions. With Kyle's enthusiastic agreement, their special training begins immediately. He wants Kyle to pour his magic into his brain, not his muscles. He envisions Kyle handling complex paperwork and calculations for their enterprise. He'll become an administrative expert, a powerful and reliable partner. As they plan, a stranger with distinctive footwear approaches the village. The man looks around, murmuring that this must be the place. He wonders what kind of person managed to subdue the giant boar. He explains he's a traveling craftsman who heard about their boar hunt. He speaks with the polite but distinct dialect of a torturer. Uhulus correctly guesses he is from the east, a land he knows well. Uhulus excitedly asks if it's an island nation, perhaps like his old home. The man is confused, but Uhulus tells him not to worry about it. He introduces himself as Uhulus and offers to show him the boars. The man asks to meet the great hero who accomplished the feat. The man is shocked to learn that a child like Uhulus did it. He apologizes, explaining he'd heard the boars were ferocious monsters. His brother asks why he came all this way just for a big pig. Uhulus suddenly realizes the giant boar must use a hardening ability. The man confirms this is why normal attacks are ineffective against it. He explains that materials from magical creatures are incredibly valuable for crafting. Uhulus is overjoyed, realizing he can make weapons stronger than metal. Gran explains that he is glad he kept the materials for his crafting. He clarifies that hunters like him create things from these special materials. Uhulus realizes this means Gran can make weapons from the giant boar tusks. Overcome with excitement, Uhulus begs Gran to forge a weapon just for him. The massive, curved tusks of both adult and juvenile boars are presented. Inside the workshop, Gran inspects the large boar tusk, asking Uhulus's permission. Gran is impressed, confirming that this is indeed the tusk of a magical creature. He notes that he can feel the residual traces of magic left within it. Uhulus is confused, asking what he means by residual traces of magic. Gran explains that hunting magical beasts imbues the materials with their power. He clarifies this makes weapons crafted from them conduct magic differently. Uhulus cheers, confirming that the tusks can become a powerful weapon. Gran agrees, his expression pleased by the boy's enthusiasm. Uhulus lets out a triumphant shout, his excitement reaching its peak. Gran's expression turns serious as he brings up a complication. He explains that working magical materials requires special equipment and a catalyst. Lord Uhulus's hopes are dashed, as his village lacks these necessary items. Uhulus frantically asks what this equipment and catalyst are that they need. Gran calmly affirms that these items are indeed what is required. The equipment, he explains, is a furnace that can reach high temperatures. The catalyst needed is a magic core from a magical creature. Uhulus understands the furnace, but is unfamiliar with the term magic core. Gran clarifies that the core is the body part a beast uses for magic. He notes that for boars, this part is often the arm. Uhulus realizes with disappointment that such a rare part is hard to find. He presents an armful of Valkyrie horns, asking if they could work instead. Gran is stunned in his silence by the unexpected offering of rare materials. He stammers that he might be able to use them. He cautiously takes one of the delicate horns to examine it more closely. Uhulus watches intently, thinking Gran looks like an appraiser of precious goods. Gran studies the horn, a thoughtful and intrigued expression on his face. He declares that he believes the horn can indeed be used as a magic core. Uhulus is overjoyed, exclaiming that he knew it would work. Gran, amazed, asks if these are the horns of the familiars in this land. Uhulus confirms this, and Gran realizes he's in the presence of something extraordinary. Gran explains that he has heard of magic using familiars from a distance. He had no idea he would actually encounter them in this village. Uhulus listens, still processing the new information Gran is providing. Gran confirms that yes, there are different types of magic using familiars. He reveals that these magic-type familiars are treated as super high-class items. Uhulus is shocked, realizing the merchant Terries had been hiding their true value. He decides he must renegotiate with Terries, but thanks Gran for the information. Gran is just happy to have the materials, his mind focused on crafting. Uhulus asks if the only thing left to acquire is a high-temperature furnace. Gran confirms that a furnace is indeed the last essential tool they need. With a surge of determination, Uhulus declares that he will build the furnace. Gran is taken aback, asking if he means right now. Uhulus confirms he will build it immediately, his excitement palpable. He reasons that his magically created bricks should be naturally heat-resistant. He vows to get a weapon, no matter what it takes. Gran looks on, impressed and slightly overwhelmed by the boy's intense motivation. He needs a bellows to increase the furnace's temperature, but can't make one. Uhulus is on the floor, twitching from exhaustion after trying to help. Uhulus struggles to his feet, complaining that a bellows is made of wood. He protests that he is an earth magic specialist and can't make it. Gran, his eyes sparkling, cheerfully says they should build it together. Uhulus is horrified at the prospect of more work with the energetic craftsman. A lonely Kyle looks out his window, wondering why Uhulus hasn't come home. He had heard about the special training and feels a bit left out. The magnificent brick furnace stands complete, a wooden bellows at its side. Gran praises the finished furnace, calling it a work of art. He grabs an exhausted Uhulus, telling him to open his eyes and see. Uhulus begs to be allowed to sleep, but Gran is relentless. The work isn't over. They need charcoal to fuel the furnace. Gran declares they will build another furnace, this one for making charcoal. Uhulus, looking like a ghost, explains the science of making charcoal. He says they must burn wood in an airtight space to prevent it turning to ash. A new, dome-shaped charcoal kiln is quickly constructed from his bricks. They successfully produce several sticks of high-quality, dense charcoal. Gran looks upon their new, fully equipped workshop with tears in his eyes. He declares it is a craftsman's dream, a place he's long sought. It's time for the ceremonial first lighting of the furnace, he announces. He grabs a terrified Uhulus, saying the first step is always the most important. "You idiot!" Uhulus screams, using his last ounce of strength to flee. Gran calls out for Uhulus to come back as the boy sprints away. Uhulus shouts that he can't possibly keep up with Gran's boundless energy. Kyle is startled by a sudden noise from outside his window. He finds Uhulus collapsed in a heap, completely drained of all energy. Uhulus drags himself toward Kyle, asking him to go help the weirdo Gran. Kyle panics, wanting no part of it and trying to back away. Uhulus grabs him, explaining it's for Kyle's own good to learn a trade. He says he needs to build more charcoal kilns, a lucrative business venture. Kyle sees the logic, understanding the land's potential for high-quality charcoal. Uhulus shoves him toward the workshop, telling him to go and not die. The peaceful workshop awaits, birds chirping in the morning sun. Gran greets Uhulus, who has finally returned after his rest. Uhulus sees a motionless Kyle, lying face down on the floor. A tag identifies the body as sacrifice. Kyle. Uhulus frantically works the bellows, explaining he left the operation to Kyle. He apologizes to his fallen brother and tells him to rest. Gran presents a finished short sword, one of his finest creations. Uhulus takes the hilt, his hands feeling the weapon's perfect balance. He holds the sword, his expression one of awe and wonder. The blade is a shimmering, pearlescent white, catching the light. It seems to glow with a faint, inner luminescence. Uhulus marvels at the beautiful, pearl-like blade he now holds. He remarks on how light it is, easy enough to wield with one hand. Gran explains that while it can't cut an enemy, it is incredibly hard. Uhulus understands he must channel his mana into it when needed. Gran then presents him with a smaller dagger made from a juvenile's tusk. Gran begins to prepare the mana recovery potion, pouring the steaming liquid into a bowl. Uhulus sips the brew from a cup, observing that it tastes just like ordinary tea. A diagram illustrates the three-step process for making the potion: dry, roast, and grind. Holding the cup, Uhulus laments that the potion is just shiitake tea, not a magical elixir. Gran confirms the high-quality potion is complete, and Uhulus asks what weapon they will craft next. With a confident smile, Gran declares their next project will be making armor for boar hide. He explains that they will soak the hide in the mana potion for several days. While kneading the hide, Gran notes its defensive power will surpass normal leather armor. Uhulus sincerely thanks Gran for coming, causing the flustered craftsman to turn away. Gran, filled with manic energy, announces they won't sleep for days, to Ulus's horror. Uhulus sighs, realizing he will need his own rest spell to survive Gran's creative passion. After days of work, a hand firmly grips the edge of the newly finished armor. Uhulus holds the completed leather armor up to the bright morning sun, his task complete. A close-up reveals the full set of armor, expertly crafted from the giant boar's hide. Gran questions making the armor in Ulus's size, since he will quickly outgrow it. Uhulus smiles warmly, explaining he was happy to hire his brother and has a plan. His brother, Bido, proudly models a larger, adjustable suit of armor made just for him. Gran offers to resize Aluz's armor, but Aluz says his brother can use it later. Gran, brimming with excitement, eagerly asks Aluz what incredible thing they will create next. Aluz flatly states they are done for now, causing Gran to collapse in theatrical despair. The dejected Gran stands before a massive mountain of bricks Aluz has created. The camera focuses on the perfectly formed, interlocking bricks stacked neatly. The corner of a simple, functional brick building is shown. Aluz explains that the number of bricks here equals the total used in the village inn. He realizes that with memory retention, he can perfectly replicate any building structure. Aluz proposes a new challenge to Gran. Use these bricks to build a proper building. Gran agrees, on the condition that Aluz will teach his methods to the other villagers. With a sad expression, Gran admits a craftsman is driven by the need to create. Aluz decides he must devise a project grand enough to satisfy Gran's creative ambition. Gesturing to the mountain of bricks, Aluz officially offers Gran the building project. Gran accepts the challenge with a roar of delight, leaping onto Aluz's back in joy. Aluz thinks about his tusk sword and decides to experiment with its magical properties. He wonders if the hardening effect from the tusk and horn can be applied elsewhere. Standing outside his workshop, he decides he has gathered enough materials to begin. His ingredients are laid out: boar tusk, Valkyrie horn, bricks, clay, and mana potion. Aluz remembers a specific method for creating heat-resistant bricks from his past life. With his materials assembled, he officially begins his experiment to create a new brick. He needs the powdered ingredients with clay, infusing the mix with the mana potion. He silently prepares multiple batches, carefully adjusting the ratios in each one. His first attempts result in a mountain of failures, like the cracked brick he holds. Surrounded by his flawed creations, Aluz falls to his knees, frustrated but not defeated. He continues his work, meticulously altering the potion's concentration and kneading time. The room fills with discarded bricks as he tirelessly pursues the perfect formula. He holds a heavy hammer, ready to test the durability of his latest creation. With a powerful swing, he brings the hammer down hard onto the new brick. The hammer bounces off, leaving the brick completely unscathed and astonishingly hard. Aluz excitedly holds up his new invention, the hardened brick, admiring its marble-like sheen. He is amazed at his success and begins to understand Gran's passion for creation. He had always wanted a brick with the hardness of metal, but thought it impossible. He realizes his past life knowledge had been a mental block, preventing this breakthrough. He now holds a brick with the strength of metal, an impossible feat made real. Taking a deep breath, he knows his work on this new discovery is not over yet. He sits in deep concentration, a magical aura swirling around him as he focuses. He activates his memory retention spell, committing the successful formula to his magic. His hands hover over the ground, preparing to cast his newly scripted spell. He exhales, his concentration absolute, ready to unleash his new creation magic. He has created a new incantation, generate hardened brick, a powerful new tool. He marvels at magic's convenience, allowing creation without needing the raw ingredients. As the new bricks materialize, he notices an unexpected result of his invention. He stands on a vast road, paved with his new bricks, gleaming like polished marble. His original vision for a Roman-style road was one of rough, uneven cobblestones. He decides the smooth, solid surface is actually much better for carts and wagons. He designs a wide, 6-meter road complete with raised sidewalks for pedestrians. Aluz looks up at the magnificent 2-story mansion he has just built for Gran. Gran is astounded, exclaiming that the finished building is far larger than he imagined. Aluz notes that while it may not be Romanesque, it is a grand hall. Gran is overjoyed, thanking Aluz for completing the building he had requested. The mansion's facade is impressive, with rows of elegant, arched windows. Uhulus explains he used the surplus glass for the windows, admiring the arch architecture. A diagram shows how an arch and its keystone redirect downward pressure outwards. Uhulus clenches his fists in excitement, realizing arches are perfect for stone construction. Uhulus tells Gran the open, spacious design is the best, and Gran happily agrees. Overwhelmed, Gran offers to pay any price for such an incredible reward. Uhulus graciously accepts his thanks. Gran asks to stay, wishing to live near Uhulus and witness more of his creations. Uhulus is surprised, asking if Gran truly wants to build a house in his territory. He considers the request, realizing he needs skilled people to populate his new settlement. Uhulus smiles and gives his permission, noting how rare it is to find a craftsman like Gran. That night, Gran becomes the first person to build a home on Aluza's land. Aluza's mother serves a delicious home-cooked meal of dried boar, soup, and fresh bread. Uhulus savors the food, thinking that he might move into the new territory as well. He reflects on his eldest brother, Hector, who was recently married at the age of 14. He knows that as the eldest, Hector inherits everything, leaving younger sons as laborers. While his own family is close, he understands he must forge his own path. Standing with his Valkyrie, he resolves to continue developing his land and his power. A map reveals his plan to move his family's main base to the compound center. He begins to magically construct a new house, a replica of the one he built for Gran. The new house shines, built entirely from the hardened bricks, like a house of marble. His mother, Mary, welcomes him to their new home, asking if he wants more food. Uhulus smiles, reflecting that he has been preparing for his independence since he was 5. His mother hands him a bowl, lovingly telling him to eat as much as he wants. He looks over his vast fields, having finally decided to move out on his own. The territory map shows his new house at the center of a 1-kilometer square wall. The plan evolves, showing new roads being paved from the central hub outwards. He had initially planned to build Gran's house near the road to the village. Now, several in-style buildings have been constructed along the southern road for workers. His brother, Baito, now manages these workers, providing them with lodging and care. A map designates the northeastern area as a new forestry district for lumber and charcoal. Maddock and his fellow lumberjacks have already moved to the new district to begin work. Uhulus looks towards the future, knowing his move will be complete by the time he is 9. The merchant Teres bursts in, demanding to know why Uhulus gave land away to a traveler. Teres fumes that he wasn't consulted, but Uhulus calmly cooks, questioning a merchant's need for land. Uhulus stands with Valkyrie, stating his intent to continue developing the vast northwest area forest. The central area is shown, housing the Valkyrie stables and the vital mana mushroom cultivation site. Inside the stables, Uhulus decides to entrust the hatching of new familiar eggs to his Valkyries. The entire cleared territory is organized into distinct districts for forestry, residence, and agriculture. Teres pleads for his own land to open a shop, tired of being a mere traveling merchant. He feels deceived about the familiar's magic, but Uhulus admits he was also unaware of it. Uhulus eats, thinking they both kept secrets, so things have a way of working out. He reflects that selling his unique, magic-using Valkyries has far too many disadvantages for him. Uhulus smiles and grants Teres permission to open a shop, much to the merchant's delight. Teres considers his future, realizing this will be a long and fruitful partnership with the boy. His mood shifts as he turns back, saying there is something important he must tell Uhulus. He warns of rumors about dangerous people, and Uhulus, sitting calmly, asks who he means. Teres points dramatically, declaring that Uhulus himself is the one rumored to be dangerous. Uhulus is comically offended, asking how his pure self could ever be considered a threat. Teres counters that a fortress suddenly appearing out of nowhere is certainly not normal. Uhulus thinks it was just for boars, noting the local lord has been strangely quiet. He remembers that during last year's tax collection, No one questioned his new territory. A flicker of confusion and concern crosses the young boy's face as he ponders this. A nobleman arrives with a decree, telling Uhulus not to make him repeat his words. The retainer officially declares the land is now under the direct control of the Fontana family. Uhulus is utterly shocked as he realizes his entire territory is about to be seized. A flashback explains the village's tax system, paid once a year with collected wheat. Usually, the tax officer is placated with a feast before casually collecting the tribute. That system of servitude was the chain that bound them all to a life of poverty. But Uhulus possesses memories of a free and prosperous world from his previous life. The decree is absolute. The Fontana family will seize his land and everything on it. The retainer claims this is a necessary measure to protect Uhulus and his valuable familiars. Suddenly, a loud, violent crash echoes from nearby, startling Uhulus and the retainer. Uhulus looks toward the stables in alarm, demanding to know what that sound was. A terrible realization dawns on him, his eye widening in pure, unadulterated horror. As the retainer walks calmly toward the chaos, Uhulus breaks into a desperate sprint. A panicked voice screams that Kyle is inside, just as a bloody sword appears. Uhulus runs frantically, his face contorted in terror as he screams Kyle's name. He finds Kyle unconscious, cradled by a wounded Valkyrie who tried to protect him. The retainer stands over them, mockingly asking if Uhulus intends to interfere with his fun. The boy's expression turns cold and empty as the retainer raises his bloodied sword again. The retainer laughs cruelly, completely unaware of the shadow moving swiftly behind him. In a movement too fast to see, Uhulus has instantly appeared behind the man. Aluza's brother bursts in, frantically asking if Kyle and the others are all right. Uhulus turns, a weary and traumatized expression on his face as he sees his brother. His brother rushes to attack the fallen retainer, but Uhulus holds him back. The horrific scene is reflected in the young boy's wide, unblinking eye. The memory of the fatal impact flashes through his mind in a spray of darkness. Uhulus kneels by Kyle, confirming that the boy is only unconscious, not dead. He gently thanks the wounded Valkyrie for her bravery in protecting the young noble. His brother expresses relief that Kyle will be okay, despite the severity of the attack. His brother's attention then shifts to Uhulus, a look of deep concern on his face. He asks if Uhulus is okay, but the boy remains silent, staring at his hands. He recalls grabbing his brother's arm, stopping him from desecrating the retainer's body. A glint of light in Aluza's eye signals the activation of his deadly magic. A small, sharp stone projectile materializes instantly in the palm of his hand. The projectile strikes the retainer's back with the force of a cannonball, a fatal blow. A torrent of black blood erupts from the man's mouth, splattering Aluza's hand. He stares at his bloodied hand, his expression a mixture of shock and horror. In the present, he clutches his hand tightly, whispering that he is okay. His brother clarifies he isn't worried about injuries, but about the toll on his mind. Seeing his brother's pain, he decides not to press the issue any further. He suggests they move downstairs to talk, so as not to disturb the resting Kyle. Uhulus silently thanks his brother for his tact and for not pressing the matter. That night, Uhulus contemplates their impossible situation, wondering what to do next. Terry's, his hand over his mouth, looks deeply worried about their predicament. In the War Council, Terry's predicts the Fontana army will soon march upon them. Graham believes surrendering Uhulus would be pointless. The nobles would still punish them harshly. He concludes that while their lives might be spared, their freedom would be lost forever. Uhulus clenches his fist, unwilling to live a life of servitude under the nobles. His brother erupts, shouting that their only option now is to fight back. He grabs Uhulus, reminding him of all he has worked for since he was a child. He asks what was the point of all that hard work, if not for this moment. He fiercely declares that he will fight too. Protecting his brother is his duty. Their father, Ashura, brings up the grim fact that Uhulus killed a soldier. Uhulus looks down, his resolve wavering in the face of his family's passion. The weight of their decision hangs heavy in the air, a palpable darkness. Their father warns that the next time soldiers come, they could all be killed. His brother screams that it's foolish to think one magic user could defeat an army. His passionate argument fills the room, a desperate plea for reason and caution. A tense silence follows his outburst, the unspoken fears hanging between them. Their father calmly states he's a better rider, much to his older son's annoyance. He cannot stand by while a child he's watched grow up is threatened. Maddox steps forward, pledging his support if their young lord chooses to fight. Another villager agrees, saying he could never return to their old life of poverty. Maddox tells Uhulus that he has become the center of all their lives. Uhulus looks up, his eyes wide with emotion at this outpouring of loyalty. He clutches Maddox's arm, overwhelmed with gratitude for his unwavering support. Ashura declares that, as a father, he cannot stand aside while everyone else fights. He proudly proclaims that he will fight alongside them to protect his family. Uhulus is deeply moved, never expecting so many people would risk their lives for him. Teres joins the cause, offering to gather intelligence through his merchant network. Teres explains his motive is profit. Without Uhulus, his exclusive trade is lost. He gives a sly smile, adding that there is another, more personal reason. He remarks that Uhulus reminds him of his own grandfather, much to everyone's confusion. The five men stand united, their resolve firm as they rally around the boy. Their cause is clear, to protect their family, their home, and their way of life. Teres gives a confident thumbs up, declaring that he is betting everything on Uhulus. Uhulus looks at his loyal allies, his own resolve hardening into a quiet certainty. He reflects on his new life, grateful for the freedom his family gave him. He decides he must prepare a great land for them, a place of their own. A shadow falls, signaling the gravity of the decision that is about to be made. He knows he must gather more people willing to fight alongside him for their future. Grant announced he had decided on the reward for his loyal collaborators. Uhulus believed the potential gains were worth risking one's very life for. With a look of fierce determination, Uhulus declared his intent. He would fight against the nobles in order to win their freedom. His greatest weapon, he proclaimed, was his own unique form of magic. He had used it for soil improvement, architecture, and large-scale land development. The villagers who had witnessed his miraculous harvests would surely understand. They knew the rewards he offered were tangible and real. He proposed they take the name of their village, Barca. Everyone would adopt this new name, claiming the land as their own. He explained this was the way of the nobility. From now on, they would be known as the Barca family. Maddox was aghast, telling Uhulus that this was surely going too far. He argued they needed to raise their status to deal with the Fontanus. He had never heard of anyone but a priest being able to bestow magic. He admitted he knew Aluza's plan was reckless. His five most trusted allies stood before him, their faces resolute. Bido insisted that this magic formation was Aluza's ultimate trump card. He demanded that they make their decision here and now. Uhulus asked if they would take the name of Barca with him. He warned that there were unknown risks to naming someone who already exists. The air crackled with power as the ritual began. To mitigate the risk, he would add the name Barca. He would not erase their old names, but build upon them. Uhulus bestowed the new name upon his brother, Bido Barca. A wave of magical energy washed over him. His father was next, becoming Ashura Barca. The merchant became Tryon Barca, his true name revealed. The grizzled lumberjack was named Maddox Barca. The quiet hunter was now Grand Barca. Finally, Uhulus turned the powerful magic upon himself. He declared his new name to be Uhulus Barca. The ritual was complete, binding them all together. He stood before his new family and gave his command. Bido's earliest memories were of the gnawing ache of hunger. Famine and taxes took nearly everything they harvested. In that bleak time, his 3-year-old brother began to farm. Bido thought him a fool for wasting energy on a hopeless task. He couldn't understand his strange little brother. His brother, 2 years younger, had always been a little different. Then, somehow, Uvolus succeeded in cultivating massive haka. The very soil he worked seemed to shine with magical power. Soon, Uvolus became stronger than his older brother. Bido felt he was losing and that he needed to teach him a lesson. He demanded to know how his smaller brother had become so strong. Uvolus simply explained it to him. He learned that storing magical power in the body increased strength. Bido practiced body reinforcement while helping Uvolus with the fields. Their fields became the most beautiful in the entire village. The other villagers grew suspicious of Ashura's miraculously fertile fields. They couldn't believe a child was responsible for such a harvest. They begged Ashura to have Uvolus till their fields as well. Uvolus, however, cheerfully told them that he couldn't. After that incident, the villagers began to see Uvolus as a bad person. The adults didn't say it openly, but they whispered amongst themselves. Bido overheard them calling his brother a selfish, wicked child. Bido became stronger through fighting. The other youths plotted to beat Uvolus up. Bido knew what they were thinking, but he couldn't understand Uvolus. Still, he declared, he is my brother. He would punch anyone who dared speak ill of him. Every day, he fought those who would harm or slander Uvolus. He knew he was causing his mother great worry. He felt bad about fighting 5 or more people at once. Still, he couldn't just ignore his brother being bullied. Uvolus told him his fighting movements were clumsy. He instructed him to be more conscious of his hip movements. Bido was furious, asking who Uvolus thought he was fighting for. Bido swung wildly, only using his arm. Uvolus, however, understood how to properly use his body. With Ulus's knowledge, Bido became unbeatable. Even against 10 older boys, he never lost. Uvolus had defeated the giant boars and even dealt with the nobles. Eventually, no one in the village spoke ill of Uvolus anymore. Bido panted as he practiced riding his Valkyrie. He knew he couldn't lose to Uvolus. He fought every day, even with just a wooden sword. He vowed to become stronger, strong enough to defeat a knight and even a giant boar. Because, he declared, he was his older brother. The magic settled, a new power awakening within him. The ritual was finally over. Uvolus knelt, panting from the immense magical exertion. He realized this kind of magic really exhausted his nerves. Terry shook Uvolus, amazed by what he had just witnessed. His new family praised his incredible magical feat. They couldn't believe he had been hiding such an amazing power. Uvolus smiled weakly, glad to see them so encouraged. Bido thought that with this, he could become even stronger. Bido told his father they would now rally the villagers. The nobles had tried to kill a child, Kyle. They would fight to protect their rights from the tyrannical nobles. To those who would stand with them, he offered his magic and land. He wanted to gather as many people as possible using both emotion and logic. Bido eagerly accepted, ready to begin. Maddock said he would focus on recruiting the lumberjacks. Uvolus asked Terry's to gather intelligence in the city. Terry's agreed to find out the scale of the enemy forces. Grand put a hand on his shoulder, telling him to be careful. A single spark of rebellion was lit against the encroaching darkness. Uvolus explains his plan to recruit a new village, leaving Maddock and Graham behind. The narration describes a land where winter brings widespread starvation and death each year. He believed the suffering villagers, taxed by nobles, would surely listen to his words. That's what I thought, but Uvolus admits a nervous sweat on his brow. He is met by a hostile crowd who clearly have no intention of listening. His brother points out their armed approach was a mistake, shocking a naive Uvolus. The villagers stand ready for a fight, their faces grim and their makeshift weapons raised. Uvolus panics inwardly, realizing he acted recklessly and didn't consider their appearance. A powerful voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know who these Barca people are. A massive warrior wielding a great sword steps forward, asking them to explain themselves. Uvolus is stunned by the sight of the man's sword. a rare weapon taller than him. He observes that most of the villagers are just farmers, armed only with their tools. The warrior's enormous metal sword makes him stand out as an exceptional figure. Aluza's brother recognizes the man, asking if he is the legendary warrior, Vargas. Uhulus now understands. This man's fame as a hero explains the villagers' confidence. The villagers whisper amongst themselves, confirming that Vargas has indeed returned to them. Their hushed words affirm that the hero they had heard about is now among them. Aluza's brother gives a rousing speech, condemning the wicked deeds of the Fontana family. He passionately calls for the villagers to rise up and join their rebellion. He grips his own impressive sword, a weapon crafted from a great boar's tusk. He is also clad in tough leather armor made from the hide of the same beast. Uhulus watches with pride, thinking his brother no longer looks like a farmer's son. His brother's magnificent Valkyrie stands ready, a symbol of their strange new power. The villagers murmur, impressed by the intimidating presence of both Vargas and the newcomer. Vargas acknowledges the impressive equipment, stating now they can finally talk as equals. He asks if Aluza's brother is the famed big shot from Barca he's heard about. Uhulus cringes as his brother comically misunderstands the question, thinking of the giant boar. His brother denies being the leader and frantically pushes Uhulus forward to take charge. Vargas smirks at the small boy, amused by the joke that he is the leader. Aluza's brother angrily tells Vargas this is no joke and to take his men and leave. Vargas roars back, refusing to believe the Fontanas would cooperate with such a rabble. Panicked, Uhulus tries to intervene, seeing that all hope for a peaceful discussion is fading. The tension in the crowd mounts as they prepare for the argument to become a brawl. Uhulus casts Scattershot, firing a warning blast into the ground to stop the fight. The villagers are shocked into silence, and their leader tells them to lower their weapons. Uhulus sits calmly atop his Valkyrie, having seized control of the volatile situation. He extends a hand peacefully, stating he only wants to talk things over. Vargas eyes him with cold suspicion, his silence a challenge in itself. When Vargas asks if it was a threat, Uhulus calmly confirms that it was. Vargas grins, accepting the challenge and telling Uhulus to make his next attack count. The villagers roar their approval as Vargas explodes into motion, charging forward. Uhulus is shocked by the warrior's incredible speed as he closes the distance instantly. He knows he must do something to stop the man's dangerous, unstoppable momentum. He unleashes Scattershot just as Vargas brings his massive sword around in a wide arc. Vargas's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he meets the magical projectiles head-on. Uhulus watches in disbelief as the warrior deflects every single stone with contemptuous ease. Vargas calmly analyzes the spell, having already seen through its power and limitations. Uhulus feels a chill, unnerved by the warrior's incredible insight and powerful spirit. Knowing he's only being tested, Vargas continues his relentless, aggressive charge forward. Uhulus fires Scattershot again and again, trying to create distance between them. He shouts the incantation repeatedly, a desperate barrage against the advancing warrior. His brother warns him that firing blindly is useless against such a skilled opponent. Uhulus shouts back that he's not firing blindly, but trying to drain Vargas's energy. In reality, he is predicting the path Vargas must take to dodge the attacks. He fires a final volley, aiming at the empty space where he knows Vargas will land. Vargas leaps gracefully, dodging perfectly, and falling right into the intended trap. He sees the projectiles coming and braces himself for the inevitable impact. The stones hit Vargas squarely, and Uhulus is stunned by what happens next. Gotcha! Vargas grunts as the volley of stones slams into his hardened chest. He lands hard, having deliberately run into the attack with confidence. The magical projectiles shatter harmlessly against his body, doing no damage at all. Vargas smirks, knowing that a direct hit from such a spell is useless against him. Uhulus stares, shocked that the scatter shot had absolutely no effect on the warrior. He has a flash of insight, remembering the giant boars and their unique ability, hardening. He realizes Vargas can use body reinforcement to achieve a similar hardening effect. This is a defensive skill Vargas must have honed through countless battles. As Vargas celebrates his apparent invulnerability, a subtle, knowing smile touches Aluza's lips. Too bad, Uhlus thinks as he materializes a new, far deadlier projectile. Vargas's eyes widen slightly, sensing the shift in his opponent's strategy. Uhlus slams a super-hardened brick directly against the flat of the greatsword. The impact sends a devastating shockwave through the massive steel blade. The tip of the legendary sword breaks clean off, sent flying through the air. It lands with a heavy thud, embedding itself in the ground before the stunned villagers. The crowd cries out in horror, recognizing the shattered remains of Vargas's legendary sword. Uhlus, his expression grim, declares that the duel has been decided. He looks down at the fallen warrior and tells him to surrender. Vargas lies on the ground, defeated and confused, wondering what just happened. Uhlus and his Valkyrie stand over the legendary warrior, victorious. Uhlus explains that Vargas had figured out the timing of his scattershot incantation. He reveals that he used the repeated spell as a feint to set up a counterattack. He then reveals his trump card. He can cast spells without an incantation. He knew that scattershot alone would not be enough to defeat a seasoned warrior. Vargas had managed to block the brick with his sword, mitigating the damage. Though he saved himself from serious injury, he is still disarmed and defeated. Uhlus declares that a man with Vargas's strength is exactly what their cause needs. Vargas takes Aluza's offered hand, humbly admitting his defeat. A smile of genuine respect spreads across the warrior's face. Uhlus asks that in exchange for surrender, no harm will come to the villagers. The villagers erupt into a wild cheer, celebrating the victor of the duel. Uhlus wryly notes the fickle nature of crowds, always siding with the strongest. He clarifies his true intention. He doesn't want to harm them, but to have them join him. Vargas, his expression serious, understands and accepts the proposal. The two stand together, a new and powerful alliance forged between them. Vargas makes a solemn promise to Uhlus that they will fight together. Far away, the grand castle of the Fontana family looms against the sky. A young noble listens to a report, acknowledging his own miscalculation in the matter. His advisor tells him he has just cause to lead his army to Barca village. Sitting on his throne, he swears on the honor of his family that he will act. Back in Linda, the villagers agree to merge their forces with the Barca army. Vargas laughs, saying he's no leader and that Bido and II is a better general. Uhlus smiles, grateful for the loyal friends who have joined his cause. He is certain that marching on Linda village was the correct decision. We'll make our camp here, Uhlus declares to his assembled army. He knows the Fontana family must pass this way to reach his village. He orders his men to prepare the site while he builds their lodgings. In a flash of magic, an entire row of buildings erupts from the earth. Uhlus proudly declares they can now easily house over 100 soldiers. With the camp established, he announces their next task, defensive walls. He smiles, pleased that his men can use his magic without any training. But a report comes in. Some of the new recruits cannot cast the spell. Uhlus is shocked, realizing his magic isn't universally accessible to all. Using his mana sight, he sees the weaker magical auras of those who failed. He understands that powerful spells require a high base mana capacity to learn. He concludes one can only learn magic that their own power level supports. The craftsman Gran approaches him, calling out his name with a new item. He presents Uhlus with a newly crafted, custom-fit suit of leather armor. Uhlus is thrilled with the gift, noting how easy it is to move in. But Vargas, the veteran warrior, scoffs at the seemingly flimsy armor. He declares it insufficient, as one cannot be picky on a real battlefield. Uhlus tasks his father and Maddock with improving their army's equipment. He reflects on their growing numbers and their much-needed new equipment. Their allies are dependable, their ranks have grown, and their gear is ready. All that remains now is to wait for the enemy to arrive. A fire crackles as the war council receives an urgent late-night report. The merchant Teres rushes in, bowing low before Uhulus and his commanders. He reveals the Fontana army is 10 times their size, 500 soldiers. Teres admits he is surprised Uhulus had anticipated the Fontana's movements. Uhulus coldly analyzes the massive disadvantage in numbers they now face. He declares their only option is to meet them in an open field battle. Vardis agrees, stating that a defensive battle would be a certain loss. He knows the Fontanas see them as nothing more than a peasant rabble. But in truth, they're a formidable group of combat magic users. Uhulus shouts that their only chance for victory is a surprise attack. He clenches his fist, realizing these are no longer just game tactics. The weight of reality is heavy as his familiar, Valkyrie, approaches him. She nuzzles his cheek, sensing his turmoil and offering silent support. His brother and Gran watch on, telling him not to get sentimental. He reassures Valkyrie that he is fine, thanking her for the comfort. He tells his partner he is relying on her to ensure everyone survives. He leaps on her back, determined to do what must be done to win. The Barca army, a mix of farmers and lumberjacks, assembles for war. They stand ready, a small but determined force against the coming tide. Across the plain, the massive and disciplined Fontana army advances. Uhulus notes the enemy has at least 30 soldiers clad in metal armor. A map shows the strategic positioning of the two opposing forces. The Fontana army arrives, their commander riding forward to address them. Uhulus listens intently, his expression grim and completely focused. The commander bellows, addressing the people of Barca village from afar. He declares that Uhulus has committed a grave crime against the nobility. Uhulus notes how well the commander's voice carries, a special privilege. His brother angrily asks if he's just going to stand there and take it. He relays the enemy's offer, surrender and be allowed to live. Vardis grumbles that Uhulus needs to say something back to them now. The warrior's face is tense. He says the pre-battle taunts have begun. Uhulus understands. With these words, the battle has already started. The enemy commander continues his speech, trying to sap their will to fight. But Uhulus unleashes his own magically amplified voice in a deafening reply. He roars that the Fontanas are the ones stealing their land from them. He channels his mana directly into his voice, turning it into a weapon. His men are galvanized, shouting they won't forgive the nobles' tyranny. They will not bow to their unreasonable demands and crushing taxes. Uhulus declares they will never be treated like the nobles' livestock. He rears Valkyrie back and shouts the final order. All forces charge. He leads the charge himself, telling his men to go and win their freedom. The Fontana soldiers are shocked, shouting that they're charging head-on. Their commander orders them to hold the line and intercept the attack. Uhulus gallops forward, his face a mask of fierce, unshakable determination. The commander screams at his men not to let the boy break through. Uhulus grips his magically created staff, ready for the first violent clash. He crashes into the enemy lines, shouting for them not to interfere. The impact is immediate and utterly shocking to the enemy soldiers. His men are sent flying with a single swing of his powerful staff. His incredible power comes from his superior body reinforcement, magic. He had created the staff from hardened brick for this very purpose. He shouts for the enemy soldiers to get out of his way as he charges. The soldiers are terrified, their simple shields and spears no match for him. He has broken through their initial defenses with his devastating charge. His brother shouts his name, seeing him pushing too deep into the fray. Uhulus sees his brother has charged recklessly far into the enemy ranks. He realizes his men's magic isn't as powerful as he had assumed. His own mana has been carefully refined since he was an infant. He concludes the others cannot produce the same high level of power. A diagram shows mana quality and quantity are linked to combat power. He identifies his brother and Vargas as the only ones who can keep up. He shouts for the two of them to join him in the vanguard charge. His father and Maddock are ordered to lead the rest of the forces. Their target is the elite, armored phalanx at the enemy's center. He knows his scatter shot will be ineffective against their metal shields. He senses that this group of soldiers possesses immense magical power. The elite guard stands impassively, a wall of steel and latent magic. Uhulus sees they are ready to intercept him and prepares to charge. He shouts that they will break through the enemy's front line directly. He slams his hand against the shield with incredible magical force. The impact sends a shockwave through the enemy's shield wall. Uhulus is thrown back, stunned by the sheer power of their defense. The elite guard commander shouts not to be pushed back by a mere child. Uhulus realizes they are stronger than he thought. Their equipment is superior. The elite soldiers are not just farmers. They are true, trained warriors. But he understands their quality is still fundamentally that of a peasant soldier. Their hazy magic is nothing compared to his own dense, liquid-like power. Within the chaos of battle, Uhulus analyzes the gap in their combat power. His brother, overwhelmed, screams at him not to be an idiot for his audacious commands. Uhulus internally marvels at his brother's courage, calling him a monster for his recklessness. The enemy commander, a man with a sharp mustache, sneers at being underestimated. A close-up on the commander's cold, calculating eye reveals his aristocratic disdain. The two leaders clash on horseback, their swords ringing out in a shower of sparks. Uhulus, gritting his teeth, vows that he will not permit any more of this outrage. The commander smirks, pleased that this saves him the trouble of hunting Uhulus down. Their horses circle as the commander casually asks if Uhulus has been well. He suggests Uhulus might not remember the Fontana family crest from when he was small. The man introduces himself as Raymond, ruler of the Fontana family's lands. Uhulus clenches his fist, the shocking realization dawning that this is the enemy commander. His eyes widen in pure rage as Raymond gives a silent, deadly order. Raymond recalls the upstart who dared to challenge his authority over the Valkyries. Uhulus glares at the man who now seeks to take away everything he was granted. His hand tightens into a fist, remembering Raymond's name on the official decree. He roars, questioning what Raymond thinks he is doing to what they have built. His brother's voice cuts through his rage, telling him to calm down and look. Uhulus sees the enemy knights have reformed their ranks while he was distracted. His brother points out that the commander's appearance was a tactic to halt their advance. Uhulus grits his teeth, realizing his outburst has blunted their own momentum. The elite Fontana soldiers raise their hands in unison, preparing for a magical assault. Terry's voice warns that they are about to use the unique magic of their noble house. He explains that nobles use their power to solve problems and protect their lands. No matter how strong, he continues, one cannot win against superior numbers. Nobles conscripted commoners, granting them magic through a rite of naming. However, granting such lethal power to others was a dangerous proposition for them. The first step to power was to serve a noble and gain their trust in battle. In the past, this power was sometimes turned against the nobles who granted it. Because of these incidents, a tiered system of empowerment was established. The second step was to become an attendant to a magic-wielding knight. Uhulus realizes he has inadvertently exploited this system with his own earth magic. A system where nobles rule through their magically empowered knights became the law. The Fontana commander, Raymond, raises his hand as the air begins to freeze. The fully armored knight prepares to unleash his family's hereditary power. Terry's warning rings out. The Fontana family's specialty is ice magic. With a unified cry, the commander and his knights unleash a volley of ice lances. The deadly magical projectiles scream across the battlefield toward the small rebel force. Uhulus knows he cannot face this devastating magical barrage on his own. His brother grimly notes that they cannot block an attack from all directions. A storm of jagged ice lances fills the air, an unstoppable magical assault. Vargas, the powerful warrior, watches the attack with grim determination. "I'll leave my back to you," Uhulus shouts, entrusting his life to Vargas. He knows he can knock down the lances, but he'll need enhanced vision to track them all. He focuses his mana, pushing his senses to their absolute limit. His eyes widen with concentration, believing that he can succeed. The world slows to a crawl, the deadly ice lances becoming clear and predictable. Controlling his mana while moving is difficult, but he is confident he can manage. Vargas grunts in pain as an ice lance slips through and strikes his body. A diagram shows how the wrist angle telegraphs the aim of both magic types. Uhulus realizes Vargas could handle his magic because he'd fought knights before. Vargas takes another hit, blood splattering as he absorbs the magical blow. Uhulus calls out in concern as the warrior is struck again and again. He is shocked that Vargas is taking damage despite his magically hardened body. He knows if he dodges, the lances will strike his brother and Vargas behind him. Vargas understands he must use his own body as a shield to protect the others. Uhulus is overcome with admiration, thinking how incredibly noble Vargas is. His brother, enraged by the memory of the dehorned Valkyries, unleashes a wild assault. Uhulus is stunned by his brother's terrifyingly sharp and untamed intuition. The ground beneath Aluza's Valkyrie is littered with shattered shards of ice. The Fontana Knights begin to pant, their magical energy clearly running low. Aluza's brother grins, knowing he can rely on his powerful allies. Vargas looks on, acknowledging the strength and resolve of his new comrades. Uhulus wipes sweat from his brow, sensing a crucial opening in the enemy's attack. His brother shouts to Vargas that the enemy is almost out of magical ammunition. He pats his faithful Valkyrie, praising it for holding on through the assault. Suddenly, a volley of ice lances strikes the magnificent creature from behind. The brother's face contorts in a silent scream of pure, unadulterated fury. "You bastards!" he roars as Uhulus calls out his name in alarm. He leaps from his dying mount, launching himself directly at the Fontana Knights. "How dare you!" he screams, his body a blur of vengeful motion. Uhulus shouts in panic, telling Vargas to protect his brother at all costs. The brother charges the shield wall, knowing his enhanced body cannot be stopped. He soars through the air, a human projectile aimed at the enemy line. His body glows with raw magical power as he prepares for the impact. He smashes into the knights, sending them flying with incredible, shattering force. A knight stares in disbelief as his enchanted armor cracks and breaks apart. Uhulus is stunned, exclaiming that his brother has shattered their armor. The brother realizes he never knew his own strength, having only fought village kids. Uhulus understands his brother is now strong enough to defeat knights on the battlefield. Vargas follows up, his power overwhelming the knights as the brother creates an opening. Uhulus smirks, realizing that with them fighting, his help is not needed there. He turns his gaze to the true target, Raymond, who watches his knights fall. Uhulus wonders if Raymond's sword is also magical, noting his unnaturally enhanced body. Raymond dismisses a soldier's question, saying it is none of his concern. He comments that while the knight's power is impressive, his own mana is far greater. Uhulus realizes Raymond's chattiness means his plan to capture them alive has failed. He understands with chilling certainty that Raymond's sword is incredibly dangerous. He can sense the blade carries even more mana than his own tusk sword. Small, dangerous sparks of magical energy emanate from the powerful blade. Holding his own sword aloft, Uhulus declares that this is where they part ways. His Valkyrie charges, its hooves thundering across the field toward the enemy lord. Raymond prepares to meet the charge, ready to unleash his finishing blow. Uhulus prepares his own attack, intending to shatter Raymond's blade with his magic. Their swords clash, but it is Aluza's weapon that explodes into pieces. Uhulus stares in disbelief and horror, realizing the shards are made of ice. Raymond's eye glints with cold, cruel amusement at the boy's shock. The shattered pieces of ice fly back towards Raymond's waiting hand. The shards begin to magically reform into a new, even larger blade. Raymond sneers, vowing to show Uhulus the power of the Ice Lance sword. Mounted on his Valkyrie, Uhulus grits his teeth, frustrated by his many disadvantages. Raymond Fontana charges forward, boasting that his regenerating ice sword is unbreakable. With a sharp crack, Aluza's own sword shatters upon impact with a magical blade. The force of the blow throws Uhulus from his saddle with a pained cry. His face is a mask of pure shock as he is sent flying through the air. Raymond looms over him, his expression one of cold, aristocratic disdain for his foe. Uhulus realizes with a jolt that he cannot overpower this magically enhanced nobleman. He lands hard, exclaiming in disbelief that such a superhuman could possibly exist. Raymond calmly approaches on his warhorse, preparing to deliver the final, killing blow. The nobleman declares that with his reach and speed, escape is impossible for Uhulus. Uhulus tenses his body, deciding that if he cannot flee, he must fight differently. He leaps into the air, shouting the incantation for his desperate scattershot spell. The magical blast strikes the ground directly beneath Raymond's startled warhorse. The horse's hooves scrabble as the earth erupts in a shower of dirt and stone. With a terrified shriek, the warhorse rears violently, its eyes wide with panic. The sudden movement throws Raymond from the saddle, sending him crashing to the ground. Uhulus clenches his fist, declaring that the situation is now back to an even fight. He knows his body is at its limit, but he must seize this chance. He charges the fallen lord, determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. His face is a mask of fierce resolve. He will end the battle right here. Suddenly, Raymond's elite knights converge, forming a wall of steel to protect their lord. Aluza's eyes widen in frustration as his charge is halted by the loyal soldiers. One of the knights warns him not to interfere, spoiling his once-in-a-lifetime chance. Forced into a melee, Uhulus becomes a blur of motion against the soldiers. He is surrounded, skillfully parrying the coordinated attacks of the elite guard. He realizes that to win, he needs superior reflexes and overwhelming magical power. His strategy is to pour more mana into his body than into his weapon. With a grunt of effort, he unleashes a magically enhanced blow, felling a knight. A soldier admits Uhulus is strong, but implies his strength alone will not be enough. Uhulus stands panting over the fallen, his gaze fixed on the remaining knights. He knows that with his current level of mana, he can handle this situation. The ground is soon littered with the unconscious forms of the defeated elite guard. Uhulus gasps for air, the immense strain of the protracted battle taking its toll. He stands as the sole victor, surrounded by the bodies of his vanquished foes. He groans, admitting that both his head and his body feel incredibly heavy. His vision begins to blur and fade at the edges from pure, utter exhaustion. He clenches a fist, trying to fight off the debilitating wave of fatigue. A voice warns him not to lower his guard after his impressive performance. Raymond, back on his feet, re-engages him in a fierce clash of blades. The nobleman tells him he has no strength left and should cease his futile resistance. A small, knowing smile touches Aluza's lips as he grits his teeth. He calmly informs Raymond that he is the one who should be giving up. A sudden, powerful tremor shakes the very ground beneath the dueling commanders. The Barcus soldiers look around in confusion, wondering about the strange, deep rumbling. The sound grows louder, a thunderous noise that heralds a powerful, approaching force. Uhulus grins with triumph, declaring that Raymond has fallen for his grand strategy. From a nearby hill, the merchant Teres gives the signal to his hidden forces. With an eager smile, he waves his arm, shouting for the charge to begin. Raymond stares in disbelief, realizing this was Aluza's greatest, most unexpected trump card. A stampede of powerful hooves thunders across the plains, shaking the very earth. Aluza's eyes reflect the approaching tide of his secret and decisive weapon. The head of a familiar appears, confirming it is a flank attack by his Valkyries. A massive herd of Valkyries charges onto the battlefield, a living wave of magical beasts. Uhulus shouts with joyous relief, seeing his powerful reinforcements have finally arrived. The lead Valkyrie unleashes a powerful magical attack, shattering the very ground. She lets out a piercing cry, rallying the rest of the herd to the fight. The other Valkyries answer her call, their cries echoing as they charge forward. The Barca soldiers watch in awe as the familiars crash into the enemy lines. A Fontana officer wonders if these could be the legendary familiars from the rumors. The Valkyries sow chaos, their magical cries ringing out as they attack. Raymond watches in horror, realizing the familiars use the same magic as Aluza's army. The Fontana army is thrown into complete disarray by the powerful magical assault. The nobleman cannot believe that such an absurd, impossible situation is actually happening. With a final surge of resolve, Raymond decides he will end this war himself. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury as he charges toward Uhulus. The two leaders meet in a final, desperate clash of swords on the battlefield. Raymond, bloodied and enraged, snarls that this will be his checkmate. Uhulus meets his gaze, calmly stating that what he is about to do is necessary. He tells Raymond that their battle is decided, and this is where they part ways. He sees the clear path to his decisive victory laid out before him. With a single, swift motion, Uhulus disarms the nobleman, his sword clattering away. A single tear of relief falls as Uhulus stands over his defeated foe. He raises Raymond's sword high, proclaiming his victory over the Fontana family. The remaining Fontana soldiers are ordered to retreat, their commander defeated and their will broken. Maddock roars for the Barca army to raise a cheer, for they are now free. The entire Barca force erupts, raising their weapons in a triumphant cry of victory. Uhulus shouts along with them, his voice raw with emotion and utter exhaustion. The soldiers celebrate their hard-won freedom, their joy echoing across the battlefield. Vargas and the other Barca commanders watch the celebration with grim satisfaction. Uhulus pants, the adrenaline of battle finally leaving him weak and trembling. His loyal Valkyrie nuzzles him gently, her soft cry full of deep concern. He leans against her, reassuring his partner that he is all right despite his fatigue. He whispers his thanks to her as his army continues its raucous celebration. Teres stands nearby, trembling as he recalls the terrifying closeness of the battle. He asks Uhulus what scared him most, as his men celebrate their spoils of war. Uhulus admits with a wry smile that his own partner Valkyrie led the charge. He explains he left Teres in charge, and their timing was absolutely perfect. Teres, recovering his composure, asks Uhulus what their next move will be. They have disarmed the routed farmers, collecting a great many weapons as spoils. Uhulus admits that this was not the full extent of the Fontana family's might. However, he knows they have gained something more valuable than any spoils of war. Vargas approaches, his massive frame towering over Uhulus as he calls him general. The warrior asks to speak with him, a new look of respect on his face. They have captured valuable personnel, including 6 important knights, who are now prisoners. A report confirms that all 6 captives are seriously injured and receiving medical care. Uhulus knows that other noble families will not intervene in this small territorial dispute. He understands that they have won this battle, his eyes shining with resolve. Vargas tells him that talking is not enough. They must first show their strength. He insists they must make their enemies want to negotiate, a goal achieved through power. Uhulus declares that to do this, they will build a castle as a symbol. A castle must be built, a bastion of defense for this new land. In this world of magic, Uhulus knows that castles are the key to power. He also plans a sturdy road, a vital supply line between Barca and Linda. Linda village will also be fortified with walls, barracks, and a watchtower. Uhulus organizes his workers into teams based on their magical skill levels. Carlos admits he is deeply impressed. Uhulus is far beyond his expectations. With his magic, he reinforces the sides of a new, gleaming moat. Linda village is now protected by a strong defensive wall and watchtower. He proudly surveys the new road built by connecting the watchtowers. Carlos teases him, wondering if he's just a construction maniac at heart. Not satisfied, he creates an improved, 30-meter-tall version of the tower. The new road brings more recruits, eager to join his growing cause. A messenger has arrived from Barca village, asking for him by name. The message is from Father Paulo, and Uhulus is filled with instant dread. He returns to Barca village, a place he now desperately wishes to avoid. He arrives at the church, a building that now holds a certain menace. Father Paulo greets him with a serene smile that hides his true intentions. Uhulus pretends not to know what the priest is talking about. Paulo's smile vanishes, and he declares his anger over the unauthorized naming ceremonies. He accuses Uhulus of granting magic to many people without church permission. Paulo explains that those who wield mana directly, like Uhulus, are rare. These powerful individuals from ancient times were known simply as mages. Their incantation-based sorcery came to be known as magic. These magic users were revered by the common people for their wondrous abilities. A magic guide created a way for commoners to use this power. This guide claimed their naming technique was a divine gift from God. They spread magic and faith together using powerful magic formations. This new doctrine spread quickly across the land, changing everything. This, he explains, is the very origin of the Holy Light Church. But the magic guide had another, more secret purpose in mind. Naming creates a magical hierarchy, a bond between parent and child. The child gains magic, but the parent absorbs a portion of their mana. This system created a vast, unseen flow of magical energy. Uhulus realizes this system is why his own magical power has grown. Paulo tells him he has used a sacred rite without church permission. He believes his life is now forfeit for breaking such a sacred law. He desperately argues that nobles also bestow names upon their knights. He insists he's done nothing unique, so there must be room for forgiveness. Paulo coldly informs him that the church mediates all noble naming ceremonies. The church only acts as a conduit. The power flows to the nobles. Paulo sighs, explaining that power must be controlled to prevent chaos. Uhulus is outraged to learn the church receives donations for this service. Paulo claims it's merely gratitude, but Uhulus knows it's just a bribe. He realizes he has not only stolen a secret, but also interfered with business. The concept of mana flowing from child to parent sparks a new idea. He wonders what happens if that parent, in turn, has a parent. He asks Paulo if his own mana is flowing up the chain to him. Paulo calmly confirms that this is exactly what has been happening. He admits his own mana has grown immensely since baptizing Uhulus. He realized Ulus's mana alone wasn't the cause. It was the Valkyries. He only named the first, but all her offspring are linked to him. Uhulus screams that it's a pyramid scheme, funneling power up to Paulo. This surge of power has earned Paulo a promotion from priest to bishop. Uhulus asks who decides promotions, amazed at how significant this is. Paulo cryptically replies that no one decides, leaving Uhulus bewildered. He explains rank is known when one can suddenly use new magic. With his promotion, Paulo himself can now use powerful recovery magic. Uhulus realizes this explains why some of his men cannot use his spells. A person cannot use a spell until their own mana reaches a certain level. The sudden acquisition of new magic feels like a divine blessing. After his long explanation, Paulo declares it is time for the main topic. He looks at Uhulus, his expression turning sharp and intensely serious. He asks Uhulus to entrust his future into his care and guidance. A list of his crimes is recounted: killing soldiers and inciting rebellion. He is also accused of murdering a noble steward and illegally occupying land. Uhulus tries to argue that both sides were at fault in the conflict, but Paulo points out his gravest sin: misusing the church's sacred rights. Uhulus knows he can justify the war, but not his use of the right. He suggests joining the church, but Paulo says he would be excommunicated. Paulo asks what Uhulu's biggest problem is, then answers his own question. The priest then reveals the clever report they will submit to the church. He will claim that he, Father Paulo, was the one who named the villagers. Uhulus realizes this simple lie would smooth everything over with the church. He admits he doesn't understand why the bishop is protecting him. Paulo reveals his motive. Uhulu's power is the source of his promotion. A scandal involving Uhulus would threaten the bishop's own position. He proposes a relationship based not on faith, but on mutual interest. Uhulus is terrified by the casual corruption of both Paulo and the church. Still, Paulo insists Uhulu's actions have been too conspicuous to ignore. The solution, once again, comes down to a very large donation. Uhulus resigns himself to the fact that a bribe is unavoidable. The price of peace would be paid in a cascade of shining coins. He is horrified by the amount, crying that it is all his savings. Paulo notes smugly that Uhulus has clearly calculated his own assets. He argues that paying the church is pointless without resolving his conflict. Paulo agrees that the lingering problem with the Fontana family must be solved. Paulo tests him, asking what the Fontanas would see as most important. The question hangs in the air: what is the true heart of the conflict? Uhulus guesses wrong, and Paulo sighs that he has missed the point. The real question, Paulo explains, is the origin of his army's magic. He proposes the story. Uhulu's magic was bestowed through Paulo himself. As the priest who baptized Uhulus, his explanation would be persuasive. As the new bishop, he now holds authority over the Fontana's territory. He admits this will protect his own position while helping their cause. Uhulus agrees to the plan, knowing the donation is a necessary evil. He entrusts Barca's future to the bishop, ready to pay the price. Soon, a delegation arrives at the gates of the Grand Fontana capital. A finely dressed man speaks of the new bishop, Paulo, to his companions. He explains that Paulo knows Uhulus well from his time in Barca village. The young noble frowns, suspicious of a bishop protecting a mere peasant. Leaves fall as a tense political situation comes to a head. The priest, Paulo, speaks with a calm but serious expression. The meeting will take place at a secluded, overgrown stone tower. A man calls out to Uhulus, who is busy organizing his soldiers. A carriage arrives in a hurry, its passenger shouting that the talks are ready. Paulo insists that direct negotiations between the leaders must now begin. Uhulus understands he is being taken to a prearranged, neutral location. The tower is described as the site for their informal discussion. This tower was built by Uhulus himself to serve as a landmark. Uhulus ascends the winding stone steps of the tower, his footsteps echoing. Inside, a man wonders to himself about the approaching Uhulus Barca. Uhulus reaches the top of the stairs, seeing a finely dressed man waiting. The man notes Uhulus is just a child, questioning if he's the negotiator. Uhulus bristles, silently asking if this stranger is looking down on him. The man lets out a small, almost imperceptible puff of amusement. He introduces himself with a single, confident name, Carlos. Uhulus is visibly shocked as Carlos continues his introduction. He reveals he is Carlos Fontana, the true head of the Fontana house. A close-up shows the fine, beaded chain on Carlos's noble attire. Carlos states that Paulo has already told him everything, leaving Uhulus flustered. Uhulus quickly suggests they end the hostility and sheathe their swords. Carlos considers this, thoughtfully stating it will depend on the conditions. The young lord's expression is calculating as he weighs his options. Carlos questions why Uhulus wouldn't propose conditions to his opponent, confusing the boy. He smiles, saying only the central figure has conditions, presenting a document. The document, holding the terms of peace, is laid out between them. Carlos asks how the terms look, offering the document for Uhulus to review. The terms include a ceasefire, return of prisoners, and the fate of Barca. Uhulus reads that he will become a knight, seeing the terms are favorable. Carlos asks if these terms can be trusted, promising to formalize them later. Uhulus worries his followers would abandon him if he makes such a decision. Carlos clarifies that Uhulus would be entering his service, not the Fontana houses. The implication of this distinction hangs dramatically in the air. Carlos stands, saying that for this incident, he must offer his thanks. He is grateful that Uhulus has taken care of the troublesome Raymond for him. He leans in conspiratorially, saying that Uhulus, of all people, should understand. He begins to explain the great struggle it has been to unite his house. He inherited his title at age 3 after his father, the previous lord, died. Rival nobles attacked, killing every other potential successor except for him. In his stead, a loyal knight, Raymond, had to serve as regent. Carlos reveals that Raymond had been misusing the family's official seal. He explains that even a small mistake can bring down a powerful faction. Uhulus realizes that Carlos has now successfully seized back his family's authority. Carlos clarifies it's not so simple, asking if Uhulus knows how much work Raymond did. He explains that Raymond's relatives and loyal knights will surely rebel against him. He gestures towards Uhulus, the key to his next move. He needs a new power, an entity like Uhulus, to keep them in check. Uhulus understands that he is being asked to act as a deterrent. Carlos clenches his fist, admitting he lacks pawns, but Barca can be a new power. He tells Uhulus that he is no longer a farmer, but an equal. He begins to list all the things that Uhulus wants to protect. This includes the lives of his people and the wealth they have created. Carlos promises to guarantee all of it, including Ulus's own freedom. In return, he passionately declares that Uhulus must become his sword. Uhulus considers the offer, knowing Paulo's involvement lends it credibility. He clenches his fist, determined to avoid the church's control, and agrees. The scene focuses on the hilt and scabbard of a ceremonial sword. Autumn leaves continue to fall against the cloudy sky. Uhulus states that he has one additional condition he would like to add. The grand castle of the Fontana family is shown, nestled in the hills. The treaty will be formalized in the large, stone village church. Paulo places his hand on the document, officially declaring a ceasefire. He announces that the treaty between the two parties is now formally concluded. Carlos, dressed in magnificent armor, summons Uhulus to come forward. Uhulus, standing among his men, responds with a loud, clear yes. Inside the church, Carlos again calls for Uhulus Barca, who walks forward. Carlos asks if Uhulus swears to support him, and Uhulus pledges his oath. Ulus's brother, Baito, watches from the pews with a shocked expression. Carlos asks if Uhulus will fight by his side to protect the people. As Uhulus kneels, Carlos asks him to show the proof of his oath. A complex magic circle glows as Carlos places a hand over Ulus's head. Carlos proclaims that he appoints Uhulus as a knight, bestowing a new name. The magic flares, sealing the sacred and powerful political bond between them. He declares that Uhulus shall now be known as Uhulus von Barca. Uhulus feels the magical link form, making him the strongest power in the land. A new power flows through him as he conjures a shard of ice. This blessing flows through Uhulus to his people, who erupt in cheers. Uhulus is thrilled to finally wield the Fontana's ice magic. With the ceremony over, Uhulus can finally return to his life's work. Back in his office, Gran asks Uhulus what he will do now as a lord. Gran is ecstatic, calling the situation romantic, but Uhulus is unimpressed. Uhulus reflects that Carlos conceded the territory to keep his best warriors. Not wanting to lose a talent like Vargas, Carlos even gave up a castle. Gran is fired up, asking what grand new project Uhulus will begin now. He clenches his fist, practically vibrating with excitement for the future. Uhulus bluntly shatters the mood, stating their first priority is to earn money. He explains he has no time for romance under the immense pressure of his duties. He must pay taxes and lacks the funds to even feed his soldiers. He must show loyalty, or his new lands will be confiscated. He declares he must build an organization that can generate wealth from nothing. The scene shifts to a view of a grand, distant mansion on a hill. Inside, a delicate hand closes a book with a soft thud. A beautiful young noblewoman, Lelina, looks up with a serious expression. Her handmaiden asks if something is wrong, but Lelina says it is nothing. The handmaiden reports that Carlos has been managing the territory well since Raymond's death. She asks if she should retrieve the next book, and Lelina agrees. Lelina reflects that Carlos has always been brilliant, even as a child. However, she knows he will inevitably clash with Raymond's remaining faction. She understands Carlos will use his only blood connection, her, for political advantage. Lelina looks out, realizing she, too, must soon make a difficult decision. Uhulus stands before his new recruits, ready to make a bold announcement. He declares he will hire the former soldiers, and the crowd erupts with cheers. An advisor notes they can be taught to make bricks, but not process wood. Uhulus smiles slyly, realizing that intelligence is not a prerequisite for this work. He fiercely proclaims he has enough ambition to work them all to the bone. Thus began his demanding management style, fueled by mana recovery medicine. Elsewhere, the priest Paulo trembles, muttering that the situation is terrible. He reflects on the astonishing amount of money he has been saving from Uhulus. Paulo wails comically, feeling like a robber baron for taking so much gold. Uhulus cheerfully presents more sacks of coin, telling him not to stop now. Paulo accepts the hefty donation for prime land, though Uhulus notes his greed. Uhulus recalls asking Paulo for funding to handle his payments to the church. Paulo asks if Uhulus's organization is stable, knowing the difficulty for a former peasant. Uhulus knows his alliance with Carlos is fragile and that other nobles despise him. He fears being used as a pawn or having his territory seized by rivals. Clenching his fist, he resolves not to simply govern his lands peacefully. He stands before his people, vowing to make the Barca territory the strongest. To achieve this, he announces his first step, opening a new market. Terry's the merchant slams the table, yelling that no one would travel so far north. He explains that constant conflict between nobles makes travel incredibly difficult. Furthermore, every territory charges exorbitant transit fees at checkpoints. The situation is made even more complicated by the powerful trade guilds. A merchant is shown drowning in a sea of different guild fees and taxes. Terry's warns that ignoring the guilds could result in being erased. Uhulus proposes a simple solution, a free market within his own lands. Terry's remains skeptical, thinking of all the fees merchants would still face. But Uhulus is fired up, determined to create a system that attracts merchants. A map reveals his grand plan, to build a new road to Fontana. Riding his Valkyrie, Uhulus explains the road is part of their ceasefire agreement. His brother questions if building a trade route was part of the deal. Uhulus reveals the road's true purpose, a military marching route for Fontana. His brother panics, but Uhulus assures him it's a trap they can control. He adds that he and Carlos now co-own the strategic Kawakita castle. Uhulus smugly boasts that he could magically build a new castle in days. He smiles, saying he doesn't wish to worsen his relationship with Carlos. Kawakita Castle will now serve as an inn and checkpoint between their lands. Uhulus then begins organizing his new workforce with systematic efficiency. Those with land return to farming, while others begin the road construction. In a mere 3 days, The road that once took days to travel is complete. Uhulus congratulates his workers, who cheer at their incredible achievement. The men realize their work is done and begin to worry about their future. They murmur about having no homes, land, or prospects to return to. Uhulus knows it is his duty as Lord to provide them with work and food. He believes that providing for them is essential to maintaining peace. The former soldiers look on in stunned amazement at what he shows them. Uhulus cheerfully offers them all homes in a new, pre-built residential district. A diagram shows the housing he prepared outside the village walls. The men are overjoyed as Uhulus outlines the two new jobs he has for them. Their first task will be the production of his unique hardened bricks. He explains the bricks are a specialty product only Barca can create. Their second task is the cultivation of valuable mana mushrooms. He reveals the most important step is infusing the logs with magical energy. This technique allows for many years of harvest from a single log. The men are overcome with gratitude, calling him a hero for his generosity. Uhulus internally laments giving up his secret weapon for long-term stability. He knows that sooner or later, they will be called to war once more. A stockpile of mana potions will be crucial for victory in the next battle. Thus, the Barca territory gained its two new, unique specialty products. Uhulus tasks his brother with conducting a kinshi, or land survey. His brother protests, claiming he is bad with numbers, and runs off. Uhulus considers the upcoming harvest, knowing his magic will increase yields. He worries the farmers will be unhappy if their taxes suddenly go up. The survey is necessary to establish a clear and fair tax system. He realizes he needs a standard unit of measurement, but none exists. A brilliant idea strikes him as he thinks about his land preparation spell. He recalls that his spell always affects a perfect 10-meter square. This means anyone with the spell can now accurately measure land. He praises Kyle's intelligence, knowing he is the perfect person for the job. He decides to make one cast of a spell the new standard unit of area. In a flashback, Kyle lies in bed, blaming himself for the recent war. He sobs, wondering what he should have done to prevent the conflict. Uhulus gently comforts him, saying it wasn't his fault and everyone found their role. He decides to also establish a standard unit of length at the same time. He explains his new metric system based on the dimensions of a spell. From length, he derives units for volume, weight, and even temperature. He then asks Kyle to be the one to teach this new system to everyone. Uhulus expresses his confidence, knowing Kyle has already memorized it all. Kyle looks up at his mentor, his eyes shining with renewed purpose. And so, the new system of standardized units began to spread through Barca. The scene shifts to the roof of a large, newly constructed building. Uhulus realizes a new problem. To record the survey data, they need paper. One of his men jokes about Alus's father's receding hairline. Uhulus blushes, clarifying he meant cami for paper, not cami for hair. He explains that the local parchment is too bulky for their purposes. It is also expensive and in short supply, making it impractical for widespread use. He resolves to solve the problem himself by inventing plant paper. Teres asks if he's failed again, gesturing to a pile of ruined attempts. Uhulus mutters in frustration, annoyed by the difficulty of the task. He refuses to give up, analyzing the process to find solution. He identifies the three key ingredients: wood, mana herbs, and a wild yam. The first two steps involve pounding wood and boiling it into a pulp. He notes the first key is using mana herbs to properly extract the fibers. The third step is to mix a binding agent back into the fibers. The second key, he explains, is using a wild yam as a simple glue. The pulp is then spread, pressed between cloths, and dried for several days. The result is a perfect, smooth sheet of high-quality paper. A quill pen glides effortlessly across the new paper's fine surface. Teres clasps his hands together, begging Uhulus to sell the new paper to him. He apologizes profusely for ever doubting the plant paper idea. Uhulus looks away, unimpressed, telling him he should have just been honest. The merchant Teres held the new paper, marveling at its quality. Uhulus asked his plan, and Teres declared he would both use and sell it. Teres was certain of its success, so Uhulus proposed a new specialty team. An idea sparked in the young lord's mind. He decided then and there to form a dedicated production team. His thoughts turned to the families of soldiers lost in the war. He realized papermaking was a better job for the war widows than farming. Thus, a new papermaking workshop was constructed from sturdy brick. The new team was formed, centered around the village's war widows. Terry's salesmanship proved effective, and the new paper was a citywide hit. A war widow expressed her quiet, profound gratitude. "Thank you, Uhulus," she said, walking through the light snow with her child. Her little boy turned back, offering Uhulus a small, innocent wave. Uhulus waved back, happy to have helped the families who had lost so much. Though exhausted, he decided on his next vital project, equipping the Valkyries. Gran appeared with a flourish, asking if they were making saddles or armor. Uhulus confirmed he had already given Gran designs for saddles and bridles. Someone asked if he could ride without them, and Uhulus said yes. He remembered the brutal impact of his duel with Raymond Fontana. That battle, he explained, had taught him the necessity of proper equipment. With stirrups, he could have braced himself and stood his ground. He might have even transferred his body's full power into a strike. With proper gear, he said, more people could become capable riders. Gran was thrilled by the grand idea of creating a formal cavalry unit. The Valkyries were soon being fitted with new saddles and stirrups. This simple upgrade would significantly boost their army's overall power. Even the dehorned Valkyries could now serve as valuable mounts for soldiers. He entrusted the work to Gran, who accepted the task with great enthusiasm. Uhulus then revealed one more crucial innovation, the horseshoe. He explained they would protect the Valkyries' hooves from the strain of riding. The Valkyries, however, curiously questioned Uhulus as he tried to fit one. He recalled that when he first began breeding them, they varied in size. The Valkyries he hatched himself were slightly larger than the others. However, the horned, magic-wielding Valkyries all grew to a uniform size. This meant he could create a single mold for mass production. A Valkyrie lifted its hoof, seemingly refusing the strange new object. Uhulus sighed in exasperation at how particular his familiars were. Overwhelmed with his to-do list, he wondered what to tackle next. Gran proudly showed off a Valkyrie, now fully and magnificently equipped. Uhulus recalled his past life, where food was always readily available. In this world, even his bountiful harvests were threatened by spoilage. He unveiled a massive brick building, declaring it the solution to their food problem. He clenched his fist, stating that their time of food scarcity was over. His brother mocked the plain building, calling it a giant block of tofu. A swift transition showed Uhulus was undeterred by the critique. He explained the walls were 3 times thicker, blocking all light and wind. And now, he declared, preparing to unleash his newfound magic. He repeatedly cast Ice Lance, shocking his brother as the walls froze over. Gran worried he was overdoing it, but Uhulus insisted he was fine. The entire interior of the massive storehouse was now encased in thick ice. He explained they just needed to add sawdust to insulate the ice. He proudly announced the completion of his ice room-style refrigerator. His companions were amazed, finally understanding the building's true purpose. Uhulus even considered making smaller, household versions of his new icebox. He smiled, knowing this would allow everyone to preserve their food. The innovation, he thought, would improve the diet of the entire village. The new refrigerator stood complete under a starry night sky. Gran then asked Uhulus why he wasn't building his castle back in Barca village. He pointed out that Uhulus had been building everything else in this new location. A castle here, he argued, would serve as a strategic checkpoint. Gran explained that a castle is a symbol of a lord's power and authority. It was a necessary tool for smooth governance, not just for defense. People knew of Aluza's strength, but a castle would show his stability. It would project an image that would command respect and deter enemies. Uhulus understood. It was a symbol of power to ensure taxes were paid. Graham became excited, insisting it must be grander than Kawanami Castle. Uhulus admitted that while not urgent, his other projects were finishing up. He was also concerned about the low merchant turnout at his free market. He knew they couldn't just wait for the next war to come to them. To survive, they had to proactively increase their military strength. Grant agreed, adding that a castle is useless without people to defend it. Uhulus resolved to build a corps of loyal knights for his new domain. "I will build a castle town within these walls," he declared to Grant. He envisioned a bustling city, teeming with life and vibrant commerce. By opening his territory, he would find new allies to fight with him. A map detailed the new Barca territory, connecting it to the surrounding region. His 4-kilometer square domain was divided into distinct planned zones. His plan was to redevelop the vast land between the inner and outer walls. The southern area was designated for shops, homes, and his new refrigerator. The southern and western areas were plotted and ready for sale to new residents. Uhulus had meticulously planned the residential district for immediate settlement. The northeastern area was zoned for the lumber and charcoal industries. It would be a hub for woodcutters, paper makers, and mushroom cultivators. He then turned his attention to the northwestern area. This district would be dedicated to the military, a place to gather soldiers. Riding Valkyrie, Uhulus planned a dedicated gate for his army's use. He decided to establish a security force and a detention center. He sat atop Valkyrie, pondering what other tasks needed to be done. He decreed that all inner buildings must be made of hardened brick. Terry stood beside him, completely overwhelmed by the sight. The merchant had never seen such a city, and Uhulus beamed with pride. Terry's asked if Uhulus had truly poured his spirit into this grand construction. He declared it was even more magnificent than the Fontana capital itself. The sun shone brightly, glinting off the endless white rooftops. The view from the wall revealed a perfectly ordered city of brick and mortar. Terry's exclaimed that the unique bricks would sell for a fortune. Uhulus confirmed that the site would surely surprise any newcomers. Overwhelmed, Terry's asked Uhulus for a hand getting down from the high wall. Uhulus noted the wall was tall, but needed upgrades for a real defense. He decided to add towers and battlements to the existing fortifications. A gleaming white tower rises, a symbol of a new power in the land. From its peak, a new fortified town spreads out below, a testament to Ulus's ambition. The magical exertion forces Uhulus to his knees, chugging potions while his Valkyrie stands guard. On the ramparts, Uhulus directs his workers, overseeing the stacking of his magical bricks. He explains that he asked the master craftsman, Gran, for one key improvement to the walls. The new crenellations are perfect, earning cheers from the workers and praise for Gran's skill. Uhulus smiles, knowing that using store materials is the most efficient way to fight. He demonstrates their new tactic, dropping bricks on enemies below for an easy, effective defense. For now, he declares their most reliable weapon will be a simple, hardened brick. Uhulus chugs another potion, groaning that his stomach is full, much to his Valkyrie's confusion. He surveys the vast grounds, satisfied that he left enough room for his growing city. To complete the defenses, he decides to construct a massive moat, 10 meters deep. Wide drawbridges will be the only entry, large enough for entire columns of carriages. Maddock and his lumberjacks cheer as the final, magnificent wooden bridge is completed. The massive drawbridge lowers into place, a masterpiece of practical, sturdy engineering. Maddock notes the defensive advantage, and Uhulus excitedly plans to turn the bridge into a kill zone. With a final flourish, the magnificent fortress city of Barcania is officially born. The merchant Terry's bursts in, frantically announcing that they have completely run out of glass. A weary Uhulus asks if they've already used up the entire stockpile he had created. Uhulus is surprised to learn that merchants are now buying his bricks and glass together. Terry's grins, explaining that the city itself has become the perfect advertisement for Aluza's wares. Uhulus realizes his city's buildings are acting as model homes, creating a surge in demand. Terry's laments that he could have been even richer if he had started selling sooner. He winks, declaring that the glass business is about to explode and demands more product. Uhulus taps his foot, thoughtfully considering the merchant's frantic request and the implications. He thinks that perhaps standardizing glass production on a massive scale is a good idea. He is startled by the sudden, stern appearance of the master craftsman, Gran. Gran chides him, saying he can't just mass-produce everything with magic like he does with bricks. He explains that there is a fundamental difference between the materials used for bricks and glass. Unlike bricks from common soil, glass requires rare materials that are difficult to acquire. Uhulus looks confused, asking what the problem is with making more glass for the city. Gran warns that standardizing production would kill the spirit of innovation in their new city. He argues that no one would be inspired to create new things if they only made windows. Uhulus considers this, acknowledging that the raw materials for glass are indeed harder to find. A brilliant idea strikes him, and he excitedly challenges Gran to a new project. With a dazzling smile, Uhulus declares that they will use the glass to create a lens. Gran's eyes light up at the challenge, and he eagerly promises to exceed Aluza's expectations. Uhulus enjoys a rare, blissful moment of peace, savoring a cup of delicious tea. His older brother, Hector, serves him, mentioning his plans to build the inner wall next. Uhulus quietly processes this news, his gaze fixed on the simple teacup before him. Hector looks troubled, wondering aloud how to best create a true symbol of authority. Uhulus suddenly objects, telling his brother that he is thinking about it all wrong. Hearing a commotion outside, he quickly gets up to see who has arrived. His other brother and the warrior Vargas stand outside, their expressions grim and ready for debate. His brother calls out, demanding that Uhulus settle their argument on how to wage war. Vargas argues for a strong defense, but his brother insists that you can't win by hiding. Uhulus listens intently, his expression unreadable as the two men state their cases. He calmly tells them both to sit down, as this is a crucial discussion. Hector offers the two debaters a cup of tea, attempting to cool their tempers. His brother takes a sip, but his eyes remain narrowed with stubborn, aggressive intent. The argument continues, a heated clash between the philosophies of offense and defense. Uhulus sips his tea, understanding that his brother's aggressive nature comes from their first battle. He remembers the desperate life-or-death feeling of the fight against the Fontana army. That terrifying situation had forced him to act, to move without hesitation. He knows his brother experienced the same adrenaline-fueled desperation in that fight. His brother is clinging to the memory of their victory, won by a surprise attack. That single, intense success has become the foundation of his brother's entire military philosophy. Uhulus thinks that his brother is still too simple-minded and inexperienced to lead. He shudders, knowing their victory was a fluke he never wants to risk repeating. Vargas listens to the argument in silence, calmly sipping his drink. Uhulus knows a purely defensive strategy is also too risky for their current political position. He explains that as a peasant-born knight, the Fontana nobles already hate him. He teases Vargas, asking if he truly thinks their allies will help if they just cower. With a thud, Uhulus sets his cup down, his expression turning deadly serious. If their ally Carlos's position weakens, he explains, they will certainly be abandoned. His brother and Vargas listen, the grim reality of their situation sinking in. Uhulus declares that every soldier must be trained to the level of a unit commander. His brother is flustered, complaining that their general is making impossible demands again. He asks if Uhulus can really accomplish such a difficult task, and Uhulus replies they must. The two men walk off, grumbling about the new, intense training regimen that awaits them. Uhulus crosses his arms, pondering the immense challenge of forging his new army. Hector notes that after focusing on the economy, Uhulus must now strengthen his military. He asks his younger brother if his ultimate goal is to conquer the entire world. Uhulus waves his hands frantically, insisting he has no desire to fight for land or status. He beams, declaring that peace is best, and he simply wants to avoid dying. He wants a quiet life, but Hector knows the world of nobles is one of constant conflict. Suddenly, Aluza's expression changes, his peaceful demeanor replaced by a fierce determination. His eyes narrow as he prepares to lead his men into a new phase of training. With a sharp command, he leads his new cavalry unit charging into the forest. A new training regimen has begun, designed to forge an army that can survive any battle. The first step is horsemanship, teaching the volunteers to ride the powerful Valkyries. The recruits groan in agony from the punishing training, while Uhulus watches with knowing empathy. Those who master riding are allowed to proceed to the next, more advanced stage. They begin to practice casting magic from the saddle, a difficult feat of coordination. Uhulus knows it will take time, but he insists they focus on accuracy above all else. After mastering basic magic, they will move on to the devastating Ice Lance spell. With a powerful cry, Uhulus leads his riders in a charge, his expression focused. A cavalryman leans low over his mount, urging it onward through the dense woods. Uhulus explains the tactic. The riders will strike the single target he designates. A soldier unleashes a powerful Ice Lance spell while galloping at full speed. The spell streaks through the air, a blur of cold, destructive energy. The cavalry circles a massive boar, unleashing a coordinated barrage of magical attacks. The beast roars in pain and fury, its hardened hide no match for the assault. Uhulus smiles, satisfied that the live-fire training against the boars is proceeding perfectly. One of the trainees thanks his comrade for the support, promising to try even harder. Uhulus marvels at their synchronized movements, comparing them to a swift school of fish. And so, the Barca army took its first steps as a true magic cavalry brigade. The image of a school of fish flashes by, a perfect metaphor for their unity. Back in the workshop, a proud Gran announces that his latest creation is finally complete. He excitedly presents a pair of finished binoculars, telling Uhulus to behold his masterpiece. Uhulus reflects on his new creation, noting its surprising effectiveness despite its crudeness. Gran approaches, asking if Uhulus has finished already and teasing him about working without sleep. Uhulus, flustered, explains that rest magic doesn't cure mental fatigue, but insists he's fine. Gran suggests they go to the top of the tower to test the new device. From the tower's peak, they survey the vast landscape of fields and houses below. Aluza's mind pictures the complex arrangement of multiple glass lenses inside the device. The finished product is revealed, a pair of powerful, expertly crafted binoculars. A crude sketch shows Gran's original, comically vague design for the invention. Far in the distance, Aluza's mother, Mary, sings happily as she hangs laundry. Uhulus gasps, amazed that he can see his mother and even hear her singing. He excitedly tells Gran how incredible the precision is, running towards the proud craftsman. Gran ruffles Aluza's hair, impressed that he could create this from a simple drawing. Uhulus blushes, thinking that Gran's incredible skill is the truly amazing thing. The seasons turn, and the first snowflakes of winter drift through bare branches. A soft wail is heard as the snow begins to fall more heavily. Uhulus, riding at his desk, looks up as the snow starts to come down. Kyle calls from below, noting the cold and offering to make a warm drink. A pristine white teapot pours steaming liquid into a waiting cup, promising warmth. Uhulus holds the cup, a blissful look on his face, feeling grateful to be alive. A magnificent road, built by Uhulus, is ironically labeled as enemy territory. A massive fortress wall, also Aluza's creation, stands under the same label. Uhulus, in full armor, leads his cavalry, thinking of the lands they now control. Comical enemy soldiers stare in awe at the fortifications that appeared overnight. A white flag of surrender signals the growing number of defeated soldiers joining them. Carlos addresses his troops, recalling how he routed the enemy at the fortress. He had asked Carlos to exempt the newly acquired territories from costly travel tolls. Uhulus explains that with free roads, people and goods will flow, ensuring prosperity. Carlos studies him intently, wondering if this is yet another of Aluza's schemes. Uhulus admits he was met with suspicion, but Fontana is now more vibrant than ever. Carlos notes that both trade and recruitment will halt with the coming winter. In this land, the people hibernate through winter, living off their stored supplies. Uhulus shivers on a balcony, declaring the cold makes him want a bath. From the forest below, Valkyrie's ears perk up, having heard his wish. Kyle is confused by the idea of a bath, as purify magic makes it unnecessary. Uhulus admits he was too focused on survival to think of it, but ruling is tiring. Valkyrie appears at the window with a soft cry, getting Aluza's attention. Snow continues to fall gently through the stark, leafless branches of the trees. Bundled in a new winter coat, Uhulus follows Valkyrie outside, asking what's wrong. Valkyrie leads him to a spot where thick steam rises from the ground. She nudges him forward, urging him to get on her back for a journey. They travel through the snowy landscape, following the path of a winding river. The steam grows thicker, rising in dense clouds from the river's edge. Uhulus stares in wide-eyed wonder, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he realizes. From Valkyrie's back, he looks down at the steaming water, asking if it's a hot spring. He beams, asking his proud companion if she knew about this place all along. Overcome with emotion, he realizes she brought him here after hearing his wish. He dips his feet in the warm water, calling her a kind, smart girl. A flash of intense inspiration strikes him as he imagines a hot spring inn. The quiet, snow-covered village of Linda becomes the site of his next grand project. He gallops up to a surprise Vargas, declaring he needs to use the village's empty land. Vargas is baffled by the early morning request, as Uhulus buzzes with excitement. Uhulus points to a map, outlining his plan to pipe the hot water to Linda. He describes his vision of an inn, but Vargas is still utterly confused. Vargas agrees to ask the chief, noting how hot the water is at the source. He tests the water, realizing it's warm enough to pipe all the way to the village. Uhulus uses his magic to survey the land, a line of light showing the pipeline's path. He plans to first bury a foundation of hardened bricks deep in the earth. A diagram shows a graded pipe designed to draw water without sucking up sediment. A cartoonish schematic illustrates the insulated brick pipeline running from river to village. Aluza's dream is an elegant, scenic, rock-lined bath with a wonderful atmosphere. The reality is a stark, rectangular brick pool, which he thinks looks like a swimming pool. The proud villagers ask for his approval, and he can only offer a strained thanks. Dejected, he feels he's failed, not knowing how to build a proper bath. He soaks in the water, and despite its appearance, finds the temperature perfect. He designs a proper drainage system to ensure the bath remains sanitary. Holding a cup, he thoughtfully considers the design, wondering if a lid is needed. Kyle asks why he went to all the trouble just to pipe in some hot water. Kyle explains that the minerals in hot springs are what relieve fatigue. Uhulus freezes in horror, realizing his rest, magic already solves that problem. He panics, afraid Kyle will see him as a fool, his pride demanding he look cool. He tosses and turns in bed, determined to find a noble purpose for his project. Kyle waits with sparkling eyes, eager to hear of Aluza's brilliant new plan. A magnificent, shining greenhouse of brick and glass is revealed in the snow. Vargas taps on a glass pane, asking what Uhulus is building in Linda now. Uhulus beams, declaring this was his true, long-term plan all along. He stands proudly, explaining he built a glass greenhouse to grow winter crops. He had experimented with a smaller version before, always planning for this moment. Glass, he knew, was a poor insulator, allowing precious heat to escape easily. He designed a complex system of pipes to channel the geothermal heat. With the turn of a valve, the system comes to life with a rush of steam. He explains to Vargas that the hot spring steam will keep it warm at night. Vargas is impressed, and Uhulus promises a warm meal prepared in the new structure. Uhulus clenches his fists, excited at how this will improve their winter food supply. And so, an unusual inn and greenhouse were built in the village of Linda. Valkyrie stands before the new buildings at night as snow falls gently. Thanks to her, they can now travel and conduct trade even during the winter. Uhulus nuzzles his beloved partner, overjoyed that she was the one born from his egg. He looks up at her with pure adoration, calling her his precious Valkyrie. A quill moves across a page, adding a new entry to a growing list. A new sticker highlights Valkyrie's latest quality, high-temperature resistance. She can now enter places where scalding hot water erupts from the earth. This resistance to extreme temperatures is a biological strength, expanding her abilities. Valkyrie is shown blissfully relaxing in the bubbling waters of the hot spring. Uhulus rushes out to greet her, burying his face in her warm neck. The merchant Terry smiles knowingly, saying it's about time they got started. Aluse's eyes sparkle. When winter limits others, it creates a business opportunity. They successfully harvest a massive crop of haka from the greenhouse. The dark, round vegetables are a symbol of their victory over the harsh winter. Uhulus and Terry set off on a Valkyrie-drawn sleigh to sell their goods in Fontana. The city's poor crowd around them, eagerly offering their coins for the precious food. Desperate citizens plead, begging to purchase food with their meager coins. A woman expresses her immense gratitude for the fresh winter vegetables. The narration reflects on the truly unforgiving nature of this world's winter. Starvation claims lives, and villages sometimes resort to culling their populations. Driven from their homes, many arrive in the city only to perish. Aluse's brother is overwhelmed by the desperate crowd clamoring for food. Uhulus confidently reassures the crowd that he will return again tomorrow. A man in the crowd asks in disbelief if they truly have more. Uhulus flashes a brilliant smile, promising a plentiful supply for Barca. The Haka transport unit operates at full capacity throughout the winter. He realizes this mission of mercy is also a very profitable venture. The profits from his winter enterprise were exceedingly good. As Santa's work concludes, a new day brings a new, formal duty. Dressed in his winter armor, Uhulus prepares for a grand New Year's task. He arrives at the snow-covered, fortified city of Fontana. His destination is the grand castle of his liege lord, Carlos. As a new lord, he must attend the formal New Year's court. Inside the hall, nobles gather, whispering amongst themselves with veiled contempt. Uhulus makes his entrance, his resolute presence commanding the room's attention. He silently vows to protect the fragile peace of this land. The formal New Year's ceremony begins before Lord Carlos on his throne. The vassals bow low, a picture of fealty and ancient tradition. After a long and tedious wait, the audience finally concludes. Following the ceremony, a formal standing banquet begins for the nobles. A noble whispers, questioning if this child is the rumored farmer knight. Others murmur in disbelief, finding it incredible that Raymond lost to him. They question why a boy selling vegetables was rewarded over other knights. Uhulus observes them, noting that these nobles are a privileged class. He stands alone, feeling completely isolated in this hostile environment. He feels anxious, wishing for a familiar face among the silent knights. They speculate he must be backed by another powerful noble house. The whispers turn hostile, suggesting he should be put in his place. He recognizes a group of men as Raymond's allies and avoids them. His eyes sharpen with focus. He decides to observe his surroundings carefully. A boisterous knight laughs loudly, his nature easy for Uhulus to discern. He notes that battle-hardened knights possess a higher quality of mana. In contrast, Raymond's cronies have thin, diluted magical auras. While eating, he makes a mental note to start his men on training. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he notices something unusual. His gaze locks onto a figure across the room, an anomaly. He senses this person's mana is unusually high quality and strangely focused. A beautiful young woman turns, offering her assistance with a polite smile. His mana sight reveals the knight's auras envelop their entire bodies. But this person is different. He stares at the woman, shocked by what his senses are telling him. He is stunned to see all her magical energy is focused in her head. He wonders if this incredible control is unconscious or the result of training. Overcome with curiosity, he rushes over and questions her about her past. Flustered, she stammers that his abrupt approach is causing a scene. With sparkling eyes, he insists his questions are not strange at all. A pair of polished boots enters the frame, an amused voice interrupting. Lord Carlos appears, teasing Uhlus for trying to a girl. Uhlus frantically denies the accusation, waving his arms in protest. Carlos muses that Uhlus wasn't just talking to any woman. Carlos instructs Lelina to escort Uhlus to a private room to talk. He sighs, asking Lelina if she understands the situation. He encourages her to entertain their guest, knowing her own curiosity. Carlos feels a pang of guilt for putting her in this position. In the library, Lelina asks Uhlus about his relationship with Carlos. Uhlus explains that Carlos seemed to be looking out for her. He connects the dots and blurts out, asking if they are siblings. Lelina confirms she is the previous lord's illegitimate daughter. She explains that her mother worked as a maid in this very mansion. Uhlus understands now. They are half-siblings with different mothers. A silent panel focuses on the beauty of her flowing hair. She appears beautiful but melancholic, a product of her difficult past. Her beauty is described as being on par with a work of art. He asks why she serves as a maid, and she explains it is her duty. Blushing, she explains she has spent most of her life just reading. She is embarrassed, revealing she is 16 and this is a new duty. Changing the subject, she asks what he wanted to know. He asks if she can see mana, explaining his observation about her. She replies that no one has ever taught her such a thing. He explains the principle of enhancing bodily functions by focusing mana. He thinks of how his brother enhances his body and Vargas's defense. A detail shows Vargas's skin hardening under magical influence. The text clarifies Vargas's technique of surface-level defensive enhancement. He explains that she has unconsciously enhanced her mind's power. He realizes her innate talent and superior mana quality are remarkable. Excited, he theorizes her reading habits developed her power and asks about the library. She explains the books are rare and difficult to decipher. He recalls his brother complaining about the difficulty of formal writing. A page reveals the complex, almost unreadable script of the ancient texts. Unable to read it, he enthusiastically asks Lelina to teach him. The intricate, flowing script is shown again in close detail. He asks if there are books on the abdication of the former royal family. Lelina repeats his question, considering the gravity of the topic. She smiles, unsure if her explanation will satisfy his deep curiosity. She selects a specific volume from the towering shelves of the library. Seated together, Lelina opens the book and begins her story. The land is described as being bordered by forests, mountains, and wetlands. She tells of a tyrannical king who excommunicated a rebellious noble family. The king's forces brutally crushed the nobles who stood against him. The tyrant king, unlike his ancestor, possessed no magical abilities. The nobles cursed King Nero, freezing and destroying his magical lineage. Uhlus is shocked, realizing a curse could lead to assassination. By losing the support of those nobles, the king lost his great magic. She grimaces, recounting the legend of a magic that could erase cities. An empty panel illustrates the chilling concept of total annihilation. The story concludes on this ominous, empty note of forgotten power. Uhlus realizes his magical ability is a pillar, growing with his mana capacity. He understands that this pillar is fragile. If his mana is cut, it crumbles. It all connects. The system only allows one to use magic their mana can support. He sees the risk in accepting attack magic from a parent figure. The system was designed so only those with great mana could hold the highest ranks. He imagines an ancient king whose immense power could obliterate an entire city. But as nobles defected, the royal family's power weakened to match its vassals. This collapse of power led to endless aristocratic wars that continue to this day. Uhlus looks up from the ancient text, a sound of profound understanding escaping him. His eyes are wide and his cheeks are flushed with the excitement of his discovery. He thanks Lilina, saying he never could have understood this much on his own. With a happy grin, he returns to the book, fascinated by the era's literature. He squints at the page, struggling to sound out an archaic, unfamiliar name. Lilina smiles, explaining the flowery language is typical for old historical documents. Uhlus lights up, realizing he can read it by focusing on the familiar words. Lilina laughs with genuine delight, confessing how surprised and happy she is. Uhlus watches her, thinking to himself how truly passionate she is about books. The quiet atmosphere of their study is broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. A handsome young man in armor enters the library, announcing himself to his sister. Lilina is surprised, asking what Ryan is doing there, as Uhlus wonders who he is. Uhlus looks up from his seat, his eyes wide with curiosity and confusion. Ryan explains that Lord Carlos sent him to check on his sister's well-being. Lilina formally introduces her brother, Ryan, to the intrigued Lord Uhlus. Uhlus looks between the siblings, still trying to understand their relationship. He asks if Ryan is related to Carlos, as he thought Carlos was the only son. Lilina explains they have different fathers, so Ryan is not related to Carlos. Uhlus grimaces, realizing he has walked into a very complex family situation. Ryan teases his sister, noting he has never seen her so happy with a man before. Uhlus hides a smirk behind his hand, amused by Lilina's flustered, blushing reaction. Ryan explains that he was worried for his shy sister, who is cautious with people. He smiles, telling Uhlus that studying with Lilina is a truly enjoyable experience. Ryan stands tall, his demeanor shifting from that of a brother to a formal knight. He bows his head slightly, asking Uhlus to please continue looking after his sister. Uhlus observes the young man, thinking he seems far more mature than his own brother. He senses Ryan's mana, noting its quality is even greater than Lilina's. Uhlus realizes with a quiet understanding that Ryan's true purpose is to observe him. He offers a small, knowing smile, acknowledging the unspoken political game at play. Ryan leans close to his sister and whispers something in her ear. Lilina's face turns bright red with panic as she clenches her fists tightly. She turns to Uhlus, stammering his name, her voice barely a whisper. Uhlus looks back at her, head tilted in genuine, innocent confusion. He asks what's wrong, but the flustered Lilina is unable to answer him. She insists that it's nothing at all, trying to hide her embarrassment. The scene transitions, focusing on the elegant script of a formal document. Snow falls on a grand castle as a cheerful voice welcomes Uhlus. Carlos announces with a theatrical flourish that his bride has been waiting for him. He lounges dramatically on a throne set high on a balcony, beaming down at Uhlus. A bewildered Uhlus can only hold up a sign that reads, "Huh." He protests that he's only 10, but Carlos brushes it off as a normal age for nobles to marry. Carlos explains the cold logic. Marrying Lilina will solidify Uhlus' political standing. Uhlus understands it's a political marriage, forging a direct bond with Carlos. He sees the benefit for himself, but worries about Lilina's own feelings. He asks Carlos if he has considered the wishes of Lilina's parents. Carlos bluntly informs a shocked Uhlus that Lilina's parents are already dead. Uhlus grimaces, thinking that the world of noble society is truly harsh. Carlos explains that Lilina has long understood her role as a political pawn. She has always known she would be a tool to be used when the time came. He reveals that Lelina has already received several other marriage proposals. This, he says, is simply what it means to be born into a noble family. Uhulus clenches his fist, angered that her future might deny her access to books. Carlos watches him, his gaze sharp and calculating. He says that is precisely why he is entrusting this matter to Uhulus. He then formally requests that Ryan enter his service as a knight. Ryan accepts the honor without a moment of hesitation. Carlos turns his attention back to the kneeling Uhulus. He tells Uhulus that he, too, must make his decision quickly. Later, Uhulus muses that Carlos, despite his harsh words, truly cares for Lelina. He gently pets his Valkyrie as he contemplates the complicated arrangement. Lelina confesses it feels strange to read with someone so much younger than her. She then smiles, blushing slightly as she praises Uhulus's excellent teaching methods. She admits this is the first time she's ever discussed a book with someone. With a radiant smile, she says this is the most fun she has ever had. Uhulus watches her pure joy, a warm feeling spreading through him. Riding his Valkyrie through the snow, he wonders how to break the news. His brother explodes in comical rage, shouting in disbelief about the marriage. He shakes Uhulus, furious that his younger brother is marrying a noble lady first. Uhulus thinks his brother's real dream is to be a hero who saves a princess. He suggests his brother might find a girl among Lelina's maids, but he is ignored. His brother vows to find an even more beautiful woman to marry, challenging Uhulus. Uhulus sweats, thinking his brother is getting needlessly competitive over this. Back home, the family is in a celebratory mood, congratulating him on the match. His father admits he never thought Uhulus was interested in marriage at all. Uhulus agrees, but adds that the benefits are great and Lelina is a good person. His brother eyes him suspiciously, annoyed by his pragmatic and calm reasoning. Uhulus yawns, confirming that there are indeed very real benefits to the marriage. He explains the wedding is the perfect pretext to finally build Barcania's castle. His brother questions if they can just build the castle however they please. Uhulus clarifies that a castle built only for authority might worry their lords. His family's faces light up as they finally grasp his brilliant strategy. He declares that welcoming a Fontana bride is the perfect excuse for a grand castle. And so, the construction of Barcania Castle can finally begin in earnest. His first idea for showing authority is simple: build an incredibly tall tower. But his practical side immediately objects, citing the nightmare of cleaning and upkeep. He slumps in his chair, deciding he needs a better way to project respectability. As he gazes at the night sky, a new idea begins to form. He murmurs that the view feels divine, a memory from his past life sparking. He recalls images of gods and Buddhas, always depicted with radiant halos of light. He realizes the light itself creates a powerful, divine impression, and an idea strikes. With a flash of insight, he exclaims that this is the solution. This is how he will design his new castle to project the authority he needs. In a room filled with plans, Uhulus excitedly proposes a new idea to Gran. He wants to build a castle made of glass, a concept that worries Gran. Gran expresses doubt about the cost and practicality of such a grand project. Uhulus smiles slyly, clarifying it won't be just any glass, but something special. He dramatically reveals his true vision, a magnificent, ornate stained glass window. Gran is utterly stunned by the revolutionary idea, unable to even form a response. Uhulus dryly observes his friend's comically shocked reaction to the ambitious plan. Meanwhile, footsteps echo through a stone corridor as a visitor approaches. Ryan, a young knight, steps into the newly constructed audience hall of Barca. He is immediately struck by the beautiful, ethereal light flooding the chamber from above. The sight is unlike anything he has ever seen, an image of pure beauty. This first impression of otherworldly light will be forever etched into his memory. At the top of the grand staircase, Uhulus stands waiting in new formal attire. Back in the workshop, an exhausted Teres is buried under a mountain of paperwork. Uhulus muses over his designs, deciding the castle should feel like a cathedral. He decides the dominant color scheme for the magic should be a noble blue. Gran proudly presents the finished architectural blueprints based on Ulus's initial sketches. Teres is flabbergasted by the complexity and beauty of the unique building designs. Gran warns that using so much glass will inevitably lower the castle's defenses. Uhulus agrees, but Gran's eyes then sparkle with a new, romantic idea. He excitedly suggests they should incorporate hidden passages for dramatic escapes. The blueprints detail the castle's layout, from staff quarters to the grand hall. Outside, a vast supply of hardened bricks has been prepared during the winter. Gran states he will oversee the primary construction, entrusting Uhulus with a special task. Uhulus accepts the responsibility of personally crafting the great stained glass window. The ground is littered with colorful shards, evidence of many failed attempts. Uhulus kneels, realizing he must practice on a smaller scale before the real thing. He examines a miniature model, noting the wall has cracked from oversized glass. He tosses another failed attempt aside. Its glass is too dark and opaque. A small, curious face peeks around a wall, having found Ulus's workshop. It is Kyle, who has come to see his friend's latest project. Uhulus, a bit flustered, shows him a successfully completed miniature house model. Kyle is captivated, exclaiming that the beautiful, toy-like house is amazing. He holds the delicate structure, suggesting nobles would want it as a work of art. The boy asks if Uhulus will really build the full-size castle just like this. Kyle then asks why Uhulus doesn't just use his magic to create the walls. The innocent question makes Uhulus freeze, a look of dawning horror on his face. He realizes he forgot his own magic, having focused on crafting individual parts. He thanked Kyle profusely for the idea, rushing off to consult with Gran. Kyle watches him go, thinking that his brilliant friend can be an airhead sometimes. Sometime later, the magnificent Barca castle stands complete against a clear sky. Ryan arrives to inspect the territory, his face a mask of pure awe. Uhulus greets him casually, mentioning that the castle was just finished. The grand facade of the building looms over them, a symbol of immense power. Uhulus proudly welcomes him, pointing out the layout of his new fortress. Ryan notes that the castle is incredibly grand for such a small territory. He reasons that such a display is necessary to properly welcome a princess. Uhulus leads his future brother-in-law up the main staircase with a confident smile. He gestures towards a massive stained glass window, asking for Ryan's opinion. Ryan is speechless, holding his head as if overwhelmed by the sheer beauty. Uhulus and Gran share a laugh, recalling their own giddy excitement upon its completion. Ryan clarifies that his sister, while connected to the Fontanas, is not royalty. He explains that she is the illegitimate child of the previous lord and a maid. Uhulus listens intently, his expression turning serious as he recalls this information. He remembers Carlos explaining how the treacherous Raymond seized the Graham family's lands. Ryan confirms his family, the Grahams, were once loyal knights to the Fontana clan. He clenches his fist, explaining that his family once held their own territory. A flashback shows the villainous Raymond, who confiscated their lands after Ryan's father died. Uhulus shudders with disgust, suspecting Raymond was involved in the man's death. He knows it will be difficult for the new lord, Carlos, to reclaim the land. Ryan thanks Uhulus for his concern, but states he is not focused on the past. He is determined to do what is necessary now to build a better future. Uhulus is impressed by Ryan's maturity, which is so different from his own brother. Ryan turns to Uhulus, his expression earnest, and says he has a request. With his hand over his heart, he passionately asks to serve under Uhulus. He believes achieving distinction on the battlefield is the only way to rebuild his house. He admits with shame that his family currently lacks the power to even fight. A memory of his family's past glory as respected lords flashes through his mind. He fondly recalls being a small child, reading a book with his kind father. His father gently pats his head in a cherished moment of warmth and approval. Ryan closes his eyes, determined to honor the memory of his noble father. He believes serving Uhulus on the battlefield is the most useful path for him. Uhulus asks if he means he wants to learn military command and strategy. He considers that he can achieve victory without commanding his own troops directly. He understands that this path will lead to the fulfillment of Ryan's dream. Uhulus agrees to his request, adding that he'll also handle administrative duties. Ryan enthusiastically accepts, eager to prove his worth in any way he can. Uhulus asks if he can contact his family's former retainers who are now scattered. He offers a place in Barca for any experienced administrators who need work. Ryan is touched, realizing this will greatly aid both their causes. Uhulus smiles warmly, a gesture of welcome and acceptance to his new ally. He places a hand on Ryan's shoulder, stating he is to be his brother. Ryan is taken aback, understanding Uhulus sees it as helping his new family. Uhulus grins, saying he will accept Ryan's help, but implies it won't be easy. Ryan smiles gratefully, understanding his new lord's light-hearted manner. He promises to immediately find his people and bring them all to Barca. The two walk together down the hall, a new bond of brotherhood forged. Ryan marvels at the castle's quality, questioning the sanity of its creator. Their conversation is interrupted by the sight of Gran in a state of panic. A tall, elegant woman calmly asks if the strange furniture was made by a commoner. Uhulus is embarrassed by her rudeness, especially as Gran continues his meltdown. The woman is Clarice, and she is dressed in a fine, dark gown. She introduces herself as Clarice, Lady Lelina's handmaiden, and curtsies gracefully. She apologizes for her rudeness, though her serene expression remains unchanged. Her calm, intelligent face is framed by long, dark hair as she introduces herself. She explains she has come to discuss wedding preparations and wishes to look around. Gran, with a pained look, admits that he and the handmaiden were arguing. Clarice smiles and says she has some advice for Lord Uhulus. She boldly recommends replacing all the assertive furnishings, horrifying Gran. She gestures to the ornate furniture, saying while well-made, its design is questionable. Gran confronts Uhulus, frustrated by Clarice's high society tastes, ignoring his functional craftsmanship. Uhulus admits he values both, but Clarice's voice cuts in, taking charge. Clarice confidently states that Gran's practicality, while admirable, has its clear limitations. With a dazzling smile, she asks Uhulus to entrust the entire project to her. Uhulus agrees, impressed by her force of will, as Gran comically despairs. Clarice gracefully accepts, promising to create the perfect space for their new life. Thus, the castle's interior would be curated by the discerning eye of Professor Clarice. The first order of business was contracting artisans to furnish the new Barca estate. Clarice excitedly suggested commissioning works from famous luxury brands she knew. Uhulus pragmatically points out they lack the time for custom orders before the wedding. With a sweet but firm smile, Clarice silences Gran's protests about finding available items. They agree to source existing masterpieces, but finding suitable pieces for the unique castle is difficult. Uhulus has a flash of inspiration, suggesting they turn the search into an event. He proposes a merchant ranking check to be held in their new city of Barcania. Clarice, as the chief arbiter, will appraise the goods and certify their quality. She ponders the idea, agreeing in principle but considering the difficult execution. She notes that merchants, having not seen the castle, won't know what to bring. Teres argues that Barcania's free market is a huge draw and will surely thrive. Uhulus worries merchants might fear thieves targeting their valuable wares on the road. He stands, announcing he has the perfect tool to guide their selections. He proudly presents an exquisitely detailed miniature model of Barca Castle. Ryan explains to a stunned Clarice that Uhulus built the model before the actual castle. Uhulus opens the model, revealing the intricate interior, leaving Clarice breathless with admiration. A grumpy Gran has to admit the model will make their task much easier. Ryan, blushing, asks if he can show the beautiful model to his sister, Lelina. He worries about revealing the layout, but Uhulus explains the model is simplified for security. Ryan declares they will loan out the model, and he will handle its retrieval. Uhulus happily reiterates that Clarice will choose the best items for the castle. Gran protests one last time, asking if he can have a say in the judging. Clarice smoothly reassures Uhulus she will handle everything, leaving Gran to fume. And so, the Grand Merchant Ranking Check event was set to begin. A massive crowd of merchants gathered, far more than Uhulus had anticipated. Terry's, acting as MC, announces that merchants from Fontana have also arrived. The crowd murmurs in surprise, wondering why merchants from the capital are here. Terry's presents the castle model, praising its rare stained glass and unseen techniques. He declares that any true merchant would want their goods in such a castle. Terry's admits he wanted to participate too. As Uhulus notes, it's just a toy. Uhulus reflects that while a toy to him, Kyle and Clarice were right about its value. The merchants displayed a dazzling array of treasures, from crowns to ornate chests. Gran is captivated by a small, intricate mechanical doll, calling it a masterpiece. Clarice, however, dismisses another piece with a coolly delivered "Your Highness." She calmly tells a horrified Gran that a flawed piece, once repaired, will be reborn. A before image shows a reception room, gaudy and cluttered with new money decor. The after image reveals Clarice's touch, an elegant, high-class, and refined space. Uhulus expresses his approval, finding the new design much more relaxing and tasteful. He then laments with a weary smile that Clarice has spent all his savings. It is certain that once the wedding is over, he will be broke again. From a balcony, a voice suddenly calls out from the bustling city below. Terry's bursts in, announcing the merchant evaluations are finally complete. He greets an exhausted Maddock, having compiled lists and individual files on everyone. Uhulus thanks them, relieved they could weed out the problematic merchants. The merchants were judged on 3 criteria: quality, taste, and good character. Maddock reveals he found swindlers who price gouged elsewhere. They were promptly arrested. Uhulus is pleased, noting the quality of their free market has significantly improved. He decides to make the ranking checks a regular event to maintain high standards. He reflects that while the old guilds were corrupt, his system offers visible merit. As Barcania thrives, the quality of its people and goods continues to rise. The church bells ring out as Lelina and Clarice arrive for the wedding. Lelina looks up, her eyes wide with surprise and a soft blush on her cheeks. She is looking at the magnificent form of the original Valkyrie. In the gentle snowfall, Lelina stands before the beautiful creature, holding its reins. She closes her eyes, embracing Valkyrie's head in a moment of quiet connection. A gloved hand is offered to her. Lelina looks up from her reverie, surprised by the gesture. It is Uhulus, dressed in a warm winter cloak, smiling gently at his bride. A close-up shows his kind eyes and his offered hand. He gently takes Lelina's hand in his own. Valkyrie watches them with a serene, knowing gaze. Uhulus helps Lelina onto Valkyrie, and they prepare to ride together to the church. From a distance, a spyglass focuses on the couple. Carlos Fontana watches them, his expression unreadable as Clarice looks on nervously. Lelina glances back at Uhulus, her face flushed with shy affection. Uhulus gazes forward, a soft, content look on his face. He smiles gently, riding with his bride through the picturesque snowfall. Lelina closes her eyes, serene, her hand resting near his. Her hand gently settles over his as they ride. She leans against his back, holding his arm tightly, a picture of trust. On a warm spring day, the sun shines down on the magnificent church. Inside, a large congregation has gathered for the wedding of Uhulus and Lelina. The priest, Paulo, officiates the ceremony with a warm and gentle smile. Uhulus looks at his bride with a gasp of adorable shock during the ceremony. He closes his eyes, his face tense with nervous anticipation. Lelina, wearing a beautiful crown of flowers, looks up at him, her heart in her eyes. Uhulus blushes deeply, his expression a mix of nervousness and love. The young couple leans in and shares their first kiss as husband and wife. The crowd inside the church erupts into thunderous applause. Aluza's brother and his wife, Isla, are among the cheering well-wishers. Terry's weeps with joy, while Maddock, Vargas, and Gran applaud their young lord. The happy couple stands together, flanked by a proud Clarice and a blushing Ryan. Bathed in the light of the stained glass window, Uhulus and Lelina share a radiant smile. The celebration raged for 3 days and nights, leaving the groom completely exhausted. Lelina finds Uhulus collapsed, groaning about how grueling weddings are. He flushes as Lelina explains the long celebration was due to his immense popularity. After the ceremony, a massive crowd had formed outside the castle to greet them. Uhulus recalls the endless line of people, many of whom he didn't even know. He knew their true objective was the lavish feast being served. The renowned chefs of the Graham family had been hired to prepare the meal. Uhulus daydreams, remembering the exquisite food, a luxury few could ever experience. Back in the present, Paulo enters the room to speak with the newlyweds. He smiles, expressing his genuine happiness at having performed their wedding ceremony. In a lavish room, Uhulus and Lelina formally thank Bishop Paulo for his services. Paulo notes that the new roads Uhulus built have made travel much easier. He warmly praises their spectacular wedding, calling it a truly sacred ceremony. However, his expression tightens as he mentions he has one concern about Uhulus. He points out the glaring omission. There is no church in the new city. Uhulus freezes in a panic, realizing he had completely forgotten about it. Paulo gently prods him, asking if he remembers the church from his home village. His eyes narrow as he asks if Uhulus thinks a church is unnecessary here. Uhulus quickly recovers, snapping his fingers and insisting they have secured the land. Lelina smoothly adds that the faithful will be delighted to have a pious leader. Seemingly satisfied, Paulo smiles and says he will take his leave. He turns to the couple, wishing them a future filled with happiness. But just as he reaches the door, he stops, calling back to a startled Uhulus. He casually mentions that churches in large cities have an orphanage attached. He firmly requests that Uhulus include an orphanage in the new church's design. And with that, the decision was made to build both a church and an orphanage. The new holy site was designated for the southeastern district of Barcania. A nun from Barca village expresses her happiness about the new church. Paulo explains that he and the sister will manage the new, larger institution. Uhulus thinks that connecting the buildings will at least save on construction time. Paulo entrusts the project to Uhulus, offering him God's divine protection. Left alone, the newlyweds look at each other, slightly dazed by the encounter. Uhulus wonders aloud if he really just agreed to all of that. He collapses in frustration, muttering that while Paulo is a good person, he sinks into a chair, utterly exhausted, as Lelina offers to make him tea. Lelina reflects that those who are never satisfied are truly precious people. Uhulus agrees that building a church isn't a bad idea and thanks his wife. He realizes Paulo timed his request perfectly, knowing exactly what he could afford. He sets his teacup down, the word orphanage echoing in his thoughts. He muses that if they are building an orphanage, they might as well add a school. The idea expands. A vocational training center is also needed for the growing populace. A great crowd of people has been drawn to Barcania, hoping for a new life. Uhulus explains to Lelina the rumor that one can learn magic in their city. He knows he can't keep bestowing his family name and magic on everyone. He worries that if left unchecked, the newcomers will form a slum outside the walls. He resolves that the people who built his city must be given proper skills. With sudden clarity, he declares that a training center is the perfect solution. The school will teach literacy, while the center will teach practical craftsmanship. He catches himself, realizing he's gotten lost in his grand plans again. He apologizes to Lilina for discussing territory management so soon after their wedding. Lilina reassures him, mentioning she was also surprised by the journey here. The panel flashes back to the bumpy carriage ride she endured on the rough roads. But her memory of the trip is filled with sparkling moments of happiness. She recalls the joyous, welcoming faces of the people who greeted them. She smiles, remembering what was most important to her during that time. It was seeing the kind and gentle expressions on the faces of the children. A flashback shows a young girl placing a delicate flower crown on her head. The children were simply happy to have a place where they could feel safe. Lilina gently places the flower crown on a table, a treasured memento. She reflects on her life, born a noble with no freedom in a world of war. She had always been resigned to a life where her own will did not matter. But now, she wants to protect the happiness Uhulus has created, right by his side. She looks at him with a blush, promising to be with him from now on. Her expression is one of serene and heartfelt determination. The word marriage hangs in the air, a new reality for them both. Uhulus, standing beside his Valkyrie, blushes, admitting to himself it isn't so bad. Suddenly, Kyle's cheerful voice calls out, "Brother Uhulus." Kyle is beaming with excitement, holding a small model of a building. He proudly announces the completion of the new church and orphanage. Next, he gestures to the simple, sturdy building of the new school. And finally, he presents the impressive, timber-framed vocational training center. He explains the new district is spacious, though a bit far from the center. Aluza's eyes sparkle with an idea as he tells Kyle he has a job for him. Kyle is utterly shocked when Uhulus asks him to be the school's teacher. A document explains the necessity of raising the literacy rate for the domain's future. The text appears complex and difficult to read for the uninitiated. Uhulus recalls his brilliant idea to use magic to teach everyone instantly. However, he quickly discovered that memorizing words without context was like reading code. He realized that without fundamentals, complex subjects like calculation were impossible. Therefore, a traditional school was the only viable solution. He would have merchants serve as guest lecturers for writing and arithmetic. A village elder would be a permanent teacher for history and local knowledge. Uhulus cheerfully tells the children that after hard work comes a delicious lunch. He then asks Kyle to take on the special class for mana operation. For a while now, Kyle had been creating countless detailed reference materials. Uhulus jokes that the staff claims the office can't function without Kyle's help. Kyle humbly protests, insisting he only wants to be of some small use. He carries the guilt of his family's actions, which led to the war. Determined to repay his debt, he clenches his fist and accepts the teaching role. Kyle stands before the other children, prepared to teach them mana control. Uhulus gives Kyle an encouraging pat on the head for his willingness to help. Smiling, Uhulus says he has one more important job for Kyle at the school. Kyle playfully rubs Aluza's head while a Valkyrie nuzzles the young lord. Uhulus declares Kyle's final duty, to eat lunch with all the students. Kyle's eyes shine with a quiet, grateful happiness. He softly thanks Brother Uhulus, promising not to push himself too hard. The scene transitions. Uhulus walks away, thinking how kind and diligent Kyle has become for his age. His expression darkens as he remembers the other, more chaotic problem. He peeks nervously through the window of the vocational training center. Grand strikes a dramatic pose, announcing himself as the head instructor. He tells the terrified students not to worry if they collapse. He'll handle it. Uhulus sighs from the window, pleading for Gran to teach them properly. The center will produce skilled furniture craftsmen from the forestry district. It will also train charcoal makers and artisans for Valkyrie saddles and horseshoes. Uhulus grimaces, knowing this was all Gran's idea. He realizes Gran is a brilliant inventor but lacks mass production skills. Gran agrees enthusiastically, finding it boring to make the same thing repeatedly. Uhulus groans, realizing he needs workers who can simply copy Gran's genius. Amidst a golden sea of wheat, a thought arises for a craftsman to stay. The ripe heads of wheat sparkle in the sun, heavy and ready for harvest. Uhulus proudly rides his magnificent Valkyrie through the vast, waving fields. He exclaims that the view is spectacular, with the harvest about to begin. With a happy blush, Uhulus decides he absolutely must show this sight to Lilina. Nearby, the mighty warrior Vargas sits slumped on a log, sighing with great dread. He groans that he must pass this wheat field on his way to training. Uhulus asks what could possibly be wrong with such an amazingly bountiful harvest. Vargas leans forward, his face contorted in a mask of pure suffering. He confesses to his young commander that he truly despises the act of threshing. The first step of the process is shown, beating wheat stalks in a sack. Next, the grain is tossed in the air to let the wind separate the chaff. Finally, the process is complete, leaving a basket of clean, winnowed grain. Vargas laments that this tedious, time-consuming work crushes his very spirit. A single leaf drifts down, carried by a gentle autumn breeze. Uhulus pats the dejected warrior's shoulder, saying he completely understands his feeling. Though Aluza's magic has improved the quality and quantity of their crops, the magically enhanced wheat grows in abundance, a testament to his power. The constant wars mean that agricultural processing technology has not advanced at all. Uhulus turns to Vargas with a clever smile, admitting he also finds threshing a pain. He proudly presents a threshing machine he remembers from his childhood, the Simbakoki. He admits there were flaws, as the wooden teeth lacked durability. Uhulus muses that if he is going to make something, he wants it to be better. Vargas's eyes light up at the idea of a foot-powered machine. Uhulus decides this is a perfect chance to share the mechanism with Gran. He plans to take notes with the vocational students while Gran is busy teaching. Another leaf drifts down, signaling the changing of the seasons. Sheaves of harvested wheat are shown drying on simple wooden racks. The new machine begins to work, threshing the wheat with a powerful, rhythmic noise. Vargas gleefully demonstrates the foot-powered thresher, amazed at its incredible efficiency. He cheers that at this speed, the arduous task will be finished in no time. Vargas eagerly asks Uhulus if he has any other useful tools in mind. He proudly shows the machine to others, boasting about its amazing convenience. Uhulus, blushing from the praise, wonders what new invention he should create next. Vargas laughs heartily, telling Uhulus not to get his hopes up too much. Uhulus thinks to himself that he is looking forward to what Vargas will do. He smiles, thinking that one day he will become a truly fine lord. A vision of Lilina appears, her smile full of warmth and pride. He thinks of the family and friends who have believed in his strange ways. He vows to create a place where they can all live their days in peace. He raises his arm, gesturing with determination toward the future he will build. He declares that tomorrow, he will work hard to be a splendid lord. He rides his Valkyrie away as Lilina watches from the grand doorway. The scene shifts to a large, imposing castle under a pale crescent moon. The heavy clank of armored boots echoes through a stone corridor. Lord Carlos Fontana strides forward, giving orders for reports and dispatches to nobles. With fierce resolve, he declares they will recapture Einrad Hill and end the war. Back in Barca, Uhulus celebrates the success of his foot-powered threshing machine. Now he wants to find a way to make the hard labor of grinding flour easier. But as he contemplates the problem, he finds himself completely stumped. He collapses on the floor, surrounded by blueprints, wailing that he doesn't understand. He laments that Gran could draw the basic structure, but he is away teaching. Suddenly, Kyle appears in the doorway, holding a stack of books. Kyle reports that the students he is teaching are all learning very quickly. He notices the scattered papers and asks if Uhalus is designing something new. Uhalus explains his concept for a windmill to power millstones using wind. Kyle is utterly amazed by the idea of harnessing the power of the wind. He wonders if a water wheel would work, but remembers Barcania has no river. Kyle asks what Uhalus is struggling with if he already understands the mechanics. Uhalus explains the difficult problem of making the blades turn to face the wind. He is shocked when Kyle suggests that such a complicated mechanism is unnecessary. Kyle points out that they need to be able to grind flour all year round. With brilliant simplicity, he suggests building 4 windmills, each facing a different direction. Uhalus is struck dumb by the simple yet ingenious idea of 4 windmills. Kyle smiles, explaining that as long as one is turning, they can make flour. Uhalus realizes he doesn't need to perfectly replicate his past life's technology. He joyfully pulls Kyle into a hug, praising his brilliant and practical solution. And so, a plan is made to place windmills at the 4 corners of the fields. Vargas looks on, a proud and impressed expression on his face. With the increased harvest, they could now thresh and grind flour with ease. Vargas thanks Uhalus, saying that thanks to him, they can finally get good wheat. Their celebration is interrupted by Clarice, who has finally tracked Uhalus down. She reminds him with a frustrated expression that he has an etiquette lesson today. She apologizes for bothering him while he is with Kyle, who she thinks is adorable. Uhalus waves goodbye to Vargas as Clarice begins to drag him away. He glances back over his shoulder at the windmill with a look of concern. A rider on a dehorned Valkyrie gallops toward them, shouting Aluza's name. The messenger, his face pale with urgency, announces he has come from Fontana. He declares that the peace within the Fontana territory has been shattered. Uhalus reflects that it has only been about a month since he left the capital. Leaves drift on the wind as an ominous feeling settles over the scene. A massive army of Fontana soldiers is shown marching away from a fortress wall. Uhalus and Kyle stand on the battlements, watching the troops depart. Uhalus worries that a battle at Ain Radhill now means they won't return until winter. A young man with a ponytail worries about who will maintain order while they're gone. He tells Kyle that he's counting on him to look after the Barca Knights' territory. With the Barca army mobilized, he cannot entrust this duty to anyone else. Uhalus looks at Kyle and says with solemn trust, "I'm leaving Barca to you." He kneels, placing a gentle hand on Kyle's head, acknowledging the burden he's placing on him. A bright light seems to emanate from the ground around them. The light intensifies, symbolizing a transfer of responsibility. Kyle clenches his small hand into a determined fist. The young man with the ponytail reassures Kyle, telling him it will be okay. Kyle looks up at Uhalus, his eyes shining, vowing to repay his trust. The young man smiles warmly, agreeing with Kyle's determined sentiment. The two stand together, agreeing that Uhalus can't be the only one working hard. A map displays the strategic importance of Ain Radhill, situated between the territories. The Fontana army must first rendezvous with allied forces from other lands. The troops march onward, following the direct orders of their lord, Carlos. The scene pans up, showing the vast scale of the army marching to war. Uhalus realizes with grim certainty they must fight the Wokies clan again. His father, Ashura, explains this old conflict dates back to Aluza's childhood. Uhalus cringes, remembering when he was only concerned with making money for sandals. Ashura laughs, fondly recalling how his son was always so strangely ambitious. Uhalus remembers seeing his father leave for war, sparking his desire for weapons. His curiosity piqued. Uhalus asks Ryan if the enemy Wokies clan uses fire magic. Ryan confirms they use fire, but explains that isn't their true power. He reveals that while some nobles use beastification, the Wokies' is unique. They transform into foxes, their knights wielding a powerful phosphorus fire magic. Ryan adds that this transformation greatly enhances their physical abilities, a new concept for Uhalus. Uhulus realizes he must study magic systems beyond what he currently understands. He asks for details, wondering if they become bipedal foxes in their new form. Ryan clarifies they don't become full animals, but gain fox-like characteristics. Specifically, he explains they grow fox ears on their head and a tail. The revelation hits Uhulus, who explodes with otaku joy at seeing real Kemimimi. He grabs a bewildered Ryan, frantically asking if this fantastic story is true. Aluza's eyes sparkle with pure delight at the thought of what he's about to see. He is overwhelmed, realizing this fantasy world is filled with endless, wonderful possibilities. He daydreams of a beautiful girl like Lilina sporting a pair of fluffy fox ears. His brother Bido angrily scolds him for daydreaming when a battle is imminent. Uhulus slumps in despair, realizing the enemy will likely just be grizzled old men. Thanks to the roads Uhulus built, their journey to the capital is swift. They arrive at the imposing city of Fontana after only 3 days' travel. The fields outside the city are a sea of tents and armed soldiers. They ride through the massive military encampment organized outside the city walls. Uhulus is surprised by the unprecedented number of soldiers gathered from Fontana's territory. Bido remarks that the tense atmosphere is completely different from their last battle. Ashura instructs Uhulus to build barracks for their troops before reporting to Carlos. A map details the strategic layout of the territories and the contested border. Ashura tells Uhulus to go ahead while the rest of them handle the preparations. The focus of the conflict is Einrad Hill, a long-disputed piece of land. For years, the Wokies clan has held the advantage in this ongoing struggle. Lord Carlos declares that the Wokies clan is unjustly occupying the vital hill. He proclaims they will no longer tolerate the enemy plundering their borderlands. With righteous fury, Carlos asserts that justice is on their side in this war. Uhulus understands the Wokies clan advanced because Fontana's leadership was in chaos. He knows he was a primary cause, having defeated the former Regent Raymond. The Wokies saw the internal strife as a perfect opportunity to seize more land. However, their plans were halted when Carlos allied with Uhulus and took power. Carlos further solidified his rule by marrying into a rival political faction. The Wokies suspected the entire Barca rebellion was a power play by Carlos. Because of this uncertainty, they decided to simply observe Fontana's movements. Uhulus isn't eager to fight, but knows he must fulfill his duty. For the sake of peace, he resolves that Barca will do what is necessary. His brother, Bido, complains loudly that all they ever do is build roads. On the way to Einrad, Aluza's forces are busy constructing fortified watchtowers. Uhulus patiently explains to his frustrated brother that supply lines are crucial. From a tower, Uhulus prepares to survey Einrad Hill with his new binoculars. A map shows the Fontana position relative to the enemy camp near a village. Uhulus muses that he'd prefer a support role rather than leading the charge. Bido passionately declares his desire to fight and prove his strength to everyone. Uhulus ignores him, raising his binoculars to check on the construction crews. Through the lenses, he sees the road and a strange shimmer over the forest. He lowers the binoculars, a puzzled expression on his face. Bido notices his commander's strange look and asks him what is wrong. Uhulus says he saw a strange, shimmering haze over the distant forest. He quickly raises the binoculars again, needing to confirm what he saw. This time, he sees it clearly, a shimmering haze over the treetops. He shouts in alarm, identifying it as a massive concentration of magical power. The cloud of mana pulses, a tangible and immense source of raw energy. Aluza's eye widens in shock as he realizes the imminent danger. He watches in horror as the entire cloud of magical power begins to move. He yells to Bido, identifying the approaching energy as an enemy attack. Bido panics, shouting they must intercept before the workers are slaughtered. Uhulus sprints down the tower stairs, knowing they can't mobilize in time. The mana signature's speed means the enemy is using a swift cavalry charge. He realizes he was naive to think a full-scale battle was still days away. At the base of the tower, he bellows a command for his Valkyries. The workers on the road hear a strange, thundering sound growing closer. They look up from their work, wondering about the source of the noise. The Woki's commander, Kima, decides he must press the attack, risks be damned. The Woki's cavalry charges through the forest, a blur of violent motion. Kima receives a report that there are no major movements from the Fontana camp. A grizzled warrior advises him that they have the advantage and should strike now. Kima agrees with a sly grin, ready to begin the festival of war. He declares that this swift attack will make their victory an absolute certainty. He leads the charge, his beastmen mounted on formidable reptilian dragons. Kima roars that they will offer the Fontana soldiers as a blood sacrifice. Their charge is a thunderous, unstoppable force crashing through the wilderness. A scout raises his hand, signaling that the enemy has been sighted ahead. Through the trees, a herd of white, antlered beasts appears, charging toward them. The scout quickly identifies the approaching creatures as the enemy's cavalry force. He looks closer, his eyes narrowing as he notices something strange about them. He shouts that the white beasts are riderless, charging on their own accord. Kima recognizes them as the rumored magic beast type, familiars from Barca. He recalls hearing that Raymond's superior army was defeated by these very creatures. He knows magic users are valuable, but Barca has deployed an entire herd of them. Kima smirks confidently, believing he has already seen through his opponent's strategy. He declares that such a simple surprise tactic will not work on them. At the head of the charge, Uhulus shouts for his forces to prepare their shields. He knows the enemy is wary of his Valkyries, believing them to be monsters. Kima is told that the lead familiar is being ridden by a mere child. He smirks, thinking the foolish boy is just repeating his previous successful tactic. He gives the order for his forces to enter magic range and attack. His soldiers respond, beginning their beastification and preparing their phosphorus fire. Kima's eyes gleam with confidence as he prepares to spring his trap. He gives the final command, shouting for them to release their magical fire. At that exact same moment, Uhulus throws his head back and roars a command. The charging Valkyries suddenly peel away, their hooves churning the earth. Kima watches in shock as Uhulus reveals his true gambit. Scatter. Create a wall. The Barca cavalry splits its formation, charging left and right around the enemy. Awoki's dragon rider is stunned as the Valkyries gallop past his flank. Commander Kima believes they have scattered, merely probing his army's formidable strength. His second-in-command, Suya, growls that he won't forgive them for fleeing. A soldier screams a desperate warning to Lord Kima about something ahead. Kima is shocked as a colossal wall of brick erupts from the forest floor. The Valkyries gallop past the new barrier, their flanking maneuver now clear. Kima's dragon rears back, grunting in frustration before the sudden, massive wall. Suya urgently warns his commander that they are about to crash into it. Kima curses, knowing the rear guard will pile into them if they stop. He orders an immediate, sharp turn to avoid a catastrophic collision. Suya realizes with dread that their disciplined formation is now completely broken. He remembers the intelligence reports stating Uhulus is a master of fortification magic. A diagram shows the walls boxing in Kima's army as the Valkyries surround them. Kima grits his teeth, determined to break out before the encirclement is complete. Suya hears a strange, unfamiliar ringing sound over the chaos of battle. He questions why the wall doesn't even flinch as their own fireballs strike it. Kima realizes with horror that the rear guard couldn't see and attack them. He fumes, having never heard of magic that could erect such massive walls instantly. He stares at the impossible sight, wondering what he is even witnessing. Seeing a small opening, Kima orders his men to charge and escape the trap. Aluza's voice echoes, stating he can rebuild the walls as many times as he needs. Kima is shocked to hear Uhlus is now unleashing ice lances upon them. He orders his men to counter the incoming magical assault with their own dragon fire. A Valkyrie gallops past, the enemy formation stretching out to flank them. Awoki's rider screams as a spear of ice fatally impales his dragon mount. A jet of dragon fire erupts, attempting to intercept the magical attack. The ice lances pierce through the flames, striking a soldier with deadly force. The Woki's cavalry is thrown into disarray as the icy barrage continues unabated. A rider is thrown from his mount, a victim of the overwhelming magical assault. Kima rides through the carnage, his face spattered with the dark blood of his troops. He gasps, horrified by the bloody chaos his vanguard has been reduced to. He understands with dread that he is caught in a vicious cycle of death. Suya confirms this disaster matches the intelligence they gathered on the Barca army. Kima declares their only option is to cut down the enemy commander, Uhlus himself. He rallies his remaining forces to ignore the ice lances and charge forward. From his high vantage point, Uhlus watches the desperate charge with a calm eye. Kima calls out to Suya, confused as to why his second-in-command has stopped. He sees their escape route is now blocked by a single, glowing Valkyrie. Aluza's eyes narrow as he gives the final, cold command to seal the trap. Kima looks on in despair as the last gap in the wall is closed. Uhlus sits calmly on his Valkyrie, his small force waiting patiently behind him. He offers a simple, cold apology for what he is about to do. He gives the order to someone named Suzuya to use wall architecture. The walls of the stone prison begin to close in on the trapped riders. Uhlus follows up with a second command, Stone Bullet, to finish them off. His gaze is cold and resolute as he unleashes the final, deadly barrage. A black panel declares that his regret must not be allowed to come true. The completed trap is a circular stone tomb in the middle of the forest. Uhlus looks on, his lips pursed, after the slaughter is complete. His brother, Bido, rides up to him, calling out his name in frustration. Bido shouts angrily that Uhlus was too slow and reckless. He scolds Uhlus for running off alone, saying he nearly left them all behind. Uhlus calmly reports the dragon cavalry is dealt with, but some may have survived. Bido shouts to the others that there are still Woki's soldiers trapped inside. Uhlus orders his men to fire ice lances into the gaps and annihilate them. He gives the final, chilling command, don't let a single one escape. Pitcha marvels at the defense, but Uhlus says he'd been planning it for a while. Uhlus explains their strength is speed and range, so they were only light leather armor. He knew he'd need wall architecture to defend against a large-scale counterattack. He admits that since they had superior numbers this time, surrounding them worked well. Bido sternly tells him they can't afford to show mercy to those trying to kill them. He reminds Uhlus that he didn't hesitate to kill the tax collector or Raymond. Tears well up in Aluza's eyes as his brother's harsh words hit home. Uhlus says he understands, revealing he has memories of a peaceful past life. He quickly brightens, reassuring his worried Valkyrie that he is all right. He says he truly just wants to live peacefully, tending to the earth like Hector. Carlos listens to this confession with a thoughtful, slightly amused expression. Uhlus reflects that using his past knowledge and magic is his way of surviving. Back in the tower, Carlos sighs, having offered Kima and Miriam a chance to surrender. He explains to Uhlus that Kima is the Woki's leader's son and Miriam his aide. Uhlus is surprised, learning Kima is only 21, while Miriam is a famed general. Carlos acknowledges that many Fontana knights have fallen at Einrad Hill before. He tells Uhlus his feat is so great that no other knight can compare. Uhlus is shocked to hear he is forbidden from joining the final assault on the hill. He is overjoyed, realizing he can build camps and avoid fighting. Carlos agrees, amused by Aluza's strange but welcome request. He explains this war is a test for the knights from Raymond's old faction. Uhlus understands it's a political move to ensure their loyalty or diminish their power. Carlos then presents Uhulus with a reward for his military achievements. It is the magic sword, Nine Tails, which belonged to Kima, a rare and powerful weapon. Uhulu's eyes sparkle with delight as he gazes at the magnificent blade. He asks if he can really have such a precious item, and Carlos confirms it. Carlos says that with this victory secured, Uhulus has earned the right to rest. He is grateful not only for the victory, but for receiving such a fine blade. Uhulus runs happily down the stairs, feeling the weight of command lifted from him. He blushes, thinking he can go home without fighting, though his brother might be mad. He hopes Carlos notices his contributions so he can properly serve him. He reflects that Kima and Miriam are not incompetent generals, despite their defeat. A soldier rushes up to him, interrupting his thoughts with an urgent report. Uhulu's eye narrows, his brief moment of peace shattered by the new development. His expression hardens as he prepares for the next phase of the conflict. He holds up his new sword for his men, declaring it's a cool blade for them all. His men, however, just tell him to get on with the groundwork and do his best. Uhulus sheepishly says he wasn't trying to antagonize them with his display. He holds the sword, a serious expression returning to his face as he contemplates it. He wonders what kind of item has been passed down in the Woki's family. His eyes glisten with empathy as he thinks of the sword's former owner. He makes a silent vow to Kima, the sword's previous wielder, to use it well. A young soldier arrives at the Barca encampment, breathlessly reporting he has something to say. Ryan furiously demands to know why Uhulus isn't fighting on the front lines. Ryan learns the campaign is a month ahead, delaying his chance for glory. He insists his Barca forces must be the ones to stop enemy reinforcements. Uhulus calmly reminds him their diversionary attack on Vilma was part of the plan. However, with the enemy general defeated, the diversion's effectiveness is now questionable. Ryan realizes they must strike quickly, while Baido playfully grabs his younger brother. A new idea strikes Uhulus, who confidently declares he will handle the enemy. He knows his small force cannot intercept the larger army through conventional means. A massive wall of hardened brick erupts from the ground with a thunderous sound. Uhulus triumphantly announces his plan's success to his cheering, wall-building soldiers. The colossal wall continues to rise, section by section, encircling the entire hill. A shocked Ryan is reminded by a soldier that this was his idea. He stares in disbelief, realizing the entire hill is now a massive fortress. Uhulus explains his defense, towers for surveillance, and Valkyries for perimeter patrols. This also conveniently limits his brother's patrol range, a win-win situation. Baido, meanwhile, happily patrols the perimeter, unaware he is being managed. Back in his office, the sound of clinking coins fills the air. Terry triumphantly slams heavy bags of money down onto Uhulu's desk. He presents the impressive profits from selling the captured enemy, riding dragons. Terry notes that riding dragons are popular because they are strong and resilient. Uhulus considers that while powerful, they are also a symbol of the dinosaur core. Uhulus dismisses them as inefficient, crushing the merchant's romantic dreams of dragon cavalry. He explains their critical flaw: a lack of uniformity prevents coordinated movement. He reflects that exploiting this weakness was the key to his overwhelming victory. He concludes that a uniform force like his Valkyries is far superior. Terry asks if he can create more, and Uhulus confidently agrees he can. The merchant then complains about the high cost of feeding the carnivorous dragons. He muses that the Valkyries are superior, as Woki's has the land for dragons. He mentions the Woki's territory is home to many wild goats, startling Uhulus. Uhulus grabs the merchant, demanding why he never mentioned this crucial resource before. His eyes sparkle, imagining the potential for meat, milk, and valuable cashmere. He intensely demands a goat, his sheer force will unnerving the merchant. Terry's, sweating, asks how the boy knows so much about these animals. Uhulus asks about the magic-using goat, adding to the merchant's confusion. Terry's mind conjures a horrifying vision of a demonic, winged goat creature. The actual goat, however, is a very plain, unimpressive animal that bleats calmly. It stands there, a perfectly ordinary creature from its head to its hooves. Uhulus laughs heartily, pointing out it's just a brown goat, relieving Terry's. Terry's complains that acquiring the goat from a war zone was incredibly expensive. He explains that high-risk acquisitions from a battlefield demand a premium price. Uhulus notes the goat's powerful legs, likely developed to escape from predators. The goat lets out a distinctive bleat as it prepares to move. It stomps its hoof, kicking up dust as it gathers power for a leap. With a powerful push, the goat launches itself into a surprisingly high jump. Uhulus is delighted by its incredible leap, while Terry screams in the background. The goat easily clears 10 meters with each jump, amazing the stunned merchant. He then discovers the goats happily eat the haka stems his Valkyries discard. Uhulus holds up the stems, realizing this makes his livestock system perfectly efficient. He recalls his past life knowledge about the domestication of wild boars. This memory sparks a new idea for creating a new type of livestock. Since the leaping goats aren't aggressive, he decides to ship them to Barcania. Ultimately, he hopes they will become a new and valuable food source. Later that evening, Uhulus looks utterly exhausted but relieved as he waits. His brother Bido returns from patrol, announcing he is heading to bed. Uhulus expresses his relief, admitting he feared his brother might go on a rampage. Bido laughs, admitting he pushed his daily patrol to its absolute limit. Uhulus muses that his brother's military accomplishments continue to grow with each battle. Bido recalls that Vargas earned his title, Iron Wall, through his battlefield prowess. Uhulus feels a pang of guilt, wishing he could fight alongside his men. Bido stops him, acknowledging his younger brother's desire to join the fight. He says gently that he doesn't want to see his family get hurt. As their general, that is why he returned to the battlefield to protect them. He vows to never again experience the pain of losing his comrades in battle. Uhulus is stunned in his silence, moved by his brother's profound declaration of loyalty. Their heartfelt moment is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Ryan and Maddock. More soldiers follow, their sudden appearance causing a commotion in the hallway. A sense of urgency hangs in the night air over the fortress at Einrad. Ryan and his men rush down the corridor, urgently calling out to Uhulus. Ryan breathlessly announces the capture of Einrad Hill, shocking Uhulus with its speed. Ryan proudly explains it took only 2 weeks, thanks to their wall strategy. He adds that the Fontana army was inspired to fight, thanks to Uhulus. The knights were eager to prove their worth to their new lord, Carlos. They endured a brutal siege, facing a relentless barrage from the castle walls. The ground became littered with the bodies of the fallen Fontana knights. Ryan declares that the castle's fall was ultimately a great victory for Uhulus. Uhulus groans, realizing he has once again drawn unwanted attention to himself. A new, brilliant idea begins to form in Ulus's strategic mind. He cheerfully announces a grand feast to celebrate the successful siege operation. Terry's eagerly volunteers to procure the celebratory wine, much to everyone's delight. Ryan takes charge of guard duty, warning against giving the sentries too much wine. Uhulus calls for a party, but Ryan quickly reminds him he is too young. Ryan scolds him for encouraging excessive drinking, much to Ulus's chagrin. Uhulus thinks to himself that the feast will surely placate any resentful soldiers. The crescent moon hangs in the starry night sky as the feast begins. Later, soldiers call out their farewells as they leave the tower after the party. Carlos appears, his expression grim, warning that the next battle will be harder. He announces to the celebrating soldiers that their next target is the town of Vilma. Uhulus, flustered, raises a hand to interject, but is ignored by the Lord. Carlos stands resolute before his men, his command unquestioned in this moment. He asks if the attack on Vilma was not merely a feint. He declares that with Ayn Rand secured, a real attack on Vilma is logical. With no good news from her forces there, they must now go as reinforcements. He then points at Uhulus, entrusting the defense of Ayn Rand to him. He orders Uhulus to defend the hill to the death until his return. One of Carlos's men tries to protest, noting the small size of Uhulus's force. Uhulus argues that his small army cannot hold the massive fortress alone. He frantically waves his hands, protesting that this isn't about recruiting more men. The Fontana Knights cheer, eager to march on Vilma and win more glory. Uhulus panics, realizing he lacks the manpower to defend against a coordinated attack. He turns pleadingly to Carlos, but the young lord has already made his decision. An armored man offers to help defend the hill, surprising Uhulus. Uhulus wonders who the man is, feeling he's seen him before. He recalls the man's name is Pitcha, one of the captured knights. The memory clicks. Pitcha was one of their prisoners from the war. He was one of the knights captured after the battle with Raymond. Uhulus confronts Pitcha, asking what his true intentions are. Pitcha reassures him, saying he is not there to betray Lord Barca. Uhulus considers that having him help could be a good thing. Uhulus bluntly asks Pitcha what his true purpose is, suspecting revenge. He tells Pitcha it's hard to trust someone he once fought against. Uhulus's glare intensifies, emphasizing the difficulty of trusting a former foe. Pitcha calmly admits that he probably won't be believed so easily. He tells Uhulus frankly that he was captivated by his style of fighting. Uhulus notes that Pitcha, like Vargas, is from a farming background. Pitcha vows to work tirelessly to earn his place and their trust. Pitcha's value isn't just strength, but his battlefield experience and judgment. His calm demeanor is a valuable asset for both him and his allies. Pitcha can organize the regular soldiers, serving as a capable commander. Uhulus realizes he has just acquired the military power he needs. He thinks that this might displease Ryan and the Graham family. Uhulus accepts Pitcha's help, deciding to rely on him for now. Pitcha beams, delighted that his offer has been accepted. Uhulus resolves to use every tool at his disposal for the coming fight. No matter what happens, he vows they must protect Ayn Rand Hill. A heavy sound echoes through the night, signaling a new development. The night is filled with the sounds of movement and construction. A lone feather drifts down against the sounds of unseen activity. A mysterious, masked figure emerges from the forest under the full moon. They must hold the fortress of Ayn Rand until Lord Carlos can return. Uhulus rallies the troops, urging them to prepare for the coming battle. He asks for volunteers who can use his wall architecture magic. He asks Ryan to calculate how long they can defend their position. Ryan accepts the task, promising to prepare deployment plans as well. Terry's eagerly declares he will procure more than enough food supplies. He sends his brother and Maddock back to Barcania for reinforcements. Vargas is tasked with recruiting soldiers from the surrounding villages. Vargas's men acknowledge the order, ready to fulfill their duty. His brother is thrilled to be given such an important mission. Uhulus excitedly proposes building a defense line, confusing his brother. His brother demands a simpler explanation for the complicated military term. Uhulus explains he has a plan for intercepting the enemy forces. They will use signal fires and messengers to prepare an interception. His brother finally understands, wishing Uhulus had explained it simply first. Full of energy, his brother rushes off to begin the preparations. Uhulus tells Gran they will work on new projects together later. With their forces gathered, the defense of Ayn Rand Hill officially begins. The new recruits march towards the fortress, ready for their duties. Uhulus is delighted by the large number of volunteers who have arrived. A new recruit remarks on how young their new commander is. Vargas explains they joined out of admiration for Uhulus's great victory. Uhulus asks Vargas for his plan to defend with these new troops. Vargas states that using bows is standard, but likely impossible here. The men agree that learning to use a bow takes too much time. Uhulus proposes a simpler tactic, throwing bricks from the castle walls. He then reveals his true plan, using trebuchets to attack from afar. Vargas doubts the effectiveness of bricks, even launched from a machine. Uhulus recalls the design of a simple threshing machine from memory. He smiles, confident in his ability to create what they need. Kneeling, he declares that everything will be fine and unleashes his magic. Vargas is surprised, realizing Uhulus had already considered his concerns. Before their eyes, a massive wooden trebuchet materializes from nothing. The siege engine is perfectly constructed, a marvel of magical creation. Vargas stands silently, staring at the impossible machine before him. The assembled recruits are left completely speechless by the display. Uhulus proudly presents the prototype he and Gran designed together. They will install these machines in the fortress supplied by endless bricks. The outer walls of Einrad were already modified for this purpose. Watchtowers and signal fires create a long-range communication network. Ryan is completely overwhelmed by the scale of Aluza's preparations. Maddock arrives and is shocked to see the landscape has changed. Uhulus playfully explains he simply reshaped the hill around the fortress. He also reinforced the cliff faces with his magic for extra stability. Ryan hears a strange, rhythmic noise and asks Uhulus about it. Uhulus explains they're test-firing the trebuchets, causing Ryan to panic. The long, high drawbridge serves as the fortress's main entrance. Ryan acknowledges Aluza's genius, but questions the design choices. Uhulus explains that defense was prioritized far above simple convenience. Ryan wonders if operating such a heavy drawbridge is practical. A map shows the new wall completely encircling Einrad Hill. The fortress now includes new barracks, trebuchets, and Aluza's camp. Ryan worries about Aluza's reckless plans, but Uhulus is determined. Ryan thinks the enemy might retreat upon seeing these defenses. Uhulus admits he hoped for that, but reality is often harsher. But reality is not so kind. A signal fire pierces the night. A scout bursts in, reporting the signal from the northeast tower. Uhulus and his brother immediately spring into action, heading out first. Ryan acknowledges the order to dispatch the cavalry to the northeast. Using his binoculars, Uhulus observes the approaching enemy force. He sees a massive army, at least 3,000 to 5,000 strong. He considers a preemptive attack, but decides against the idea. His forces are too small. The disadvantage is far too great. Even with the fortress, facing an army of 5,000 will be difficult. He decides they must first send for reinforcements from Lord Carlos. His brother is shocked. They aren't simply charging into battle. Uhulus smiles, saying they can at least cause a little trouble. An army of thousands makes camp, a massive and complex task. The weary army will halt its advance to prepare for the next day. From hiding, Uhulus confirms the enemy's food supplies are centralized. Uhulus insists that even seemingly boring details like food are crucial. He decides they must infiltrate the camp, a necessary and vital mission. Uhulus reflects that they were lucky to repel the enemy's fire magic. His brother, Bido, erupts, wanting a different magic sword of his own. Uhulus explains his beautiful blade has the drawback of immense mana consumption. Bido defends his plain hardened sword, praising its reliability and durability. Uhulus realizes his brother simply wants a sword that will never break. Gran, the creator, listens from afar, blushing with pride at the praise. Uhulus shifts focus, ordering a return to the tower to regroup with Ryan. He declares their plan, a night raid conducted by a small, elite force. A crescent moon hangs in the sky, a silent witness to his thoughts. Astride his Valkyrie, Uhulus waits, his expression determined as the time comes. A bright flare suddenly illuminates the sprawling Wokies' encampment below them. Uhulus gives the command to charge the enemy camp at full speed. He reveals their goal is to burn the supply depot with flasks of oil. He trusts his Valkyrie, Barca's strongest and most mobile weapon, for the task. He affirms his absolute trust in his partner, his gaze unwavering. With a sharp cry, he spurs his mount forward into a powerful gallop. The Valkyrie cavalry thunders across the plain in perfect, synchronized formation. The magnificent beasts move with incredible speed, a blur of white fur. Uhulus marvels at the impressive speed and flawless execution of his Valkyries. They move like a single organism, aimed at the heart of the depot. Awoki's soldier spots their approach, screaming for an interception. Uhulus is shocked as dozens of magic flares suddenly light up the night. He realizes with alarm that the enemy camp is casting illumination. An enemy soldier points them out, shocked at how quickly they were found. The horrifying truth dawns on Uhulus. The enemy knew they were coming. Awoki's commander bellows his name, confirming that this is a trap. Another commander shouts an order, drawing attention to his own soldiers. The Woki's warriors transform, shouting that they are undergoing beastification. Uhulus recalls that the Woki's magic grants them the features of foxes. He realizes their enhanced hearing must have detected the cavalry's approach. Uhulus quickly changes plans, ordering his brother to abandon the supply depot. As they attempt to retreat, a colossal shadow falls over them. A deafening roar splits the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. A monstrous giant, a mountain of muscle and rage, erupts from the camp. Uhulus stares, his face a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. The giant's face is a twisted mask of pure, malevolent fury. Snapping from his stupor, Uhulus screams for his forces to scatter. He gives the urgent command to disengage and escape the immediate threat. The giant's face contorts in rage as it prepares to attack. It swings a massive log club with terrifying, destructive force. The weapon, at least 5 meters long, cleaves through the air. Uhulus wonders where it came from, as it wasn't there moments ago. He grits his teeth in frustration as his carefully laid plan shatters. He calls out to his brother, signaling their desperate retreat. They gallop away, knowing both armies have been advancing with caution. The night raid was a complete failure, but it yielded valuable intelligence. They now know of the Wokies' vigilance and the existence of the giant. Uhulus grimly thinks that learning this before a major battle is a plus. He loses his composure, screaming in frustration about the mysterious giant. At an emergency meeting, Uhulus asks if the nobles have giantification magic. Ryan is adamant, insisting he has never heard of such a thing. Vardis agrees, stating that no noble family he knows has that power. Uhulus finds it difficult to believe another power could be involved. Gran listens thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he considers the mystery. Uhulus reasons that if it were a giant race, he would have identified it. Gran's expression sharpens as he suddenly comes to a conclusion. He reveals that the creature is probably what is known as an Atmos warrior. Uhulus is stunned, the unfamiliar name echoing in the tense room. Ryan immediately presses Gran, asking if he knows something about them. Gran confirms that he has never heard of a noble house called Atmos. He clarifies that the Atmos warriors are not a noble family from this land. He reveals that they, like him, are from the far eastern lands. Far to the east lies a vast and formidable range of snowy mountains. He describes the treacherous land beyond, where few ever dare to travel. In that harsh land, mercenaries called Atmos warriors fight to survive. These humans use magic to grow to giant size, hardening their bodies. Uhulus listens with a grim expression, processing this disturbing new information. Ryan notes that even a giant must have a weakness. He begins to ponder the strategic implications of this new enemy. Uhulus asks if the Atmos warriors crossed the mountains to aid the Wokies. Gran thinks that if such a creature appeared, they would be helpless. Uhulus and Baido are taken aback by his absolute certainty. Ryan agrees, stating that crossing the eastern mountains is considered suicide. The mountains are pathless and harsh, claiming the lives of most travelers. Uhulus realizes that an Atmos warrior couldn't easily cross such terrain. Gran grins wildly, boasting that he almost died making that very journey. He describes his harrowing ordeal, unnerving everyone in the War Council. Following the failed raid, the Wookiees' army's advance has slowed considerably. Uhulus decides on a new, audacious strategy, ignoring the main army for now. Their top priority, he declares, is the extermination of the giant. He has set a new trap along the Wookiees' army's path. Uhulus and his elite cavalry wait patiently for their monstrous target. His brother complains that this plan is just like the last raid. Uhulus explains that this raid is merely a feint to lure out the giant. Using his binoculars, he spots his target in the distance. He identifies the Atmos warrior, still in its normal human form. Uhulus confirms its identity, while Bido marvels at having binoculars. He senses the warrior's immense magical power, far beyond the others. Pitcha grimly states that even he and Bido couldn't defeat it. Uhulus agrees, warning that underestimating it would be a fatal mistake. He plans to use the Valkyrie's speed to close the distance instantly. They charge forward again, a blur of motion under the moonlight. As planned, the Wookiees' camp lights up, alerted to their attack. Uhulus shouts the feint, ordering his men to target the food supply. The Wookiees' soldiers fall for the ruse, scrambling to defend their provisions. Uhulus thinks they must charge before the Atmos warrior can surround them. He silently pleads for his monstrous target to appear quickly. The ground shakes as the giant roars and bursts from the chaos. Bido cheers with glee, while Uhulus notes his brother's carefree attitude. Uhulus stares at the giant, realizing something he missed in his earlier panic. The Wookiees' clan's giant emerges, a nearly naked behemoth of pure muscle. Uhulus muses that the giant's lack of armor means his body is strong. The giant's face contorts in rage as he roars a defiant challenge. Uhulus notes it's another log as the giant swings its makeshift weapon. The giant is powerful, Uhulus thinks, but he lacks any specialized equipment. Bido shouts, his expression one of fierce resolve during the intense fight. With a focused gaze, Uhulus resolves to test the giant's true defenses. Uhulus knows it is risky, but he must see the giant's defense. His face set in concentration, Uhulus raises his hand to cast magic. Uhulus unleashes an ice lance, aiming for the giant's powerful torso. His men join the attack, casting a barrage of powerful ice lances. The ice lance spells speed through the air, about to strike its target. The ice lances shatter on impact, leaving the giant completely unharmed. Panting, Uhulus glances back to assess the damage from their futile attack. The riders look minuscule as they gallop past the giant's massive legs. Bido yells in excitement, but Uhulus recognizes his words as a jinx. He thinks to himself that his brother's words are a classic bad omen. The smoke clears, revealing the outcome of their powerful magical attack. The giant is completely unharmed, looking down on them with utter contempt. He looks up at the night sky, his determination unshaken by failure. His brother suggests they try again, but Uhulus seems to dismiss him. He smiles, realizing the giant's skin is harder than Gran ever described. Uhulus draws his sword, its beautifully crafted hilt gleaming in the dark. If this next move fails, he says, they will follow the original plan. The Valkyrie soars through the air, carrying Uhulus towards the giant. Magic propels them through the night sky towards the colossal enemy. Power surges from the antlers, fueling their incredible aerial maneuver. The target is the giant's back, a vast expanse of hardened muscle. His blade connects, slicing across the giant's back in a flash. The giant recoils in pain, his hand flying to the fresh wound. The giant counterattacks while Uhulus observes the damage he just inflicted. Uhulus looks on in shock at the minimal effect of his powerful sword. A jolt of pain courses through him from the giant's retaliatory blow. They retreat quickly, the Valkyrie leaping away from the giant's reach. His brother yells in concern as Uhulus admits his shoulder is injured. Uhulus identifies the blade as the treasured nine-tailed sword of the Wookiees. The Wookiee's commander orders his men to recover their clan's sacred weapon. The army responds with a unified roar, motivated by the command. Fido realizes the sword is the pride of the Wookiee's knights. A close-up on Aluz's eyes reveals his strategic mind at work. Having successfully baited the giant, Aluz orders a strategic retreat. The pursuing force is larger than anticipated, with many dragon riders. The plan to separate the elite forces from the infantry is succeeding. He announces they are nearing the designated trap for their pursuers. The narrow valley terrain will serve as the location for their trap. The Barca cavalry rides into the narrow canyon, luring the enemy in. The enemy was distracted by the sword, and now it is time. With a raised hand, he gives the command to his trusted subordinate. On the cliff above, Ryan and his men spring into action. The ambush force reveals itself, preparing for the final command. Wall architecture, forward, is the cry as the spell is cast. Wall architecture, rear, another soldier shouts, completing the trap. The Wookiee's forces are now completely boxed in by magical walls. The trap is sprung, and Aluz looks on with his approval. Ryan stands proudly on the wall as Aluz praises his perfect timing. With a powerful shout, Ryan orders the bombardment to start. A battery of trebuchets unleashes its payload on the trapped enemy. A hailstorm of bricks descends upon the helpless enemy forces below. The sky is dark with projectiles as the trebuchets continue their assault. A soldier cries out in despair, seeing the siege engines above. The giant attempts to shield himself from the crushing assault from above. The hardened bricks are too much. Not even the giant can endure. His triumphant look vanishes, replaced by one of shocked disbelief. He panics, realizing something he had completely overlooked in his strategy. Undeterred by the stones, the giant begins to climb the 10-meter wall. One of the trapped soldiers shouts in amazement at the giant's feet. He realizes with horror that his soldiers are directly in the giant's path. The giant now stands on the battlement, facing a terrified Ryan. Ryan is frozen in shock, facing the monster he thought he trapped.